Alright, what's up, guys? Let's just jump into it, man. We've got a little over 40 replays to get through. It's gonna be a process, and we'll see if we can actually finish them all. Hopefully we can. If not, we can always do another little stream tomorrow to get the last few out of the way. But I've got, my schedule is very freed up. I've already been to the gym, done a bunch of other work. I'm ready. I'm ready and sauced. One sec, though. I also went through and parsed down all the replays and made sure that I downloaded everything. If you played in the tournament and you don't see any of your replays and have any to send me, please DM me, because they probably just didn't get dropped in the Discord channel. So, lots of red-crested skinks coming in here. Pretty solid unit. I don't know about against Nurgle, just because Nurgle doesn't really do warrior rushes anymore. It's very rare that you actually see heavily armored Nurgle infantry nowadays. Outside of something like a Chosen, and red-crested skinks aren't really going to do any damage to a Chosen, right? They just don't have the stats to be able to get through all the melee defense that a Nurgle Chosen throws out. Against a standard Chaos Warrior, though, they can hit and run, so they'll have a few targets here. Trading into Marauders is not going to be good, though, and red-crested skinks are also very vulnerable to stuff like Furies, as well as Plague Toads, which is always a big danger coming into the fights against the Plague God. Because at the very least, you're going to see Barons of the Bog. I mean, you got them right here. They're a pretty common unit. They're a little less popular than they once were, but they're still fairly effective and, cost-efficient in a majority of matchups. They're just so useful. I mean, they got all these really great debuffs. They've got the Miasma of Rot, which gives vigor reduction in a radius around them. It does affect units that are below 50% health, but Nurgle has enough healing that they're able to keep their units at a pretty low threshold on HP and still be able to keep them on the field, right? Unlike Khorne, where once Khornate units start getting pretty beat up, their leadership starts looking a little suspect and they can just kind of fall apart.
We have a victory point. Keep it.
You've got extra HP totals on the Nurgle units anyways. Red-crested skinks getting poked by Marauder Horsemen right now. Sacred Kroxigors out on each wing here. Very aggressive push from Nurgle coming up onto the back point here. I don't know how I feel about this, truth be told. For Nurgle is pretty slow. Their reinforcements typically are going to take longer to get onto the field and get up on points. That's not a very good thing to run into against the Lizardmen, where they've got all these skinks with like 46 movement speed, who can just hoof it up to a point, and they can just absolutely swarm an objective with bodies and just steal it right back from you. You do get a pretty good engagement here against the cohort of Waddle, I suppose. You've got the Exalted Hero and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord doing some pretty good damage, but there is a Bastiladon with the Revivification Crystal. So it's going to be dropping a bunch of heals over the course of this game. It probably needs to give one to the cohort of Waddle real quick, and they need to pull out for a moment so they can get reset to actually dive back in. This is a good engagement out here. You got red-crested skinks on Chaos Warriors of Nurgle. The Sacred Kroxigors kind of isolating the rest of the Nurgle forces away from the armored troops here. Keeping them nice and isolated, and you'll probably get a pretty decisive win there for the Lizardmen if they continue to grind here, and are just, careful about using their Rev Crystal heals. Cohort of Waddle gets their heal here. Nakai a little beat up, but he'll be alright. I mean, he's still got 4,000 HP. You bring Nakai because you just need a battle beast, basically. He just hammers home with his melee attack and good weapon strength, and he's got perfect vigor and imbues ward save around him, so very good for counter blob build. And oh my god, look at this terror route that's going down right now. All these Marauders terror route. This one gets terror routed for a second time, and the Barons of the Bog go down in all of the confusion brutal loss for Nurgle, man. That is definitely not one that's going to be very sustainable. Feral Cold One's coming in, going to be charging down the Marauder Horsemen. And Sacred Croxagore is going to just absolutely bum rush this Marauder unit. I mean, this is a very dead Marauder. So the thing about Marauders with the marked status, they get the extra stats, and they're generally a little bit stronger than the standard Marauder variants. The problem is that they just aren't nearly as strong as I think some people might think they are. I think there's a little bit of a misconception sometimes when people come into multiplayer and they can just like kind of get away with doing stuff like this, where they just bring out a really slow infantry unit, trot it like right up in front of their opponent, and they just think their opponent's not going to engage on them if you start to like maneuver away. But Lizardmen are so fast, and there's nothing out here to peel for this Marauder unit, so of course Spotify spots this opportunity and just absolutely whacks his 400 gold value off the field in a matter of seconds without really taking any kind of damage in return. This is a really unfortunate situation going on over here. You got to be very careful with your chaff. You don't bring these guys out to carry games for you, yeah, but Marauders are very good at line holding. You can see they've held up this Red-Crested Skink on the back point pretty much the entire battle so far. These Red-Crested Skinks got over here quite a bit ago, and the Marauders have kind of scrapped them pretty evenly, and are giving a really nice opportunity for the Marauder Horsemen here to get a rear charge onto the Red-Crested Skinks. The Red-Cresteds will probably hold. Unfortunately, Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle are just not very good in melee combat, so the shock damage is fine, but as they sit in here for an extended period of time, they're going to be taking HP damage as the Red-Crested Skinks hit them. Feral Cold Ones get in on the rear, also doing some pretty significant damage. And the Furies coming down. Furies are very good against Feral Cold Ones for the most part, provided, of course, they get the charge off, and they can just sit on top of the Ferals. Ferals are very good at countercharging Furies. So you gotta be a little bit careful of the engagements when you're throwing your stuff up into them. Rod Knights come out, looking very lonely though. It's very important to have some kind of buffering for your infantry, or not for your infantry, some kind of buffering infantry for your big units like this. Because Rod Knights, sure, they've got regeneration. Yeah, they can sit and grind in a melee fight because of their good melee defense and decent bonus versus large, but they're fighting multiple Sacred Croxagores and multiple Red-Crested Skinks. The damage that the Rot Knights are distributing around is actually pretty inefficient. Because what's happening here is they've got 1100 value, which is solid, but a lot of that damage is on like one unit of Croxagores spread out over another. Some of the damage has gone on to Nakai. They're also hitting the Red-Crested Skinks. And they're gonna die before they're able to break any of these Lizardmen units, right? Like, the Lizardmen are still gonna have these units on the field to continue gaining value, while Nurgle is just losing this Rot Knight currently without really gaining anything as a consequence of the engagement here. The Exalted Hero and the Chaos Sorcerer are still kind of pummeling away. They're doing pretty decent damage here. And it does look like they've managed to take down the Rev Crystal. Very low. Oh, it does rally, though. How many uses? It's got 5 uses on that Rev Crystal. Okay, so Rev Crystals can't actually use the heal on themselves. The best thing you can do with this Rev Crystal is actually send it up to the trees here. And whenever you've got a unit that needs a heal, you can kind of like run back here a bit and use the 100 range on the Rev Crystal heal to imbue it onto whatever target you want to help out. If you don't do that, you can definitely end up in a little bit of trouble if this thing were to go down right about now. And it looks like the Chaos Sorcerer Lord is going to be coming after this. Big bum rush, though, from the Lizardmen. They do swing the number 3 objective here. They're barely hanging on to their number 2, the home objective there. And the number 1 is very firmly secured. I would argue, though, that maybe leaving an entire Sacred Croxagore over here is overkill in terms of holding the point, especially now that you've backcapped your opponent. Just leave the Red-Crested Skink there and just send this Sacred Croxagore over across the field so that you can, like, link up here, and then you'll have a very healthy reinforcement unit. A lot of the other Sacred Croxagores that are left on the field are very beat up, and we do see the Rev Crystal going down, so no more healing for the Lizardmen for the time being. They do have a really nasty blob with Perfect Vigor here. That is pretty intimidating, but it can definitely be broken down with some patience and time, and that's a pretty nice Rancid Visitations. It's not overcast or anything, so there's a little bit of damage being left on the table. But it is maybe worth it just because Nakai is kind of in the danger zone when it comes to his HP total. Only about 1,800 left, but look at this fight here. Nurgle getting right up into the Lizards, and the cohort of Waddle and the remaining Sacred Croxagores with all these Red Crested Skinks, they get sauced to the absolute gills on Primal Fury here, and they are just beating or Primal Roar, I guess. They're just beating the hell out of the Chaos Sorcerer Lord, as well as his backup, right? The Exalted Hero is a pretty capable combat character in his own right, and he is definitely having a pretty bad time as well. He's got Heroic Killing Blow popped. They're trying to get rid of Nakai, finally getting some shots in there against our boy. Don't think they're going to be able to finish him off. Oh, and a Bastiladon. Wow, the Arc of Sotek comes over. Sotek's poison does do perpetual damage. It's on a kind of funky cooldown, if I'm not mistaken, though. Yeah, Arc of Sotek with the poison. 1 damage per second, all AP, gives the contact 26-second duration, 15-meter radius, 90-second cooldown. It's kind of weird. You don't see the Arc of Sotek too often, but it can be reasonably strong if you just keep it in engagements like this, where it's just a gigantic blob of shenanigans going on. You can probably rack up some pretty decent value against these Chaos Warriors as a result. The Day's Contact effect, lowering the melee defense of the Chaos Warriors. I really like this build by Spotify, honestly. The one thing that it's lacking is a magic user, but honestly, just the rock-solid Bum Rush with the Sacred Croxagores and Akai using his Primal Roar and Miasma of Despair, as well as keeping everything at Perfect Vigor, is pretty nasty. I mean, they are just taking this Nurgle army apart at the seams, and the healing for Nurgle has just not been able to shine as a result. I did see a Fecundity go down earlier in that last engagement. Wasn't enough to save either of the characters. You can see the Chaos Sorcerer Lord shattered and routing here. The Exalted Hero is just kind of trundling away. He's got no way to heal himself at this point. And being this beat up, I don't really know if it's going to be of much use re-engaging with him. Oh, but Nakai routes! What the hell happened to Nakai here? Buddy just decided he was done. He's retiring. He's on his way back to Lustria right here. Seems just kind of trotting out into the open field to get killed by the Exalted Hero. This is a big catch for Nurgle right now. I mean, I don't know if it's going to be enough, unfortunately, but regardless of being down in value, there are times like this where if you get a lucky situation where your opponent's Lord routes and you can get a free kill on them, leadership penalties are incredibly punishing. You can see how quickly all of the Lizardman units here starting to drop leadership and looking like they're verging on running off the field, but Nurgle just doesn't have enough mobility. They don't really have enough infantry or cap weight to be able to really get any of these points back. It's a pretty well scrapped game. I'll talk a little bit about how Nurgle can maybe get a more balanced army under their belt here, because I don't really think this is a great anti-Lizardman army. Lizards don't really even need Red Crested Skinks to kill Chaos Warriors. They've got plenty of other big monsters that can do that just fine, and you saw the Sacred Croxagores out there doing it pretty nicely. 2,300 here, 2,800 on the cohort of Waddle. Hard carry from those guys. Nakai got 2,000 value himself. A lot of that fighting characters, obviously, didn't kill a lot of infantry. Didn't really need to, though. This was a very well executed Lizardman build. Look at these Red Crested Skinks, dude. Honestly, pretty impressed with their value trading here. Typically, I only bring like one or two, you know, three or four, depending on if it's something like a Dowie matchup or whatnot. But they looked really strong, even against a lot of chaff and some of their scarier counters, like the Barons here. Just having Perfect Vigor next to their Lordall game definitely helped them out pretty tremendously, and they uptraded magnificently here. Nurgle... Let's see about a Nurgle build that might do a little better into the Lizards. Just real quick. Where the hell are they? Here they are. I don't mind the Exalted Hero and the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. They're reasonably strong melee combatants, but I really think Tamarcon is probably your best bet. You just bring Nurgle's Favored Son and the Black Cleaver, and be mindful of Skink Skirmishers so that he doesn't take a ton of HP damage, but he's got 8,500 health. He's got an amazing bonus versus large. Reasonable melee defense and melee attack so that he can dual purpose a little bit, even if he's having to fight infantry. Not going to be suffering too horribly for it. And the Black Cleaver and Nurgle's Favored Son are just really good items. One is an AoE buff that, you know, affects him and everything around him. And Nurgle's Favored Son helps keep him a little bit healthier. 40 seconds of damage resistance and melee defense is a pretty incredible buff. A lot of characters really wish that they had access to something like this. If you compare that to something like Grom's Lucky Banner, the hell is... here they are. So Grom's got the Lucky Banner, which is pretty respectable, right? It gives a greater increase to damage resistance than even Nurgle's Favored Son. It doesn't last nearly as long, though. Only 25 seconds, and it's still got a 120-second cooldown. For Tamarcon, who's just beefy as hell, got even more HP than Grom. He's already a pretty chunky character. The benefits of having that damage resistance over a longer period of time means that it's just going to make it exceptionally difficult to kill him. And he's also unbreakable, too. So every last little bit of HP that you can squeeze out of him is pretty incredible. You can think of this as just like a straight upgrade to his actual HP pool here. And then you can just bring a really cheap, like, Chaos Sorcerer character. I did see a lot of spells on that Nurgle caster. Generally speaking, you kind of want to limit what you're bringing to just the absolute essentials. So you either do Rancid Visitations and Fleshy Abundance, or you do Stream and Miasma and Children of Nurgle. I would just keep this guy on horseback, because he's nice on the Rot Beast. He can do a decent amount of damage. It's extra cost on him. Actually, let me think about this. Like, what is the most likely Lizardman Lord? Because Nakai certainly isn't. Typically speaking, you'll see Mazdamundi or maybe Krokgar. Oxyotl is actually pretty good into a lot of the Chaos factions because of the damage that he does in his magic attacks. What's your best spell kit for that? I actually think Stream of Corruption and Miasma is best because Lizardmen have a lot of armored units that do pretty well in these matchups, and even if you're using Stream of Corruption on red-crested skinks, Stream of Corruption does enough damage that, even though it's all AP damage, yeah, it's still juicy enough that it's going to take out a significant HP chunk on the red-crested skinks. And it's pretty good against Spear Riders, and being able to debuff the Lizardmen, who already have, like, low melee attack totals, makes a big difference, because it really makes it a lot less likely they hit you with that insane weapon strength that they've got access to. I mean, a lot of their units have pretty ridiculous weapon strength. Like, Saurus are sitting here at 52, and you compare that to something like even a Forsaken. This is an insanely effective infantry piece, and they're quite good into Nurgle, in my opinion. Your standard Saurus. They outclass Forsaken pretty significantly. They can just pummel these guys down pretty capably. They beat Plague Bearers, if I'm not mistaken. They hold up okay against Pestigores, and they just demolish Marauders. Standard Marauder versus Saurus is probably one of the worst matchups that you can get as a Chaos player. The last thing you want to see is a fat Saurus battle line when all you have is Chaff Infantry. So Nurgle can get around that by having Stream of Corruption to kind of break those guys down. And it can also, double up with the melee attack reduction to make it a little less likely that you just get massively out-traded early on. I do like the throwing axes. You do need to be a little careful because the lizards skirmish so effectively. Another thing I didn't see was the Angels of Decay. They're an auto-include against the lizards because they counter pretty much all of the big monsters that the lizards rely on. This is one of the reasons why Oxyotl is so popular against Nurgle, because he actually does a pretty good job of shooting the Angels of Decay and taking them down without over-investing into anything. 1,000 gold unit here can easily take down the 1,700 gold unit that would easily demolish, like, Mazda Mundi on Zlok, or even a Shredder of Lustria can suffer pretty horrendously at the hands of those guys. These Plague Drones are something that you desperately need as Nurgle into matchups where your opponent is going to be going with big monsters, potentially. It's just good insurance, more than anything. They're way easier to micro around than the Marauder Horsemen of Nurgle, because the problem with the Marauder Horsemen, even though their AP is great against big dinosaurs, the big dinos are still pretty quick. They can close the gap, and the lizards like to bring really swarmy infantry builds. They've got lots of fast units that are reasonably good counters to these guys. Just throwing a Feral Cold One to chase them around the map isn't a bad idea either. Anything to keep them occupied while the big dinosaurs just absolutely steamroll everything. One Plague Ogre, great weapon, also not a bad idea. I do like the Marauder opening. I think it's pretty solid. Barons of the Bog are a pretty good unit. They'd be really nice to have just to counter Saurus. Anything else that you desperately need in the starting army here? I would hold off on the Chaos Warriors, at least the basic version, with the shields. Lizardmen have some decent AP options at range, but really the most common ranged unit that you'll see is Skink Skirmishers. And it's not like they've got bad AP. I mean, they've got 2 on 120 models, yeah. Which is respectable, but it's going to take them a long time to break down something like a Chaos Warrior with the great weapons. And you just bring 2 of these guys, and I think you'd be pretty set. You can maybe do like 1 in the opening and 1 in reserve. A couple of Nurglings to counter late game Skink Cohort cap weight, because Lizardmen are very good at stealing objectives. Furies are a necessity because they're just so strong. And, the Rot Knights, I just don't know how important they are here. They lose to multiple Spear Rider units. They just aren't going to be nearly as effective as I think just a regular old Plague Ogre will be. Plague Ogres are ITP as well, while Rot Knights aren't. So the Rot Knights can get Terror Routed, and the Plague Ogres would still be happily wailing on whatever they were in combat against, just because they don't shatter. Or they don't rout because of fear and terror. They just completely ignore it, and they just keep on chipping away at the HP on whatever they're looking to kill. You can mess around with the remainder of the money that you've got here. I think this is a pretty good starting point. You can do the Noxbringer here. It's not a bad unit at all. You can just plop it right there in your starting army. Summon out your Sorcerer as soon as possible. And just be careful with the early engagements. Try to farm as much value with the Noxbringer as you can. And be, geared up for whatever the Lizardmen are summoning out. Because Lizards bring pretty small armies. oftentimes you'll run into their builds not having a couple of their best units out early on, and they try to summon them in as reserves, which is mostly like Spear Riders. It's the most common reserve unit for the Lizards. Usually don't start with any, and they just save up for a couple of them in the early going. And that's when you can summon out your Plague Ogre, or actually save up for the Angels of Decay, get them out, and they can kind of chase after the Cold One Spear Riders and just chip them down slowly. That would be my 2 cents on it all. Nurgle's a very difficult faction, and honestly, I'm not the most practiced Nurgle player. If you really want to see, like, the best answer for what you need into Nurgle matchups is just go watch Turin's build guide. I watched it a couple weeks ago, finally, and it's about as thorough as it gets. It's one of the best build guides out there for just any faction right now, in my opinion. How goes? Tried your luck in a late night big boy tournament. What tournament? How'd you do, man? Let me see if I can find you real quick. Pause this for a sec. Was it Opal Bears tournament? Well, let me know, Sugar. There are definitely levels to this game, but, you know, the whole reason I love doing new player tournaments, not only do you get to see people try out all kinds of really cool tech stuff and even learn a few off-meta builds that actually have some serious teeth to them, you know, it also gives me a chance to communicate a lot of the more intricate, like, situations and scenarios and some battle tactics that you can use to, like, unlock your potential. Because otherwise, it'd just be smashing your head into a brick wall until you figure out how to not do that anymore. That's usually not super engaging as a newer player. It's nice to have some kind of information before you just dive into the deep end, right? Tomb King's coming with a pretty solid build. I would say this is pretty well suited for killing the Lizardmen as a whole. You got Grand Hierophant Kotep with his spell casting here. The one spell I'm not seeing is Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance, which I think is an auto-include. Get rid of My Will Be Done and get Usirian's in here, and that's the only change you need on that guy. Usirian's is really good against Chameleon Skinks, actually.
Keep it from the foe.
It's a Melkoth level spell that actually has more duration and does more damage. And for a squishy unit like a Chameleon Skink, these guys are very resilient to missile damage, right? They can definitely just run around and just poke away at stuff for just a seemingly endless amount of time while frustrating your efforts at actually shutting them down. Usirians lowers their speed, making them easier to catch, while also doing significant damage to their HP total. I believe it takes them down to less than half, if I'm not mistaken. We can test it out after this game, just so that we know for sure. Beautiful Hand of the Gods coming down from Sean. This is part of the reason why you don't really want to use the tried and true campaign tactic of trying to dodge missiles with your big monsters. It's better to screen out Chameleon Skinks with your 300 gold Skeleton Warriors that have a silver shield than take a bunch of poke on a War Sphinx and let it get down to about half HP in the early going of a game. Cold and Spear Riders also get the catch here. So next time, Zero, just keep these Sphinxes back longer. The Sphinxes are pretty necessary for killing all of the Source Warriors here. Because the Source Warriors are just going to brutalize your skeletons. Even Tomb Guard can struggle into a Source Warrior because the weapon strength is so high, and Tomb Guard are pretty lightly armored themselves. The Sphinxes are an anti-infantry unit, obviously, and their attack patterns are very disruptive. They can easily chunk the HP off of all of those Sauri, while you use your Nakara Horsemen, Carrion, whatever other units you have to try and control these Chameleon Skinks. you know. It just sucks to have such big monsters be beaten up so early. And this is a pretty deceptive value meter right here. I would not say that Sean is only up by 600 gold value right now. I mean, these War Sphinxes are down to about half HP, and they cost 1,900 gold each. And the rest of the Tomb King army is actually having a little bit of trouble here. You got all these Nekar horsemen diving up into the back line. They're pushing back the Umbral Tide right now, but they're in a really ugly spot where all of the Chameleon Skinks are able to concentrate fire on them. And their best piece to this equation in terms of damage dealing is the charge bonus, and that kind of got worn off by running into Krokgar and the Umbral Tide. So the Chameleon Skinks actually are able to sit in here and not get totally chunked out and just die right off the cuff of this battle here. Beautiful fire coming in from the Umbral Tide right now. Doing some nice damage to the War Sphinx, some shots missing, of course. They'll be able to rack up value fairly quickly. You can see they do about 50 damage each as they're shooting in here, and with 31 models left, about 1,500 HP that you can take off of a War Sphinx with one good volley. Definitely going to be really nice. War Sphinxes are very beat up. In fact, one of them is going down here. This is why you should never underestimate Chameleon Skinks, dude. They are such a nasty little unit. They've got only 3 AP, but they fire so fast, dude. Every 6 seconds is a ridiculous rate of fire. Most missile units, I think if you averaged out the time to fire for most missile units, the majority fire every 11 seconds or so. Having half of the reload time means that they put out their damage very quickly. That's the nice thing about Chameleon Skinks. They fire all their ammunition very early in the game. You can unsummon them, get them back in the pool, get a little bit of a rebate on them, and then immediately bring them back out where they can then massively uptrade once more. I've really liked Sean's micro on them so far. He's been very good about keeping them screened by Saurus for the most part. Like, at the very least, having some infantry posted up on the flanks and in the front line just to keep the majority of pressure off of them while they just poke down all of the expensive stuff. And this Kemrian War Sphinx does get some heals, as well as some magic used on it, which is going to save it for a little bit here, but Colossadon Hunters, now that the Nair's Incantation of Protection is worn off, very quickly going to be chewing through the 2,000 remaining HP on the War Sphinx. Look at the Umbral Tide hitting Kotep back here. Surprisingly resilient to the shots here. I think they're missing a lot of them. I actually think they're missing completely. I think it's just the splash damage that he's taken. Oh, but a beautiful Hand of the Gods, getting a little bit of collateral damage on Kotep as it goes in to try and kill the War Sphinx. It does get a restore. That's nice, but probably not going to be enough to save it. It's so beat up right now. Tomb Kings do control the number 2 objective. They've got Nekara warriors up here, finishing off the remaining Saurus spears. Skink cohort chewing down one of the remaining Nekar warriors here. And Saurus, screaming across the field, going to be securing that. Number 2 is secured, so not that big of a deal for the Lizards losing their home objective currently. They'll be able to retake it fairly fast. The War Sphinx here getting filled with plasma bolts, basically. Just like raw lava shots from the Umbral Tide. The Lizardmen just don't really have a great answer to this. This is definitely one of the more difficult matchups for the Tomb Kings. Just the fact that the Lizards can throw up Saurus in such huge numbers and not have to worry about them too often, while having good answers for some of the larger, like, dangerous single entities that the Tomb Kings are pretty reliant on, typically means that they're just going to have a much better time value trading. And for the Tomb Kings, that's kind of the only thing that can win them games. Tomb Kings are not good when it comes to capping points. They're very slow at pushing with their skeletons, who are pretty slow. Most of their skeleton units also have expendable cap weight, so, you know. You fall behind in a game, and you have to cap points in the later stages, you can absolutely lose even while having a value lead. And if you're falling behind, it's just going to continue to get worse and worse for you. Tomb Kings need to be played fairly precisely, in my experience, to really shine. And right here, there's just a few basic mistakes being made by the Tomb Kings player that, if you clean them up, you'll be just fine. The biggest one being, don't ever try and use your single entities to screen for your infantry. Your infantry are absolute crap. The whole point of skeleton warriors is to get killed. You want them to die as slowly as possible, but you're just never ever going to get 300 gold value out of these dudes. They're literally just here as a meat shield. They're there to buffer for Ushapti in melee. They're useful for screening out missiles, eating magic casts from your opponent who might be trying to clear them all out. The Tomb Kings win by staying at range and utilizing their big single entities to just like bully all of the mid-tier infantry that their opponents throw out. Because Tomb King's mobility, the cavalry is actually fairly effective. Skeleton Horsemen alone are kind of a bad unit, but because they only cost 400 gold and they have Vanguard deployment and they're so fast, throwing out just wave after wave of Skeleton Horsemen and surrounding much more expensive units with them can get you a lot of value. And I don't really see any Skeleton Horsemen in this build. Definitely something that I would adjust. Getting at least 3 Skeleton Horsemen is a pretty good idea. Nehekar Horsemen are a solid unit, but they cost 250 gold more. They're not that much better in any area of combat. They're still a fairly squishy, like, melee skirmish cav. Yeah, I would say it's a little bit better to go cheaper as the Tomb Kings, and probably, I would bring a couple of Skeleton Horsemen bows against the Lizardmen. Because the Skeleton Horsemen bows are not amazing at shooting, like, chameleon skinks or anything. But they can actually do a fairly good job of poking cold ones out of position, because feral cold ones do rampage, and they're pretty common in the matchup for the Tomb Kings, because they're just so cost-effective, these feral cold ones. If you can actually get them to rampage by just focus firing with a couple of Skeleton Horse Archers onto these guys, you can pull them into a decisive engagement where you can kill them without overextending yourself, which is really nice. They're also really good at poking Colossodon Hunters. Colossodon Hunters will annihilate a Skeleton Archer, as well as a lot of the other units that the Lizards can throw out. But the Skeleton Horse Archers are long enough range and fast enough that they just will constantly outpace Colossodon Hunters and any of the other aggression that's coming after them, and they can keep this very powerful flying unit in check. Because the last thing you want is the Colossodon Hunters to like land on Kotep or the War Sphinxes, and you don't have a easy way to punish them. Yeah, it's a really fun game, dude. I like fighting against the Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings are pretty well balanced right now. They've gone back and forth with being massively overpowered in domination mode, to being a little too weak, and now I think they're in a very nice spot currently. Most of the factions, I would say, are pretty well balanced currently. There's only one that I would argue might just be straight up busted in terms of design, and that would be Slaanesh. That's why you see Slaanesh get banned in so many tournaments, and also why you see so many of their units get restricted. I mean, if you want to see what it looks like right now, in terms of win rate for the factions, they're all fairly even. Like, we don't have any factions below 30% or below 40% right now. That's pretty impressive for a game with 24 unique factions, with a lot of roster diversity. That's pretty incredible. CA did a really good job of balancing. It's just Slaanesh that's the problem. I mean, look how many 100% matchups they've got here. Warriors of Chaos and Kislev are two of the better mid-tier factions, I would say. Warriors of Chaos are down here in the pits right now, but that's not really reflective of their general strength. Warriors of Chaos are a little bit better than, I would say, even Tomb Kings or something. I think they just kind of got dropped by a lot of the, like, really, like, super high-level people. And it's a variety of newer folks playing them. And people having kind of figured out ways to beat some of the Warriors of Chaos more reliable units in the last patch. I think there's just going to be a little bit of a meta shakeup at some point with the Warriors, and they'll be back on top. Or, at the very least, back in a more respectable position. Because last season, they were pretty high up here. See, they were up here at 52%, which is pretty good. Any faction above 50% is very, very capable of winning tournaments on a regular occasion. This season, I've seen pretty much anybody be able to take it. I won with Khorne at one point. I've seen people win with Kislev and Bretonnia. I don't think Grand Cathay has gotten a tourney winner yet, but High Elves, Nurgle, Warriors of Chaos, Empire, Dark Elves, Skaven might also not have a tourney winner. Pretty much everybody has been able to rep them with some success. Slaanesh just has too many strong units. They've gotten, like, all of their overpowered stuff, like Seeker's banned. Pavane is also banned now. But I still think they need a little bit of a design run-through before they're in a good spot. Thank you, dude. I appreciate it. Do not... Yeah, I wouldn't look forward to it either, Sean. It's not that fun. It really isn't. It gets kind of miserable at times, especially if Pavane isn't banned. I actually think the most meaningful nerf that the community has thrown onto Slaanesh was actually the ban on Pavane. Because that spell is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, a Rampage that does Buna type... Or not Buna, but... significant damage to other mobility options that you have to bring against Slaanesh is just kind of silly. That and the Seeker ban has gotten Slaanesh in a point where you can kind of leave them in tournaments. It's not too terrible. The biggest thing that I want CA to adjust with Slaanesh is don't give everything ITP. That was such a terrible idea. In my opinion, the only Slaanesh units that should have ITP are their elites. Like, you can leave it on their Chaos Warriors and their Chosen, yeah, but all of the Marauders do not need to be having that imbuement, because it just makes their infantry, like, unreasonably tanky in domination mode. Where Slaanesh can just terror out things at will, like, you can't do the same thing in return, and they can rampage you endlessly and run you around in circles while they punish all your mobility with Hellstriders and a bunch of other nonsense. There's just a few things that they need adjusted, and it'll be alright. Anyways, I've been talking about it plenty. Let's get into the actual game here and stop rambling. Chosen the Gods and Ushabti Greatbows waddling forward with some Skeleton Horse Archers and a couple Skeleton Horsemen, you know, looking to maybe hold on to this point for a minute. Tomb King's cap weight, like I said, pretty poor in their infantry. Their cavalry actually are pretty good at capping points as a result. Because they have the full 4 of a standard cavalry unit while being about half the price of a lot of other cavalry units in the game. It's pretty awesome. You can use them to frustrate your opponent's early cap attempts, in fact. So, like, what you can do here is both these Skeleton Horse Archers can sit on the back of this point, and then you'd need 5 Skeleton Warriors and Spearmen to sit on the #1 objective to even start flipping it, and it would be glacially slow at that point. A bit of an unnecessary dive here. Skeleton Horsemen getting smacked up right now by the Usirian's Incantation of Vengeance. You can see it's actually doing some pretty substantial damage to this cavalry unit. This is why you bring it. It's just great, dude. I mean, you can compare it to, where's the Shadows lore? Somewhere in here. Low. I'm blanking on it right now. Why is it not in... Oh my god, dude. There it is. I would really like this to be in alphabetical order. Anyways, you can compare it to Melkoth's. You can see Melkoth's cost 6 WOM. Same damage profile as Usirians. 13-second duration. Come over here and you get 24 seconds for 10 wins of magic. That's a very nice spell in terms of efficiency. Using it on a Skeleton Horseman may not be like the most cost-effective thing in the world, but just to keep your Bone Giant from being locked down for an extended period of time, I don't hate it. Bone Giants right now need to kill these Ushabti. Because the Great Bows are kind of getting up into range, and they will outtrade the Bone Giant in a duel. As long as they're not losing too many models, and they can just keep their bows on target and concentrate their fire, they're actually fairly efficient at taking down these guys. The big issue with Bone Giants is how inaccurate they can be. They hit like an absolute truck, though, as you can see. Whenever they do make contact, Setcher takes a huge pummeling volley from the Bone Giants there. Needs to probably pull back for now. You don't really have anything important to run over anyways. If Setcher really wanted to do some work, he'd come over here, because there's no missiles on this side of the field to shoot him. The Bone Giants, I guess they technically are in range. It's a lot longer distance, though. I mean, he's like basically point blank right now, which means that the Bone Giants, who have a pretty long wind-up time, their missiles have a much shorter distance to travel, and they can actually make better contact. It's a little bit harder to dodge when you're this close to something. If you're farther back at the maximum range, the Bone Giant's shots will scatter, potentially miss, do friendly fire, and then you're also just moving really disruptively through all of his infantry and bouncing around, making it a little bit more difficult to actually land shots. And if you can just waste Bone Giant ammunition, you don't even have to fight them in melee. Like, all these dives with the Skeleton Horsemen are a little bit overpressing. Pickle has no reason to go back here. It's really actually not that important. If you're worried about your Ushabti Great Bows, then just rotate them. Ushabti Great Bows are fast. They've got 54 speed at base. Bone Giants are absolutely one of the slowest single-entity artilleries in the game. They're slower than Little Grom. Little Grom has 35 speed at base. These guys have 32. They're even more cumbersome because they turn super slow. If you can constantly make Bone Giants walk back and forth across the battlefield, constantly repositioning, you're basically winning the game just by wasting their time. You could be having much more effective fights over here as Pickle right now. You've lost a lot of HP on Settra for basically no game. He's got literally 80 value here. You're throwing a lot of cavalry away here too, man. It's so many Skeleton Horsemen to lose, and just don't trickle in, guys. Like, if you want to push back onto these Bone Giants, instead of doing it piecemeal like this by sending one horseman at a time that's just going to continually get bounced by all of the responding units, bank up your forces, do a little bit of wait and see, hold your back point, skirmish over the middle, even if you don't cap it, and then if your opponent starts dragging tons of units to the middle, that's when you spring onto the Bone Giants back here. Because when you commit units one at a time, it just gives too many opportunities for your opponent to summon out answers. Like, the Lich Priest has been dropping the Usirians a bunch so far. There's been a lot of Skeleton Horsemen coming out. You can see over here more Skeleton Horsemen dying to Carrion. You just don't want to see something like that. You'd be much better off with a more consolidated coup de grace type of push. Even if it is pretty risky, a full commitment to a risky strategy is better than a half-hearted commitment, because you will never, ever, ever succeed by throwing one or two Skeleton Horsemen in at a time against your opponent like this. It is occupying a lot of attention over here, but the issue is that the objectives are pretty firmly held by Meat here. I mean, he's got more melee Shopti coming in here, so this position is going to continually get reinforced and become harder and harder to capture in the late game while you're not even trading all that well out here. You might be keeping the Bone Giants offline for a bit, but they've honestly almost paid for themselves. They're at 1,300 value and 1,000, I believe, which is pretty respectable. I mean, they cost 1,600. You'd like to see them get a little bit more before they go down, but they've honestly traded effectively enough themselves combined with the fact that so many units have died trying to get to them, that if they were to go down here to the Ushabti Greatbow Fire from the Chosen of the Gods, it really wouldn't be that big of an issue for Meat. He'd be just fine. He's just going to continually he's going to continue overwhelming Pickle Barrel's position on the middle. So we've gotten a lot of Skeleton Warriors summoned out over here, and almost none of them are trading efficiently. You can see, like, 116 value, 145, 126. Meats are looking a lot better on the value trades. You got Skeleton Spears here that actually have pretty much already paid for themselves. These Skeleton Warriors also very close to paying for themselves. And the Skeleton Horse Archers being taken down. They traded okay, but the Carrion are very healthy and are going to be able to continue feasting on the unwary advancing units here. Boom. Big shot going down on those Spearmen. Not really the best target, but whatever. The Bone Giant really should be trying to hit the Chosen of the Gods before it goes out here. Either that or shooting Cetra. Cetra actually comes out to try and finish this off, and Khalida motors over. She's got 1200 value. Really cool to see Khalida in a game. She's a pretty rare character to see nowadays. She's not bad by any means, it's just that Cetra, 9 times out of 10, is going to be the more effective option for the Tomb Kings because he's so good against infantry on this War Sphinx. He's chunky as hell, and he's your caster. Khalida has some cool items and abilities. They're just way more situational. Like, very rarely do you need the Blessing of Asaph for your missile units, but it can help out. I actually think maybe the mirror match is a good spot for her, because she's done a pretty good job of buffing up the Bone Giants, who have actually done great this game. Look at the shots coming down on the Chosen of the Gods there, too. Absolutely brutal damage, just hammering home against those guys. Ushabti, chilling here. They'll be taken down by Khalida in moments here. The Bone Giant's going to crumble out, but again, it already traded and brought a bunch of pressure up into the backfield that got cleaned up. And now Meat is just going to secure the triple cap and be walking home with a win here. Pickle's big mistake was just constantly overextending. You don't even need to come back here. Just try and play as much as out of the range of the Bone Giants as possible. Just throw infantry forward. Have your Chosen of the Gods concentrate fire on blobs of infantry. Hide up in the trees over here and shoot out onto the middle would be a pretty good thing for them to do, because they can hit the Ushabti that have been motoring up on here. And you can always just defend your home objective. If the Bone Giants like really want to push deeper in, that's not a very good position for them. Because Bone Giants, once you move them anywhere, you're kind of hard committing to that position for a few minutes because of how limited they are in terms of mobility, right? So we'll just fast forward through this one. It's an admirable effort from Pickle, but Meat just kind of has a little bit of a more solid knowledge, I think, of the faction as a whole, and is making pretty good use of terrain. This is exactly what you want to do with pillars like this. It's really not that cheesy. I mean, battlefields throughout history, oftentimes, the terrain has been as much of a determining factor of victories and losses as anything else, man. Whoever can make better use of terrain is going to have a huge advantage innately. So get up behind those and chill out if you get the opportunity. Oh, the rampages. Are you talking about for the Feral Cold Ones, Sean? Because if I'm not mistaken, it's 75%. Yeah, 75% HP. Lizardmen do have ways to stop rampages, but they really don't want to be using it on something like a Feral Cold One. They'd rather pop it on, like, the Colossadon Hunters when they pop Toad Rage, because you can actually use Toad Rage and start rampaging and then use Cold-Blooded on the Colossadons so that they get the benefits of the extra weapon strength and they lose the rampage. And it's a pretty limited ability. It's good for buffing up leadership on units that might be wavering as well, so you want to be a little bit discerning about when and where you pop this. Do Skink Priests have... No, they got Focus Instincts. I guess if you brought a Skink Priest in that build we saw, with all those Feral Cold ones, then you could just use the Focus to stop the rampages. That would be a pretty good use of your Skink Priest's ability. While Gorok, or while whatever lord you have, either like Gorok or Nakai, Krokgar, can just pop the Cold-Blooded on something else, you know, that's a little bit more valuable. We should just go in order. Let's just go in order for now. I was thinking about swapping it up so we see something other than Decrepit more, but it's fine. Oh, Pavane! Oh. No, that's not how rampages work anymore. There was a patch about a year ago that changed the way that rampages work. The way rampaging used to work, for abilities and items that imbued it onto other units, was that units did need to be below a certain HP threshold before you could rampage them. Now, rampages are activated immediately on anything, regardless of how much health they have, and the way it works is if there's something within, like 50 meters of them, they just rampage onto that target. But if you cast it from long enough range and you hit something with a rampage now, they won't run forward necessarily. If there's nothing close to them for them to, like, feel they need to attack, the unit will just kind of meander around aimlessly. They'll just be, like, flying in place, not doing anything. The Rampage change benefited Slaanesh immensely, because they're fast enough to where they can always throw something up into the path of whatever unit they want to, like, use Pavane on, and then just drag that unit away from whatever support is available to them. Like, say Alberic here. Like, say the Slaanesh player is on the field here with Pavane. Right now, they could just run up within 100 meters of Alberic, get their lord in position, pop Pavane, run Alberic back, and they just get a surround with Hellstriders and then just kill him. Because there's no escaping from that. They've got good enough mass and poison that they'd actually be able to lock him on the ground, and he would just immediately die. And auto-snipes like that, it's not an automatic win for Slaanesh, but just because of how powerful the spell itself is, and all of the other tools Slaanesh has to be able to follow up on Pavanes, that's what makes it so obnoxiously powerful. Banning it is the right call, in my opinion. They just need to rework it. Or they need to rework Slaanesh in general. There's a bunch of things that they can do. Green Knight coming up, going to be motoring out to potentially hammer down some of these Lizardman targets. This is a little bit of a risky matchup for the Green Knight, I would say. Lizardmen actually have quite a bit of magic damage. And even with all of the physical resistance and ward save this guy has, something like an Umbral Tide or a Salamander Hunting Pack, even if they're not hitting through the physical resistance, they still have a good enough amount of damage to be able to wear this guy out. He's only got 5,200 HP. It's a respectable HP total, but not insurmountable, even by non-magic damage dealing units. Alberic's hovering above. He's got massive bonus versus large of 42. Basically guaranteed to hit anything that's a large target, because, I mean, he gets up to, what? Yeah, 94 melee attack. It's going to be getting around the melee defense of pretty much anything. Lizard's getting up into the face of Bretonia here with their skink skirmisher cohorts. Choosing the Foot Squires as the target isn't a bad idea, actually. Foot Squires do have 70 armor, but it's really not that much in the grand scheme of things. 70 is at the upper end of, like, the medium armor tier, I would say. Heavy armor is closer to, like, 90 and up, I would say, because that's when you're really talking about mitigating all of the base weapon damage from missile troops or just standard infantry. The foot squires are actually taking quite a bit of damage from these javelins. And this is one of the reasons why I love skink cohorts with javelins so much, because they actually get 3 volleys for 450 gold, and they've still got pretty respectable stats. They can maintain their presence in the front line pretty effectively, even fighting something that is ostensibly an anti-infantry unit. Good response with the Star Chamber Guardians, moving back and looking to kill the Green Knight. Green Knight's actually getting fully surrounded by the Star Chamber Guardians. This is going to be a disaster for Lazuka. Oh my god, Green Knight's got to get the hell out of here, dude. He actually gets staggered. He's got a little bit of a path here, but he just can't quite manage to get through right now. Gorok's coming over. Gorok doesn't really need to help out here. Gorok could just, like, run up through the front line and get on top of some of these peasant bows if they wanted to. See the skink skirmishers maneuvering around, a little bit split from the rest of the army. This is very risky. This one skink skirmisher is going to die. The others need to get farther back now that there's Knights of the Realm and stuff coming out. Because skink skirmishers just get absolutely obliterated by heavy cavalry. It's brutal, man. You gotta be a little bit more careful with your positioning on these guys. You don't really want to leave them to push too aggressively like this and just die immediately. Green Knight dies to the Star Chamber Guardian pressure. 1,300 value on them already. Love to see it. I love this unit, man. Very heavily armored. Tough to kill. They imbue Guardian. They get Unbreakable when they're by a Lord or Hero, which is pretty easy to set up with the Lizardmen. Because you can just protect your Skink Priest, or, you know, you can protect your Lord, just whatever situation you need them for. They can almost always shine through in matchups where they're almost gonna be guaranteed a fight against something large at some point, right? So the Bretonnian matchup, I think they're pretty exceptional in. And with the Silver Shield and 85 armor, they're pretty resilient to the Peasant Bowman fire. Peasant Bowmen are pretty good at poking down standard sources, actually, because they only have a Bronze Shield and 60 armor. So concentrated fire from Peasant Bowmen can be pretty annoying to deal with as the Lizards. Having something a little thicker to soak up the damage from those guys is pretty cool. And I like the Rev Crystal choice. Very solid monster. It's hard to kill, very tanky, tons of armor, also very resilient to Peasant Bowman fire. You can see it taking a little bit of chip damage here, but nothing too severe. And it can just pop Revivification crystals on whatever is in range of it. Lizardmen have the point. They should probably pull back here. It's pretty deep up over there. Although they are getting some pretty good fights against the Knights of the Realm on the other side, and this is where a lot of the Bretonnian mobility is, so I guess you can just push your luck here if you really want to. Won't be the end of the world. You should be able to bum rush most of these Peasant Bowmen down. I would maybe start to think about peeling off to the other side of the field now, though. Just because you do need to compromise the Peasant Bows that are in on your flank. They're ignoring the shields that the Saurus have entirely at this point, which means their damage is even more effective. You don't really want to leave Peasant Bowmen to value trade. They're actually fairly strong units. They've got pretty long range, they've got good AP values, they got a ton of ammunition, and they are dirt cheap. I mean, they're 400 gold, I think, for a standard Peasant Bowman. And you can see, man, I mean, they're a lot like Ungol Raiders for the Beastmen, right? Beastmen have the Ungol Raider, which is a 425 expendable unit, that you would think isn't really that important to kill, but oftentimes can be the most dangerous unit on the field. Very much similar to these dudes in terms of what they provide cost efficiency-wise. Some back here paying for itself. The Foot Squires just got absolutely hammered, dude. Foot Squires, I think, might be better as a reserve unit in this matchup. Because they're decent against sources, but you just need to be very aware that Foot Squires have relatively low defenses to missile units. And Lizards are very good in the early stages of games with their cohorts and the Skink Skirmishers. You can definitely get your opponent on the back foot by utilizing those units early on. Pegasus Knights and Mounted Yeomen here finally really starting to clean up the Skink Skirmisher Corps. Knights of the Realm go down, though, and the Feral Cold Ones could probably scream back across the field to help out. I think that would make a big difference for the Lizardmen here. Starshaper Guardians hanging in. Damsel with the Life Magic has been using Regrowth, it looks like, which is fine. Probably just using it on Alberic here. Starshaper Guardians starting to get a little low, man. They're getting poked by the bowmen while they're locked in combat, so... those Silver Shields not mattering all that much right now. I see quite a few units, or a few models dropping off of the unit out there on the edge. Sword Spears holding the objectives, though, off on the left side of the field here. Number 2 and the number 3 held very firmly by the Lizards here, but the Companions of Quinnell might have something to say about that. An anti-large AP unit going to be very effective against the Salamander Hunting Pack, who just drop models. Oh my god, dude. Brutal losses here. 21 models left on the Salamanders, but they don't have a lot of support here. It's not really anything to come in and save them. The best that the Lizardmen can hope for to save the Salamander Hunting Pack is to pull the Saurus through the unit so that the Companions get stuck on the Saurus. But their retreat path is a little lackluster, and they actually end up breaking here. The Companions looking to reroute elsewhere on the field. Bretonnia was looking like they were on the back foot early, but they're honestly pulling the value back pretty nicely here. All these Saurus Spears are a little bit ineffective just sitting on this objective. They're not really value trading any. And the extension of the Lizard battle lines up into the deploy zones of Bretonnia here, I think was a big gamble that has not paid off at all. It's meant that the Star Chamber Guardians have really gotten punished quite badly. The Rev Crystal went down at some point as well. Not really sure where the body is. Oh, it's literally right here. That's another big loss. You gotta be really careful with the Rev Crystals because the Rev Crystals are a nice combat unit once they've used a majority of their heals. If you're bringing them in, though, you're really relying on that heal to keep your units out and about. Because they do cost 1,000 gold. Honestly, the better Bastiladon unit, on average, is going to be the Solar Engine. Because the Solar Engine gives perfect vigor and also has a really long-range missile that imbues Blinded onto any fights that it actually lands shots into, which is very powerful. Rev Crystals are something that you use as, like, a line holder on your back points. Like, keep the Bastiladon back here on the number 3, keep a Saurus Spear on top of it, and then whenever you need a heal, you can kind of waddle it forward to actually throw it out and then retreat back. And then your number 3 objective is very secure. Because if your opponent tries to dive it, they're attacking a terror-causing unit with support. And there's no way to get in on it at that stage. And if they want to push like missiles around to try and clear it, that's all well and good, but it's going to be pretty difficult. And then you can just continually pop heals on your really expensive units and profit immensely. Alberic is incredibly beat up. Gorok actually put quite a beatdown on him. And Gorok has all of his items. I don't really agree with this. I would cut Stand Your Ground and the Shield of Eons. Just not really all that useful. Rock of Itza and Mace of Ulamok are really all he needs. He'd get the exact same performance without the addition of these other abilities, which are just way more situational, really not all that useful. Even into the light bowfire from the Peasant Bowman, Rock of Eons or Shield of Eons just doesn't last long enough. It's got a good effect range of 55 meters, which is a massive circle. It's a little bit smaller than this leadership radius that you see there. Can I actually see it here? It's not going to show it. Whatever. That's fine. If Shield of Eons lasted like 40 seconds or so, maybe it would be worth it. It's just a bad item that's overcosted. You're almost always going to be better off without it. What do we have on the Skink Priest as well? Flock of Doom and Transformation of Kadan. That's respectable. Useful enough, I suppose. More Sort of Spears dying up here. Rat King has been doing a pretty good job of keeping value even, but the problem is that Bretonnia, while they have bad cap weight on their infantry, they've got some cavalry out here who can get some pretty good work done. All these mounted yeomen are getting absolutely ruined on the way in right now. If Bretonnia were smart, they'd get a couple of Knights of the Realm out and try to settle up the fight against these salamanders here and kill the cold ones, and just go around capping all the objectives at that point. Lizards really don't have much on the field either. They're looking pretty beleaguered right now. The Colossi Hunters are finishing off one of the Pegasus Knights, which got pretty solid value. I'm not a huge fan of the standard Pegasus Knights. Royal Pegasus Knights are almost always better, but I guess for here, in this matchup where you might be running into Ripperdactyls, a standard Pegasus Knight isn't a bad idea. Bretonnia, we'll look at the reinforcements for Bretonnia as well. I'm a little surprised that they haven't kind of taken this game over yet. Oh, but they're summoning out a really expensive unit. That would be why. Green Knight costs 1,500 gold. He's pretty expensive. In late game scenarios is really not the kind of situation you want a single entity for. Because he can't hold this #1 objective by himself. Like, yeah, he's got terror routes that he can throw down as an ethereal unit, but leadership has to be pretty low on a lot of these Lizardmen units for that to actually happen, and they're going to flip that objective before he even gets close. Lazuka, God, you just got to get some more stuff out here.
Take it back.
There's nothing wrong with banking up supplies, but there's a time and place where banking them up can become a big issue for you. Because you're in a late game situation, your tickets are looking grim, and you just lost another point. At the worst possible moment. This is the moment of truth, usually. You needed a knight unit out here, and you needed maybe like a man-at-arms or something, so that you could hold on to the objective. Just allowing the Lizardmen to capture it is really not it. And the Green Knight, after he died the first time, just leave him off the field. It's obviously not his day. Find some value elsewhere on your roster. Gorok, potentially going down here. Look at Gorok with 3,000 value. What the hell is this? Oh, because he's been fighting companions down here as well. That's crazy, dude. What a badass.
I knew it. Unending glory.
That's going to be game, man. Definitely some things that both sides could have cleaned up on in terms of overextending and playing objectives. There were a lot of fights going on off in some very odd places on the battlefield. I mean, for Bretonnia, it makes a little more sense because they were trying to clean up a bunch of chaff skirmish units. For the Lizards, I guess not. I mean, the where the fights are going down is fine, I guess. The biggest issue that I saw here was just that Bretonnia was not prioritizing holding on to the caps. Bretonnia needs to take objectives and literally never give them up, because their infantry are not able to take them back easily at all. And Lizardmen are one of the best factions at capping points. You just can't leave objectives open for skink cohorts to get up on. Because this is 15 cap weight, and it's only 1,350 gold that your opponent has spent to get all of this cap weight up on this point. That is so cheap, and I mean, it would be the entire Bretonnian army getting up on this objective before they were flipping the cap at all, and it would take ages for them to get it, even then. What are the reinforcements looking like? The companions were solid. I think the Knights of the Realm were used a little bit too greedily. Like, they were going after the skink skirmishers, and that's fine, but once the skink skirmishers pull back and they're getting close to their deploy zones, you should never ever take engagements against them back there. it's never going to work out for you. Lizards have way too many anti-large, anti-heavy cavalry units on their roster. Surprisingly, though, they don't have that many of them here. I'm not really sure why. I would cut 2 Feral Cold Ones to get 1 Spear Rider at the least. And I think at that point, you probably want to cut the Skink Cohort Javelin and one of the Salamander Hunting Packs and get another Spear Rider, because they're so good against the Bretonnian Heavy Cavalry. 1,000 gold, AP anti-large cavalry is something that most factions just do not have. It's one of the things that makes Dark Elves as decent as they are. It's definitely one of the more powerful units for the Lizardmen right now. They're really good at killing heavily armored infantry, actually. Because the Coldwind Spear Riders have a lot of mass, and they've got a respectable charge bonus of 32. And with the big weapon strength they've got access to here, Coldwind Spear Riders charging through a Foot Squire is actually pretty devastating damage to the Foot Squires. They do not hold up very well, so this is a surprisingly versatile unit. I think they're a little bit more important than even the Colossedon Hunters. The issue with the Colossedon Hunters in this matchup is that they're lightly armored into a faction that has tons of cavalry that are exceptionally powerful against lightly armored targets, right? I mean, it's pretty much what Knights of the Realm were born and bred to take down. I'd be very careful with them in this matchup. Pegasus Knights, another issue. You saw them do some pretty good damage to the Colossedon Hunters in a one-on-one. A lot of that just comes down to the fact that the Colossedon Hunters have fewer models, and they can get surrounded a little bit easier, so that the weapon strength from the Pegasus Knights being a lot lower doesn't really matter all that much. They're still going to do some pretty efficient damage, because they're actually about equal in terms of the HP on both units. So, all things being equal, a Pegasus Knight versus the Colossedon Hunters, as long as they get some kind of a heal before they get in and they get the charge off, they will be trading very efficiently into the Colossedon Hunters. Royal Pegasus Knights are generally a better unit, because they've got ITP and Perfect Vigor, as well as the Ward Save, which is absolutely crazy. But, you know, the standard form can work pretty nicely as well. Not a lot of notes for the Bretonnians. I think their build was fine. It's not a bad one for the Lizardmen. It wouldn't be very good against something like a Shredder of Lustria, but, you know, you take that risk as best you can. Lizards can almost always bring the Shredder. They just bring a Shredder and a Life Mage, and then they laugh at you as you just bounce off the big boys here. You can just bring Earthblood. You don't even need Regrowth or anything. Flesh to Stone could be good against Bretonnia, because Bretonnia does have some magic damage units, but they're not very common in the matchup. Grail Knights got nerfed a while back. They're semi-respectable, but they're pretty costly. It takes a little bit to get them going. Royal Hippogriff Knights are not that good into Lizards. Lizards have too many units that can catch them on the ground and kill them. God, dude, every time I get into talking about some of these matchups, I realize just how insanely dense the game knowledge really is. There's so many permutations that you have to take into account. You need to be mindful of the kinds of units that your opponent can bring, but sometimes just going for batty off-the-wall builds can totally throw your opponent off. But generally, the best thing that you can do if you want to play around with some of the more non-meta units is to make sure that you're backing those units up with like cost-effective meta options as well, like just a handful, so that you've got something to fall back on if the battle starts to swing against you. Domination mode has a very diverse meta, in my opinion, and it actually changes a lot just because just because you have access to reinforcements, you can come with some risky openers that can beat more well-rounded armies right off the bat, and when people adjust to beating those kinds of builds, you can just completely switch up your tactics and bring something totally different instead. There's a lot of mind games that go into it. Gorok's problem isn't that he's a bad lord. The thing about Gorok is he's just slow. Like, that's why you don't see him very often. But he's dirt cheap with Barebone's ability and item kit. Oh, that's not him. Like, with all of his stuff, he's a little bit expensive. I generally just bring him with Mace and Rock, and he's 1,200 gold, and he'll just beat everybody to death. I mean, he's so strong. To the Death is an okay imbuement on him, because it stacks on top of Primal Instinct, so when he goes below 50% HP, he actually gets an extra 13 melee attack. And he's got a pretty low total to start off with, so it can help him out pretty tremendously. But Mace and Rock mean that he's got, you know, the dazed contact effect that he imbues on himself. He gets a huge boost to weapon strength, as well as 40 melee attack. Definitely helps with his damage output. And Raka Itza is basically a way to keep him at perfect vigor at all times. It is a substantial reduction to his exhaustion state. And it gives him Phys Res. And he's already got 15 at base, so when you pop this, he's got 55 physical resistance, which is how much ethereal units have. If you go and look at the Green Knight, you can see that his base amount... Where the hell is it? Here it is. It's at the bottom. The Green Knight has 55 physical resistance for, what? Yeah, 24 seconds. Gorok is that tough. It's pretty cool, dude. I like him. He's really good into Dowie, in fact. That's where I think his best matchup is. He actually beats a lot of the dwarf characters. While also being really resilient to the shooting. Oh, these are a little farther back. Where are we at now? Alright, let's watch Hattie and Hugs here. Hugs going for Grand Cathay. Grand Cathay, obviously, as I said earlier, one of the weaker factions in the game right now, unfortunately. They just don't do anything that crazy. They're pretty mediocre in most areas. Like, they've got okay mobility, they've got okay range tools, they've got okay infantry, they've got okay single entity monsters, they've got okay lords for the most part. The biggest issue with Cathay, though, outside of all their units just being average at best, is the Harmony. They're very reliant on Harmony as a mechanic, and I just don't think it's very well designed currently. CA could probably stand to rework the way that Harmony functions, and I think Cathay would immediately jump back up to being a little bit more powerful, and a little bit less of a bottom dweller in terms of win rates. Hattie coming in here with the Dowie. Dowie are a very good faction. One of the tougher factions to figure out, and good Dowie players are always in the thick of it when it comes to whatever matchup they're playing into. Dowie, for a shooting faction, have very few bad matchups. I think the worst matchup for the Dwarves is probably Khorne and, in Domination mode, Slaanesh. Demons of Chaos is pretty tough. Demons of Chaos is probably tougher than Khorne, in fact. But they're usually pretty resilient. They can go really wide. They bring lots of really powerful missiles. And if they just shoot their opponent off the field, you know, what can you do against that? Good range tools are at a premium. And the Dowie have a nice balance across all the various ranges if they're looking for answers. Like, they've got Grudge Rakers for really close-in DPS support, where they can just, like, nuke single entities out of existence. Quarrelers are very good you know, mid-range infantry unit that can poke away at enemy archers pretty efficiently without taking too much damage in return. And they've also got Iron Trade Trollhammer torpedoes. That's a little bit longer range, anti-large, anti-SE stuff. Beautiful use of the missile mirror here. The Grudge Rakers actually do a pretty substantial amount of damage to themselves here. It's a pretty rare spell to see, honestly, so I'm not super surprised that Dower caught off guard the first time. There is a pretty easy way to counter Missile Mirror, though. You just don't shoot. Like, it's a very obvious spell when it gets cast. It's a very annoying-looking little, like, orb that's, like, floating over the unit itself. It's telegraphed pretty hard, so you can just turn the fire at will off and turn your unit away. Like, just trot them back a little bit. Use it as a chance to reposition the unit, and then it just doesn't even matter that your opponent cast it. Missile Mirror could use some kind of buff, in my opinion. Onyx Crowman gets smacked up by the Thunderers as they're getting into combat. Hattie is being a little bit too cautious here. There's no reason to even go up onto your opponent's objective. And Dowie are not a faction that wants to sit back, actually. So the way that the Dowie want to handle the battlefield, typically, is they want to use the early games to take as much positioning as possible. For one very specific reason, is that Dowie units are just slow as hell, dude. I mean, they're not even as slow as molasses. It's more like watching a tree grow in real time. You will notice the difference eventually, but damn, could it have gone a little bit quicker, you know? Let me see a time lapse or something. Everything is like 28 speed for the dwarves. You need to have the ground ahead of time so that if you do get pushed back, you don't have to, like, push back through your opponent and then get back up on your points. Because if you have to recontest objectives with the Dowie, you're in a bad spot. You're in a really bad way. Hattie finally getting a little bit more aggressive, looking to get up on the number 2, but these miners have gotten manhandled in the process. You'll probably be okay for that. Miners are, at the very least, just a cheap unit, so losing them isn't the end of the world, but it would have been nice to have them a little bit healthier so they could continue to screen some. The Quarrelers getting into position. Pummeling the Peasant Long Spearmen, good choice of target early. I would definitely focus on the Iron Hail Gunners next. And you definitely need to spread these units out, because the Sky Junk may not be the best unit in the world, but its artillery shots, the rocket, as you can see, has fairly wide spread on it. When you've got your units this close together, you're actually allowing your opponent to get a lot of collateral damage that you could be avoiding if you just spread the units out more. You've got plenty of room, right? And the Dowie are pretty good at defending their missiles, and they're also fairly resilient themselves with good melee defense and armor values. Keeping your units spaced apart is a huge element to any gun line. You just can't keep them this close together. Another issue is that when they're really close together like this and something engages onto them, like one unit attacking a Quarreler here could lock both down in combat, and when they're literally right next to one another, look at how close they are. They're trying to turn around. They're getting obstructed by people in the back line, and they're not getting very clear firing arcs. They're very lucky that the Righteous Lances are pulling out here. What the Righteous Lances could have done is landed here, turned around, and immediately attacked the other Quarreler, and then gotten back up in the air while these guys were all picking themselves up off the ground. Righteous Lances looking to pull out here, and actually going after the cannon. Not a bad call. Might be able to grind out some decent value there. The biggest problem for Hugs is that Hugs just doesn't really have any infantry presence to take objectives. It's a really good Talons in the Night, though. Gonna do some pretty respectable damage, and these are Longbeards, so this is definitely a pocket of infantry that's worth casting that on. If it were just a couple of Dowie Warriors, it'd be a pretty serious waste of magic, but there the Shugengan Lord is actually able to get something done. Where the hell is the Shugengan Lord? Am I crazy? Oh, here it is. The banner was hiding behind all of the single entities. About 800 value. Kind of like all the spells in here. Okay, so you don't need all of the spells. You really don't. Blossom Wind for sure. This is not a very effective spell. It looks really good on paper, but I've tested it out in a lot of different matchups, and it just does not do anything for whatever reason. It just seems really mediocre. I think it moves too quickly. I think if the spell actually moved just a little bit slower, it would actually do enough damage to be worth it. But the AoE actually just blazes past people. It imbues a blinded effect, but only for 10 seconds. The only spell that you really want here is Talons of the Night, and then maybe for the Dowie, Ancestral Warriors are okay. The Ancestral Warriors are an anti-large infantry unit. But they are like a Celestial Dragon Guard in terms of stats, and you can summon them on top of the Dowie range units and actually be able to kill them pretty quickly. They also have a Frostbite aura on them. I would just be bringing these two and trying to get the best possible casts out of them. You don't really need Storm of Shadows. You've got Onyx Croman to control the Gyrocopters anyways. As I said, Blossom Wind kind of sucks, and Missile Mirror is too easily countered for how short of a duration it is. Literally 18 seconds. You double its duration, and it's 36, which is nice, but again, that's just 36 seconds of your opponent just not shooting and not damaging themselves, and then it's just functionally wasted magic, in my opinion. The Shooting Gun Lord and the Jade and Jet line are trying to do damage. I don't know what it is about these things. These single entities, these are some of the worst single entities in the game. They just don't do damage. You can see they've only gotten about 200 value each, which is pretty abysmal. They just aren't very good at clearing out enemy infantry. They're better against single entities, in my experience, actually. Because they've got, this one has a silence effect on it, they've got good weapon strength, they've got like reasonably good combat stats. They don't have collision attacks, so they just kind of run into infantry, and then they can, like, sweep through them with their actual melee attacks, but they rack up value just way too slowly by doing that. Looking to get after the Iron Drakes, which would be a good target for them. You know, these guys, fairly tanky unit with a ton of armor, but they don't have a huge HP pool, and a pretty large number of entities in the unit means that the Jet and the Jade Lion, this is actually where they can do some serious damage. They just immediately punts two of these poor guys away. Third one, look at how far they end up going. Oh my goodness. Getting in here, missing every one of their attacks, which is amazing. Good job, guys. Don't worry about it. It's not like this unit only has 27 melee defense or anything. I don't know why these guys are so freaking useless. Maybe their animations are bugged or something, because I swear, every time I see them fighting infantry, they're just not doing anything. Onyx Croman are able to clean up the cannon. Righteous Lances died back there, unfortunately for Cathay. They still haven't capped objectives, and they're not going to take them away from the Dowie. The Dowie just need to keep summoning their units out. 1,500 supplies. It's not a bad idea to bank up supplies in domination mode. Getting up to around 1,600 isn't a bad idea, because then you can be like, oh, I just need to save up for the last little bit for one of my elite units. Or you can use it to summon out like a wave of reinforcements that you can then use to like reinforce a point. Or to take a like risky dive and engage against your opponent, right? And kind of catch them off guard. The Dowie can't really do the surprise so much, but they can definitely summon in like waves of units with, you know, just being able to summon them together gives them some reasonable protection and ability to appeal for each other. Since they're so slow, the worst thing that can happen to the Dowie is the reinforcements getting intercepted constantly. So summoning out in bunches like this is actually a pretty good idea for the dwarves, so they're usually going to be able to get up on a point, or if they do get engaged, it's a lot harder for your opponent. I actually thought that the cannon crew was dead, but apparently not so. Just enough guys to be able to recrew 3 of the cannons here. They're going to be able to chip away at these big monsters. They did finally take down the Iron Drakes. It took them freaking ages. Still haven't gotten good value. Shooting Gun Lord with 1100 value here. I don't know what the hell is happening right now. Ancestral Warriors summon in the middle of nowhere. This is not how you use a summon, by the way. Summons need to be dropped on better targets of opportunity. If you drop this Ancestral Warrior summon over here on this blob of Dowie units as they're engaged, you can get a lot more value that way. They are Longbeards, so they wouldn't terror out. That is one other thing about the Ancestral Warriors, is they cause terror, which is pretty cool. Summons are very limited in terms of how long they stay on the field, so summoning them away from a fight and then running them in is usually a bad idea, because you waste, like, I mean, you wasted literally, like, 15, 25, 30 seconds? You wasted 30 seconds getting up into a fight, and you still got massacred by these Iron Drakes. Look at these guys rallying. 4 of them doing huge damage to the Ancestral Warriors, actually, alongside this cannon. And the Miner's doing the smart thing and just running away. Like, why give your opponent the fight that they're looking for, you know? Avoid it at all costs, and you know, get a huge edge that way. That's why I'm saying summon it on top of something like this, where, you know, you got, like, all these enemy infantry, like, engaged against one of your forces. You use the summon to pen them in, and there's no escaping because of the frostbite. Even if you don't kill all the Longbeards, you're at least going to get, like, 300 or 400 value out of your summon if you use it over there. Cathay secures their back point pretty nicely. It's very firmly held for the most part. Just need to clean up this miner unit so it doesn't rally in and get after your cannon crew, and you'll be perfectly set for a late game push here. But Cathay is also in trouble on the number 1, because they're just not capping this anytime soon. And they need the triple cap. By the time they're able to get one or the other, it's going to be in a position where the Dowie just need a handful of points to win. Onyx Crowman get back on top of the cannon. Are they dead for real this time? Okay, there's only 5 guys left. Maybe these 5 guys rally, but they'll only be able to crew 1 cannon, which will be alright. The Cathay cannons have a lot of chevrons, but they don't have the most important thing, which is Harmony. Finally getting it here. Getting that reload reduction time, and leadership. Speed, not really all that important. Just the reload skill is the biggest part of the equation for the Grand Cannons, but they lose it as the Jade Lancers are moving out. I don't know, dude. I just don't see Grand Cathay winning this one. They don't have anything to punish this Longbeard blob either. They could have dropped the Talons of the Night on top of these guys instead of the Ancestral Warriors, because the spells are only 1 Winds of Magic off from one another in terms of cost. Being able to use Talons of the Night on 4 blobbed up infantry units is about as fat as a spellcast would get. And yeah, the Dowie have spell resistance, but Grand Cathay's casters are very powerful. They all have Mastery of the Elemental Winds, so they all self-buff their own magic. If you add in a couple of Alchemists here, you could have enough spell resistance, or enough spell amplitude to completely circumvent the resistance that Dowie have innately. And then your Talons of the Night are just going to absolutely wreck any blobbed up infantry units. Grand Cannon doing some pretty nice damage here to the Iron Drakes and the Thunderers, but also friendly firing a lot. I would honestly say that even though you're getting good damage here, I would just avoid that entirely. Focus fire over here on this reinforcing blob, because the Jade Lancers are going to lock both these units down for ages, and Hattie's shown a couple of times here, I would say. They're kind of unconcerned with getting their units attacked and continuing to have them blobbed up. Jade Lancers running away. The risk with friendly firing is that you imbue the leadership reduction on your own units, and then they break at a really awful moment, and you just lose, just by the sheer virtue of that untimely break. They like run away, and then they're getting shot at by the units they were engaged in melee with. And they just get blasted off the field. Dowie were able to win this game here. I think this would have been winnable for Cathay if... I think if they just don't bring Sky Junks, they just aren't good enough, dude. They don't do enough damage to infantry, in my opinion. They're one of the worst single-entity artillery pieces in the game. They're expensive, they fly, they're very squishy to combat characters and furies and shooting. Dowie have the shooting. They even have gyrocopters that fly and can shoot them down. Cathay just needs every last little bit of juice on the ground so they actually hold on to points. Because they are god-awful in the cap weight department, and they have no melee infantry whatsoever to try and grab a point in the late game. All they have is stuff like Onyx Croman for DPS, and they don't provide any cap weight. It leaves Cathay looking real thin, oftentimes, if you see, like, lots of flyers up in the sky for them. If they bring a bunch of flying units, like the Sky Junks and the Lanterns, just bum rush the rest of the army. If you kill the Grand Cathay army on the ground, then all the flyer value in the world will get them nowhere. It's way too much to ask for the flyers to carry. Mostly because a lot of them aren't even all that amazing to begin with. Like, Righteous Lances are a solid unit, but they need a lot of support to really thrive. Onyx Croman, they crumble out, they're pretty low leadership. If they're just forced to take engagements by themselves, they're pretty easy to counter. It's usually when Onyx Croman and Jade Lancers are able to, like, double team units that they really start to shine. And that's one of the reasons why Anticity was able to win with a pure mobility build. It was like all Peasant Horsemen, all Jade Lancers, Onyx Croman with like Crane Gunners in reserve and stuff like that. It actually works pretty good for Grand Cathay. So these are the stronger units anyways. You just don't bring any of their garbage infantry. Because Jade Lancers, or, sorry, not Jade Lancers. Jade Warriors are just too reliant on Harmony to actually be able to even hold in combat. Their stats are too bad independent of Harmony. They have to have this or they're just genuinely dreadful. And that's not a good place for any infantry unit to be in. That's why I want to see Harmony get reworked. Cathay is really close to being good, but they've just got some really funky mechanics that are very counterintuitive for domination mode. Okay, yeah, I'll find you, Rec. I'm trying to just do things in order. My goal is to get all of the replays done today. So, we're going to try and motor through them nice and quick while I provide as much information as possible for you. If you dropped your replays the other day in the Discord, then I've got them, and we'll get to them. Pinky promise. So we got Snickerdoodle versus Tankette. Doodle here is a Nurgle main. I've actually had a lot of really good games on ladder against Doodle. Playing the Empire here. Honestly, not what I would have expected as a secondary faction. You know, most people when they pick their mains, like I play Khorne, my secondary faction is Beastmen. You know, I really like the aggressive rush style factions. I would have figured that Snickerdoodle would like choose one of the other Chaos factions as their secondary, but the Empire is really fun, right? I mean, they're a campaign mainstay for a reason. They have really fun mechanics there. And they've also got some really cool aesthetics, you know. They're like one of the planar factions in a lot of ways, but that in and of itself kind of gets you amped up to play them, because it's just like a bunch of regular-ass dudes fighting against some of the most, like, horrific monstrosities in the world, you know. I think you can throw a Hagwitch into the terrifying monstrosities, because their lore is pretty terrifying. They're pretty powerful casters. They have some pretty cool magic that they can throw out. Maybe a little too deep into the magic here. I mean, you don't need all of this. probably just want something, probably just want your spells to be a little bit more tuned for the faction you're fighting. I think against the Empire, Malediction of Madness is your best spell. It's just a... Rampages are good on any faction, but for Kislev, especially strong, because they've also got really good mobility. And they can do stuff like rampaging. They can rampage Haakon Long Rifles while they're taking early engagements. Run them over with some Griffin Legion that might be flanking, and the Hawklins are just, like, wandering around, confused as hell. Whenever you rampage a shooting unit, it forces them into melee mode. They don't actually continue firing their guns, which is pretty huge. Something to keep in mind for sure. Curse of the Ancient Witch is also a pretty good spell for Empire Knights. Lowering armor by 60 is no joke, and it lasts ages. Oh, and it spreads. Oh, that's really cool. I've seen Oishi use this spell against the High Elves, which is a pretty cool tech. I wouldn't bring Forbidden Fens. And Witchbrew is absolutely dreadful. The damage is fine, I guess, but the heal, the overcasted heal, is frickin' garbage. It does nothing for you. It just doesn't last long enough. It's 7 seconds of 0.6 healing with some bigger reduction in immunity to contact effects. Like, 7 seconds of being immune to contact is nothing. That's really only good if it's a perpetual thing. I'd like to see the overcasted version get changed a little bit, maybe, so it's usable. But I guess if you want to use this on, like, Spearmen, sure, you can do a little bit of work that way. Gotta be careful, though, man. These Hag Witches are expensive, and she's getting pummeled by the Hammer of the Witches right now.
The enemy has captured one of your victory points.
Good positioning with the Griffin Legion and the Hag Witch now behind the shot blockers on the reverse side of a hill. This is exactly how Napoleon's artillery was countered at Waterloo for some historical perspectives on terrain tactics. It's kind of hard to fire on a flat trajectory over the top of a hill and hit the backside of it. So you can just sit there and be pretty comfortable, you know. There's nothing forcing you forward anymore, right? Like, the idea behind bringing artillery early with most factions is that you want to force your opponent forward. If you just, you know, choose your positioning wisely and away from the firing range of the cannons themselves, you can get away with murder just by holding on to the points early where your opponent is, like, constantly having to, like, summon out all of their mobility and waiting and, you know, trying to build up their forces into a position where they can actually do some damage to you. Kislev looks like they're going to be trying to press back here. I would not recommend this. They're at a numbers disadvantage by a fair margin. And the Empire's Haakon Long Rifles are going to be pretty safe here. They'll easily be able to shoot down the Kossar's spears. And you see the Hammer of the Witches still hammering back here. Marcus Wolfhart with a beautiful net on the Griffin Legion. And then there's also Demigryph Halberds over here. There's no reason to be, like, running up into a fight with these guys. Demigryph Halberds are a very dangerous unit that you do not want to be messing with when you've got heavy cavalry that don't have a ton of AP. Very bad trade for poor Kislev. I mean, this Griffin Legion got hit by literally everything. They got snared, they got hit by Buna, they got countercharged by Demigryph Halberds. Hammer of the Witches gets forgotten about, though, and Tankette's actually able to get up on it. Snickerdoodle needs to respond there pretty quickly. It's bringing out more Demigryph Halberds. And the Haakon Long Rifles actually getting pummeled by the Kossars a little bit. Not too badly for them, luckily. They're a very flimsy unit. Very low amount of HP. 20 armor is next to nothing. I mean, they might as well be wearing loincloths at this point. It's kind of funny, just a small tangent. It's kind of funny what some units some units with light armor have on, like, visibly. Like, these guys clearly don't have anything other than the shirts on, as well as these, like, leather boots. That's probably all of their armor. Spearmen, on the other hand, have, like, actual, like, proper armor plates on, and they have 10 more armor than the Hawken long rifles. What? It's a little silly. It's a little unreflective of it, but, you know. Who's to argue, right? It's a game. Oath Brothers of Tor looking to get up into the back line. The Hagwitch here getting pummeled by the counterfire from the Hawklands. Oath Brothers of Tor are a pretty good unit. I've grown on them a little bit. I used to think they were just absolute dog water, but they're a little bit better than that. They're just really expensive. They're having to dive all the way up into the back line again. It's just not going to work out for them in the long term. They trade out pretty effectively here because they have Tor's Battle Hymn, but that wears off, and there's still spear support here. Spears are actually fairly effective even against heavily armored units because they just have a good enough bonus versus large that they can hit consistently against skewer units like the Oath Brothers, right? Looking pretty nice for them. And Marcus Wolfheart looking to chip away with his bow as well. He should have a net up real soon, which will do some pretty big work for the Empire. You can see their front line not scrapping very well against the armored Kossars. This has really only been... it's really the only area where I would say Kislev's having a good time. I mean, everywhere else, they're just getting absolutely slaughtered in the backfield. Oh my god, I'm point-blank shot from the cannon, taking out multiple Bear Riders here. Fire Blood procs. They'll be able to hold for a little bit longer, but, you know, more of them getting shot and going down here. You got the Pistoliers poking. Marcus Wolfheart trying his best to kill some of these guys. Castalton's going to be real lonely here. And Castalton is a pretty squishy character. He's a little bit harder to kill on the Bear, where he's got 75 armor. But these Bears, as decent of a unit as the mounts are, the mass is kind of poor. 1800 mass really isn't all that great. He has a pretty hard time escaping from bad battlefield situations where something like a heavy cavalry unit has gotten on top of him. Or, God forbid, like a Demigryph Halberd. And then he can also just get Spirit Leech to death. Like, does he... Yeah, Urson's Ward is okay, but it proccing when he's at less than 25% HP, I think is a little egregious considering he only has 80 leadership. Like, oftentimes what I've seen happen with Castalton is that Urson's Ward procs, and he's actually breaking at the same time as he's getting the heals, which is really ridiculous, man. Like, if you're gonna give a unit a heal that only activates when they're basically on death's bed, just make them unbreakable. I don't understand why Castalton isn't unbreakable to begin with. He actually not terror routes, but just routes an awful lot for somebody who's supposed to be this fanatically devout and obsessive religious figurehead, right? I would prefer to see them really lean into the into that fanaticism. He's decent. Oh, he's decent enough though. He's getting some pretty good value here, but I mean, Kislev just put themselves into a hole too early. You don't ever want to be diving your opponent's backfield in the opening minutes of a game. It's never going to work. Definitely not against somebody as experienced as Snickerdoodle. And especially against the Empire. They've got Lightcasters. They've got Marcus Wolfheart. They've got a lot of access to snares. And your cavalry as Kislev is pretty expensive. Griffin Legion are 1,250 gold. Like, they're worth every single penny of it, but you don't want to be losing them before they can uptrade. They're a carry unit for you. You need to treat them as such. I think Tankette, honestly, would be in a winning position if they had just stayed back. They didn't have to trickle forward like that. They came under a little bit of fire from the Hawken long rifles, but all you need to do when the Hawken long rifles start shooting at you, you don't even need your infantry on the point, right? Like, the Empire was all the way back here in a very defensive posture. They had 1 or 2 units poking you. Just move your units off the point for a minute. Like, see if you can reposition your forces to get the Empire to maybe try and creep up on this point, and then you don't have to engage nearly as deep, right? And you force the Hammer of the Witches forward as well. Like, it's got to trickle forward if it's going to get any kind of value against your infantry, if they're constantly falling back out of its range. And if you just use this pillar over here in the forest, I mean, there's no way it can even get into a position to shoot anything on the side of the map, basically. Because where's it going to go? If the Hammer of the Witches wants to shoot around this forest, where is it going to sit? It can't shoot from over here, nor from here, 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 here. It's got to go all the way around, basically up onto the objective before it can hit onto the backside of this hill. And if you've got all of your opponent's forces concentrated in one area, right, because they're protecting the cannon and the Hawklands, just rotate around and take their home objective. And then you can just rotate back. And if they keep trying to, like, pour units out to retake, that's when you can get a little more aggressive on the other side of the field. It's a push and pull, man. Like, battles between gun lines are often won not by just, like, brutally overwhelming your opponent's position. It's who can position their gun units better to get more value, you know? And a lot of that is just by making sure that your formations are well situated to actually be able to force your opponent forward without having to overcommit. If you can do that, then you'll get a win, 9 times out of 10. Hammer of the Witch is going down. It got like 1,500 value. Yep. Pretty nice. Royal Altar Griffites are cleaning up some Griffin Legion in the open field, and the Boydanov's Brawlers getting absolutely annihilated by the Hawklands, as well as some artillery fire I saw going down on them, and Marcus, I think, was poking away at them too. So, just a really solid game from Snickerdoodle. Snickerdoodle, as I said, is pretty experienced. This isn't what I would have thought would be their secondary, but it's kind of cool to see them playing Empire as opposed to another Chaos faction. You know, it's good to branch out and play a little bit of everything once you've gotten a few factions, like, really under your belt, and you've got a very firm grasp on how they work. Because then you can kind of play around against your own faction, figure out for yourself what does and doesn't work, know your own counters, and then also have maybe a little bit of a firmer grasp on the other faction's weak points as you, like, learn, oh, this is definitely not the way to use these guys, blah, 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 gotta be careful of this, that, and the other. You definitely don't want to get too stale. Because I love Khorne, but I can tell you from, like, very personal experience, if you only play one faction, you're going to get bored with that faction, you're going to lose interest in the game, and you're also going to, I think, stagnate and get kind of bad with them, because there was a point where I was oversaturating myself on playing Khorne over and over again in tournaments, and my performances were getting worse and worse, and then I was just like, whatever. I just went into a bunch of other tournaments, and I picked other factions, even if I didn't know them that well. And I started playing way better with Khorne as a result. Because I was playing factions that I had been struggling against, and then I really kind of understood what I was doing wrong. Better than just losing in those matchups themselves. We didn't watch... No, did we watch this? We did watch this. Must have skipped over the Empire Kislev game. Oh, it was a repeat. Okay. Good to know. Here you go, Rek. Look at that. You're next up. We've got Rek on Grand Cathay. This is looking a little bit more like a respectable Grand Cathay build. I really wish Sky Junks were good, but they're just not. They are almost always going to be a big drag on you, unfortunately. That's something that CA needs to do. Some units really are just more meant for campaign. Like, I imagine Sky Junks actually work pretty nicely there. Multiplayer does come with some caveats that, you know, it can be a little restrictive on occasions as to what units can and can't do well.
We are better equipped. We are more dutiful. Victory is inevitable.
Hell yeah, that was a pretty nice speech. Alright, so Shugengan Lord is just kind of motoring forward, Jade Shield and Dragon Breath, really good spells, dude. Dragon Breath is disgustingly powerful. We don't have any of the spell amplitude, so it's just at 100% intensity, but that's still good enough damage. If you really want to have fun with Dragon Breath, then bring 2 Alchemists with nothing on them, literally no spells, no items, no abilities. And you just get this thing boosted up to 145% effectiveness. And you just destroy every lightly armored unit on the field. It is absolutely filthy. If you get Dragon Breath boosted up enough and overcast it, you can quite literally one-shot poorly armored targets like Eternal Guard. I'm not exaggerating. I have seen people do it to Slaanesh with Grand Cathay many times. It is actually pretty amazing. Grand Cathay, shockingly, is pretty okay into Slaanesh. Because the Onyx Crowmen have magic damage, they're pretty good at killing lightly armored stuff. Jade Lancers and Peasant Horsemen can just flood out and overwhelm mass Hellstrider swarms. And you can just, like, bunker up with a ton of crossbows and stuff and shoot them down. It's actually pretty cool.
Keep it from the foe.
Good Slaanesh players can obviously beat Grand Cathay, because Cathay is just so limited in terms of build style, but it's something that's just kind of nice to see. A weaker faction having a pretty okay matchup into one of the higher tier factions in the game right now. Wardens of Sithril on the flank here, and there goes a pretty nice Dragon Breath. Doesn't hit totally square. So, the Glade Guard only lose about 1/3 of their HP. I mean, that's still pretty substantial damage. It just could have been a lot worse for them. Wild Riders out on the field. The Wild Hunters of Kurnus, no less. Christmas Cav, dude. Nice little hop, buddy. They're pretty cool. I love this unit. They hit hard as hell. They've got great combat stats. They uptrade pretty easily, as long as they're taking good engagements. There are some risks to using them right now, though. With this Grand Cathay army, you got a lot of mobility on the field already. Like a ton of Peasant Horsemen, as well as 1 Jade Lancer, and there's a lot of crossbows, too. And while the Wild Hunters of Kurnus do have a shield, a silver shield, which is very rare for cavalry, actually, they only have 40 armor. So when they do get hit by the bows, they're going to be taking a lot of HP damage. It's going to be really ugly for them. So they're trying to get back Gate Master of all units out here. I've been seeing Grand Cathay players use this guy a little bit more. I don't know how good he truly is, but should be good enough. There's a good Dragon Breath. I mean, literally right down the pipe of the entire unit. It takes half their HP away instantly. Now the Jade Warrior crossbows are in position, and they are putting some hateful fire down on the Wood Elves right now. With the Peasant Horsemen getting right up into the backfield, this is the risk of going with Orion as your lord. Orion is expensive, dude. He costs an arm and a leg. With this kit that he's got here, I think he's just over 2,000 gold. And you also got the Waystalker, who's got all of the items. It's a very expensive character. You've also got 2 units just off in the middle of nowhere. Like, if you want to use these guys to sneak into the backline and try to, like, ambush your opponent, that's all well and good, but the second that you see all of the Peasant Horsemen getting summoned out, just rotate back. Don't leave them out in the middle of nowhere, because what's going to happen now is they couldn't push earlier because all the cavalry was, like, right up next to them. They're going to take this point. Cathay is going to realize something's going on over here. They're going to send a couple of units over. And then when they're done killing all of the isolated Wood Elf missiles over here, they're just going to rotate around and just get great charges off on those guys and kill them too. Jade Warrior Halberds coming up. Is it just 2 of them? Hold on. Give me a sec, guys. Yeah, 2 Halberd units. Gatemaster is fighting the Waywatcher, or the Waystalker. Kind of losing out here, but a lot of that is because the Wild Hunters of Kurnus are here. And they're doing a really good job of manhandling this poor little Gatemaster. You know, he's a little too far from the Bastion for his liking. You know, he's not he's not at his absolute peak form, so to speak. Glade Riders coming in, actually doing a pretty good job of hammering down the Peasant Horsemen right now. Decent Dragon Breath there. These Peasant Horsemen are going to be retreating. They've basically done the damage they need to. They've given time for Jade Warriors to kill some of the Eternal Guard. They've beaten up all of the Glade Guard. One Starfire Shaft is running back here. Not totally dead, but only has 54 models left. The Wardens of Sithril are being shot by missiles, and that's not really what they want to have happening right now. Again, Silver Shield, but light armor. Very expensive, so even if the Jade Warriors take an eternity to kill these guys, it's still not a very good trade. These guys really need to be getting up into combat as quickly as possible. I think this is really just an example of like a really solid build from Cathay and good priority on summons, just overwhelming an opponent who's not really understanding how to counter a Grand Cathay build like this, you know. Because Wood Elves do have a pretty good matchup into Cathay. Their missiles trade pretty effectively into Jade Warrior crossbows. They're slightly longer range. Not the Swift Shiver Shards, but you can see the Glade Guard are a little bit longer range. Way Watchers also can throw down a lot of firepower. Dryads are alright. You really just have to worry about Dragon Breath and your opponent's Onyx Crowmen and their cavalry, though. Like, you're not really under that much threat from the Jade Warriors. Jade Warriors just don't do a lot of damage. They're just a line holder. Really what the Wood Elves want to do in this matchup is go as deep into either dive or into a much better missile line than Grand Cathay. Because if you do one or the other, you either just blitz through your opponent's main formation, kill all their missiles while they're, you know, like developing out cavalry, thinking that they're going to go after your missile line, which they can't trade into anymore. Or you bring a ton of AP shooting and just blast them off the field, because 3 Way Watchers focus firing a Jade Warrior will delete that unit. It's pretty vicious. Way Watchers are one of the few AP missile units that you actually don't mind shooting into chaff armored infantry with, just because they do so much damage, and they got a lot of ammunition. Way Watchers, I think, have 24 volleys, which is that's a lot of arrows, man. It's a lot of damage that they'll throw out on you. Kosenkov is holding on to the back point, but losing these Dryads here, they get nailed by the Nangao grenades, which gets some decent value on them. Bandits of the Silver Road also putting down some damage on them. It's actually a pretty smart combo. Let me just talk about this for a second. So the Bandits have a flammable imbuement on their missile, so it makes Dryads even weaker to fire damage than they already are. You can see here, they've got a natural 25% weakness to fire. Another 20% on that gets them up to 45. And then the Nangao grenades have flaming attacks. So not only do the bandits self-buff themselves with their fire damage, but the Nangao grenades are even more effective at that point. It's a really smooth combo, honestly. I really like that. Rek obviously knows what he's doing with Cathay. This is a little bit more in line with what Cathay wants to do. You bring out tons of infantry early, and then just bring all your horsemen out as quickly as possible, with some heavy hitters in the late game. Or you do the mass mobility build I was talking about earlier that Anticity likes, where you just only bring cavalry and only like crane gunners and some Jade Warrior crossbows and stuff like that. Maybe a couple of just Dragon Guard or something. But this infantry build's a lot easier to execute, right? The full mobility builds are cool, and they can work, but you have to have pretty exceptional micro, and just like really good attention to detail to be able to pull those kinds of builds off. Usually it's better to start out with the basics. Just learn your ABCs of Total War. I should actually figure out what exactly that means. Always be something. I'll come up with something eventually, guys. Give me some time on it. Something catchy. Peasant long spears moving in. Something else to note is that the Zhanggu war drums are pretty awesome for one particular buff. Disdain of the Dragon Emperor gives ITP, melee attack, and reload skill to everything in its radius. It's a pretty big radius. 100 meters. As long as you're close to your units, these guys are actually turning into some fairly terrifying combatants. You can see how weak their stats are at base normally, 20 and 24, and now it's up to 32 and 30. Very juicy combat stats for such a cheap peasant unit. The Jade Warriors here with 38 and 40 are actually looking like a pretty respectable foe. This is partially why I want to see Harmony get reworked. The problem with Harmony in Domination mode is that the radius on it is pretty restrictive. And it means that Cathay is just really ponderous with their infantry. They don't really have a lot of flexibility. It'd be a little bit nicer, in my opinion, if the way that Harmony worked was just taking into account how many Yin Harmony units and how many Yang Harmony units are on the field. And the closer they are to having the same number of each, the better Harmony is. So if you have an even number of Yin units and Yang units, then Harmony is at max effect across the battlefield with the Harmony modifiers that your lords give, right? Like some amplify Harmony. Otherwise, you just get the base amount. Because the battlefield's like, why, oh why is it 60 meters? 60 meters for Harmony between units is pretty abysmal. I mean, look at this, dude. Like, they're not even that far away from one another. How is this spear not in Harmony with this Jade Warrior unit, right? Like, they don't need to be right next door to each other having a tea party, you know, for these bowmen to be supported, right? Like, the units are here on the field, literally right next to them almost, and they're not getting the benefit of having the Harmony up. It's just so silly. Increase the range on Harmony to like 100 meters or something, please. I'm begging you, CA. Either that or, you know, change the actual mechanic itself to be something a little bit more intuitive, because the way it's set up right now is honestly just kind of punishing for people who want to play Grand Cathay. It's just too many things to juggle at once for a faction that's this slow and just doesn't have that many damage-dealing units in general. Like, mostly you just see, like, Onyx Crowmen and Jade Lancers together all the time because they're units that can actually synergize the Harmony really easily by constantly fighting next to one another. Empress's Crowmen flying overhead. Did they use their bombs? They used one bomb. And they're going after the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, who have traded fairly well. They're pretty healthy, and this is a big loss. Tattered units like this, you either need to unsummon the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, you needed to have done it yesterday, or if you're not gonna, then what you need to be doing is getting aggressive with them so that they can grind out a little bit more value, because they still haven't technically paid for themselves. They cost $14.50. And with 21 models on the charge, they can do a ton of damage. I mean, they could be bulldozing the Bandits of the Silver Road right now. Go clean up this Nangao grenade, maybe, even. Grand Cathay Rec has just done a great job of keeping the forces nice and consolidated. Doing a really good job of juggling Harmony. And using all the ammunition on the Jade Warrior crossbows here. Absolutely brutal. You cannot let that happen if you're playing against Cathay. Cathay's melee units are honestly a no-go in terms of early trades. You do not want to fight the Jade Lancer, or the Jade Warriors. I keep calling them Jade Lancers. Don't fight Jade Warriors, don't fight Peasant Long Spearmen until you've killed the enemy's missile line. What you want to do is threaten charges at the most, and see if your opponent will countercharge and then run away and try and open up gaps in the formation. Just, like, running right up into the Jade Warrior wall is never a good idea, because look at the value on these Jade Warriors. They are beat to shit, and they've gotten no value. They cost 550 gold, and they've contributed about 100. 200. 90. Pretty abysmal, man. And that's with the Zhonggu War Drum buffing them up for a lot of the game. You compare that to the cost efficiency of these crossbows, and you can see where the bread is buttered for Cathay. If you're not killing the missiles, then you're throwing, unfortunately. I don't want to be, like, mean about it, but it's a big mistake that you just absolutely cannot afford to make.
I knew it. Unending glory is yours.
Force Cathay into a melee fight, and you'll beat them every day of the week. Even if they have the harmony from the Zhangu War Drum, they're not even that good in melee. So, I would say that's just a little bit of a... it's a build difference. It's a little bit of matchup knowledge, not really being fully understood by Kosenkov. Just adjust your targeting priority and how you're taking those engagements, and I think you're fine. And make sure you've got plenty of mobility. Because Cathay infantry are slow, but they can throw out just tons of horsemen. And so can Wood Elves. Wood Elves, like I said, need to do one of two things. They either go full dive with tons of their own mobility and cavalry to protect their melee units, or they go really heavy into missiles and they try and force Cathay forward, which is fairly doable. They've got a lot of stalk units that have pretty good range themselves, and can poke away at the Jade Warriors. Like, what you can do... let's try and show off a Wood Elf build that I think would work. I don't think the Glady's very good here. Glade Lord, probably not. Honestly, I think Drycha is your best bet here. She's small, she's hard to snipe, she's got really good spells. I mean, you can just drop Melkoths all game and then maybe punish blobs of Cathay units with Pit of Shades if you get the opportunity. If all you do is drop Melkoths, though, you're still winning with her. She's cheap, she's very available. It's way more cost-effective than Orion. Like, you cut all this stuff. Yeah, 1950. It's still pretty expensive, man. I mean, you don't get any real magic. Orion is cool, and he works in a handful of matchups, but I don't think Cathay is the one for him. He's too lightly armored. He just gets... he gets absolutely shredded by stuff like Onyx Chromin if they land on him. He also gets killed by light missiles too easily. His Cloak of Aisha is a decent heal, but again, it only procs when he's below a certain threshold of HP, which is already in the danger zone for him. So if your opponent's just focus firing him enough, it doesn't matter that he's healing and has damage resistance, he'll still die. It's only so much extra protection for him. And Drycha also gets more powerful as she gets damaged, with Fanatical Resolve, which is pretty cool. Fang of Talroth is actually not a bad item, because it puts a cooldown on your opponent's spellcasting. You can bring it if you want. I honestly don't think it'd be bad, considering Grand Cathay's best option in that matchup is to just spam one spell over and over again. Forcing them to have to juggle their cooldowns a little bit more is going to give you a nice edge, but if you cut it, it's not the end of the world. It's not like it's a necessity in this matchup. How you kill the Grand Cathay backline is going to be a bit of a question. I do think a couple Wildwood Rangers are a good call. I mean, they're exceptionally strong in melee combat, and they are very good at killing armored infantry. They're ITP as well. They can hold up against Onyx Chromin also. They just don't want to get charged by cavalry, and you need to be a little bit careful with them on the engages. They do have Stalk, so they can get in pretty close. You could probably use them to creep around the side of the formation, while Dryads kind of run up in and occupy some Jade Warriors or kill peasants or whatnot. You can do this for your Missile Corps, and you can have the Wildwood Rangers in reserve. And then you can just bring all these Glade Riders to start out. And I unironically think this wouldn't be a bad idea, because you use the Hawkeyes and the Way Watchers to just annihilate the Jade Warrior crossbows. Because, yeah, they've got a shield. It's 35% of the damage incoming to them that they'll block. But, again, Way Watchers are really accurate, and they hit like a truck. They fire fairly quickly with tons of ammunition. They've got amazing range. Way better than the crossbows, even. And all they have to do is just jump back away from the front line for a minute to go back into stalk. And they can continually run back and forth into range, firing volleys off and just devastating the Cathay missile units. And then when Cathay is trying to engage you with cavalry, you've already got some to protect yourself. Then you can bring out the Wild Hunters of Kurnus, maybe a couple Wild Riders, or maybe you don't want those. Maybe Stag Knights are good here. I actually think Stag Knights could be good, so bring like one more of those. And just have your infantry clear with the Wildwood Rangers. And then whatever other flavor you like. You got plenty of gold to work with there. A melee rush against Cathay. I'm not 100% sure what lord you bring for the melee. You probably do want a life caster if you're going into melee combat. Bring Earthblood. Regrowth for expensive stuff. Cut as many of these items as possible. Loic's Blessing is kind of cool. I mean, it's a decent ability. It gives speed and unspottable and stalk to units. I guess you could use it on a group of cavalry that are trying to flank around the edge. That'd be pretty interesting use of it. But anyways, like, here's my idea for a rush. Just bring tons of Dryads. Always pretty solid. War Dancers would be pretty good. Actually, maybe you can mix in a couple of War Dancers, because they do have Woven Mist, which gives them missile resistance. That can help them quite a bit at getting in under the radar. And you just try and use the Earthbloods and the Lore passive to keep your stuff healed up as they're grinding in the front line. And you continue to bring out more and more cavalry. Like, just max out on the cav, dude. Unironically, if you're going for a rush build, you just want to do something like this. You want to, like, limit your missile numbers at that point. You could probably mix in a couple of the, like, Hagbane tips or something. Or maybe the Hagbane tip Glade Riders, because Onyx Crowmen have Physres that they rely on for their defensiveness. Glade Riders running around with the 94 speed and the poison and the magic damage could actually shoot them out of the air pretty nicely. You wouldn't really have that many worries of Onyx Crowman catching you either, because you'd be debuffing their speed the entire time. What else could you do? I mean, the Wildwoods, duh. One Azrai Spear. Just for a maneuverable War Dancer unit that can get after Peasant Horsemen and Jade Lancers who are stuck in fights. I don't hate it. You can do something like this. There's risks to this build. I think the missile line for the Wood Elves would probably be better overall. Probably just that little bit more effective in general. But that's another option. That's like your rush option if you really want to go for that. Wood Elves are cool because they're the one elf faction that's got decent damage dealing melee infantry. Dark Elves have a couple options, but it's not amazing. I mean, like Witch Elves and Hargneth Executioners, they're good. Don't get me wrong, but they're both very situational. The Wood Elves, typically speaking, are able to close the gap a little bit better and more consistently than the Dark Elves are in the same kind of fights. Did we watch this one already? Oh, yeah, we definitely did. This is the Arachnarok Spider game. Yeah, just bullies poor Malice. Go watch that one on Monday. It's a pretty good game. Weasel, we did see this one as well. Piston versus Pont, though, we did not get to watch. So we've got Khorne going head-to-head against the Dark Elves. It's a pretty rough matchup for Khorne. Dark Elves do kite so freaking well. They dominate Khorne if they play their cards right. It's not even close, too. It's really ugly. I had a big head about it when I came into it trying to figure out this matchup, and I don't think it's impossible for Khorne, but if your opponent is playing really well and they're just denying you melee engagements, there's not much that you're going to be able to do about it. They'll just run you around in a circle and just kill all your stuff, and you're going to cry. Yeah, Orion is... Yeah, it's sad, man. Orion is such a cool lord, but he really isn't that strong. He works against a couple of the Chaos factions, and that's about it. If he can fight large targets, that's where he's typically pretty solid. I actually think he's pretty good against Nurgle, surprisingly. Skull Cannon shot coming down. You know, they lost a lot of the AP on the Vortex, so they're a little bit less effective against the Dark Elf infantry. I think that's probably one of the things that's flipped this matchup around the most. It used to be that you just countered the Dark Elves with Skull Cannons because they killed all the infantry. They also counter-shoot Scourge Runners really well. And this is why this is a rough matchup for Khorne. The Chaos Warhounds get snared by the High Beastmaster, and the Scourge Runner Chariots throw a ton of fire into the Marauder Horsemen and just absolutely annihilate them in the early going here. Beautiful Sleipnir from Valkia, though. I mean, absolutely roasting these poor Blackheart Corsairs. Furies, and those are Fleshhounds coming out. Where are the Cold One Knight? Ah, there we go. Knights of the Ebon-Claw coming up, actually. Piston's infantry is way too inactive here. I know you don't want to get them shot to pieces, but having them all on the back side of the map, you're not taking any ground, you're not keeping the Dark Elves honest with anything. Just pushing them forward right outside of the range of the Dark Shards to try and force your opponent forward a little bit. And making sure that you spread out to try and overwhelm all the missile troops isn't a bad idea. So right now you're just throwing your mobility in and they just keep getting iced one by one. You can't do that. Like, you get a good engage on the Ravagers of Rakarth here with the Fleshhounds. It would be a little bit better, though, if they weren't also getting counterfired. Like, this is where the Hammer and Anvil of Khorne comes into play. You want your infantry to be pushing back these missile troops right now while the Fleshhounds are killing the chariot. Because as it stands, you might kill this chariot, and that's great, but you will probably lose this Fleshhound. You've already lost some Warhounds, you've lost all these throwing axes, you lost a Fury. That's a lot to lose in exchange for one, like, half-decent unit. Better to get up in your opponent's face and just constantly have them being forced to maneuver around. You do want to be a little careful about how deep into your opponent's lines you get. There is a point at which you're overextending yourself too much, but Khorne is one of the factions where just absolutely mindless aggression can 100% pay off for you up into your opponent's deployment zones. Because your units are so strong in melee fights, you can actually spawn camp with Khorne. I'm going to tell you a forbidden tactic, right? There's some stuff you can do with the Blood God that's kind of filthy. You can actually take positions in forests on your opponent's deployment zones. If you get a Khorne Gore and just plant them right here, like right in your opponent's reinforcement point, they can't bring anything out of here. Not unless it's like melee infantry. And then you can have like Furies over here also to kind of support. Same with this Vanguard. You can, like, cut edges of the map off of your opponent and force them into fights on their own turf and still win. It's pretty hilarious. It's kind of hard to pull off. It takes a lot of patience and time to set up, and it can get you in trouble on other areas of the battlefield if your opponent is aggressive enough. But against a missile-heavy build like what Pont has, I actually think it wouldn't be a bad idea to try and do that. Because if you can keep your opponent's reinforcements from being summoned in on one area of the map, and you can kind of like constrict the battlefield, and you're forcing your opponent to be summon their units out from the other side of the field here, you can control the number 3 and the number 1 a lot easier. Because your opponent can't walk out of the closest vanguard anymore, right? They've got to come all the way from the other side of the field or out of this one reinforcement point here. And if you build up enough forces in here, you can even push to try and constrict that reinforcement point. It's kind of dirty deals, but it's better than doing stuff like this, where you're just, like, flooding the field with marauders, who are just getting absolutely annihilated by Cold One Knights. I mean, look at the damage they did. They got a rear charge, and they instantly break these poor little marauders, brutalizing them. The best thing that has been going on for Khorne is Valkia. She's got 1100 value. She's been pretty solid so far. Skull Cannon's also doing okay. This is a matchup where the Bloodweight Berserkers, I think, are best left at home. An amazing unit, don't get me wrong. Probably the strongest on the entire roster, but I think against the Dark Elves, they're a little too vulnerable. They can't even catch Black Ark Corsair handbows. Their armor at 70 is okay. Again, though, even something like a handbow unit is going to be able to put some decent damage down on these guys. And killing the Bloodweight Berserkers from range is basically all people are banking on nowadays to deal with them. I've actually found a lot of success by just not bringing these guys anymore. Like, the threat alone of them existing on the roster is enough for people to have, like, over-prepared for them to begin with. And if you're throwing out, like, other cost-effective options for Khorne, you can grind pretty effectively into your opponent's factions. Another thing that I'm not seeing here, I mean, I'm seeing Chaos Knights, and this is not really a Chaos Knight matchup. Chaos Knight matchups are, like, Chaos Dowie and Wood Elves, especially. A couple of others, they're okay against Kislev, in my experience. Against Dark Elves, just too much AP, dude. Like, Dark Elves have so much AP, I actually think Demon units are your best bet against the Dark Elves. Like, bring Bloodletters so that you can kill Black Ark Corsairs. You can close the gap on your opponent and get after Dark Shards and stuff who are actually slower than the Bloodletters. Leave your Chaos Warriors and your Forsaken at home. Chaos Warriors because they're too slow. They're not very good against Dread Knights anyways. And Forsaken because they don't have shields, so they just get killed by missiles as well. A couple Flesh Hounds is good. Max out on Furies, absolutely. Furies are amazing into any faction that brings lots of missile troops. Because Khorne Furies are filthy, dude. I mean, they are easily the best Fury variant. They destroy just about everything that's on the field here. They're even good into Cold One Knights. Cold One Knights, if they're engaged in melee and a Fury lands on top of them, Fury's melee attack is 46, 30 melee defense on Cold One Knights. Yeah, they've got 90 armor. These guys still have 13 AP. They can get through Cold One Knight's armor. It's a little slower than it is for, you know, something that's a little bit more lightly armored, like a Dark Shard, of course. You can see the damage that these guys throw down, and this is a fairly heavily armored unit as well. I mean, they just land in, and they get so much value for you. They're kind of important, you know. They're way better than Flesh Hounds in general. Chaos Warhounds are pretty terrible. I wouldn't really be bringing them. You can bring, like, one to chase stuff off. I like the Cultists. Cultists are just really solid units. They've got the Summons, which can be really helpful in this matchup. Look at this. 1,750 gold unit is just hiding in the trees, doing absolutely nothing. That's never a good sign. Like, Piston knows that these guys are under some serious threat right now, but just can't do anything with them. Like, they're gonna come out here and probably die. There's so many Dark Shards over here now. And the aggression from Khorne early just got pushed off, and now they're so beat up they can't even hold their own home objective. Khorne is a good stuffing faction. Lots of Khorne games against Heavy Kite devolve into just keeping your opponent off of objectives as long as possible and winning on tickets. kind of was going for that, but again, pushing so deep into your opponent's lines did end up getting you heavily punished because of Pont's excellent micro on the Knights of the Ebon Claw and the, where's the other Cold One Knight? Oh, here they are. The Cold One Dread Knight. They got pretty decent value. Bloodwing Berserkers finally get into action and immediately get 600 value just about. This is the power of them. I mean, they just kill literally everything. Their stats are absolutely crazy. These guys are... The Bloodwing Berserkers are one melee attack off from having the same melee attack as fucking Archeon, of all people. They brutalize just about anything in melee combat. You do not want to engage them there. You can see Piston, or Pont, immediately pulling back from Piston's Bloodwing Berserkers. And a really nice Cold One Knight charge. Gonna be, you know, punching these guys back a little bit. Cold One Knights can get out, Dark Shards can turn around, and then you can just finish this unit off. It's really well played. I mean, this is pretty textbook dismantling of Khorne with the Dark Elves. Patient early, capping objectives whenever possible, making sure that you don't end up in a triple cap scenario where Khorne can really just, you know, continue to press you back. And, you know, countercharging all of the demons pretty effectively, man. We've seen a lot of demonic crumbling, so this value meter is super deceptive. There's probably been about 1,500 value of Khorne units that have crumbled off the field. Whether that's Fleshhounds and Furies. I don't think they brought any Bloodletters or anything. But if they were out here and they were crumbling out, that'd be some more bad situations for Khorne. Bloodwing Berserkers, dead, gone, dying. You can see them exploding with the Bloodstorm ability. And I think we can just fast forward through this. Valkia is also pushed back. She got 1,800 value. I love Valkia, dude. She's incredible. Skulltaker is a little bit more durable than Valkia. But she's still got her time and place. Sleipnir is still strong as hell. You've seen a couple go down on some of the missile units, and that's where a lot of the damage on these Dark Shards and some of the Black Ark Corsairs has come from, actually. And then she's also been chipping away at some of the other characters and stuff around the field. High Beastmaster dies out on the edge of the fight here. Poor buddy. Oof. Not looking too good there, fam. Or maybe this is him. Actually, oh, this is the High Beastmaster himself. This is just one of his drivers. You know, terrible chauffeur service. 0 stars on that one for sure. Ravagers of Rakarth come back out. They'll be able to counter skirmish the throwing axes here pretty easily. Throwing axes getting a nice volley off on one of the chariots. Doing some decent damage to them. You see them, though, losing models pretty consistently to the Scourge Runners as they roll past. Shades turning around, looking to counterfire. 2,000 value on these Shades? No frickin' way, dude. Hell yeah. Pont again. Dark Elves are not a very strong faction, and Pont just over and over again consistently shows that you can bring off-meta builds and thrive 100%. Anytime, any day of the week. And is just so good at executing these fairly small Dark Elf armies. Like bringing Blackguard of Naggarond out on the field, backed up by, you know, the Shades, and the Arwar Scourge Runner, which you never see, hardly. And actually doing fairly well with them. There was a little bit of lapse micro with the Scourge Runner, but, you know, you can't win every fight all the time. Your opponent's playing the game too. They're going to get some wins somewhere. You just want to have more winning fights than your opponent to take games. Skull Cannon back out on the field. They're actually pretty good against chaff cavalry like this because they cause fear. And they just scare the shit out of units like this. They also imbued the damage by artillery debuff to them whenever they fire, if they happen to point blank shoot them. Although, actually, no, they can't do that anymore. I think Skull Cannons also got their minimum range added back on. It used to be that Skull Cannons could shoot units that were fighting them. It was a little silly, especially since they got a Vortex attack now. They can fire out of combat, though. If the Skull Cannon wanted to, it could shoot the Shades right now. Disruptive attack patterns. Another reason why Skull Cannons can be pretty strong is their attack patterns are very janky. So they like wibble wobble all over the place, and missile units are aiming for a point. When a unit moves away from that point, oftentimes they just whiff completely. And the Skull Cannon's attack patterns are like turn on a dime kind of things. So it gives it a little extra survivability. I really love Skull Cannons, dude. I'm talking about them for ages. I could probably make like an hour-and-a-half long video just talking about them. Something that I've been planning for a while, and I've never really gotten around to doing. It was a well-attempted game from Piston. I don't see this working against the Dark Elves. Like, the Chaos Knights, definitely not. Corngores are acceptable. Forsaken, I would leave at home. I don't think you need Exalted Bloodletters. I'm gonna actually see if I can draw up a anti-Dark Elf army real quick. Valkia, good. She's a solid option. The Horsemen can work in the early game. Limit your number of Marauders. They can just get absolutely flattened by Scourge Runners as well. It can get really ugly. A couple Bloodletters just to run after and be aggressive against infantry for a good price. Bloodletters are very cost-effective, guys. The best baseline demonic unit in the game. Way better than Plague Bearers, way, way better than Demonettes, and, what's the Zinch counterpart? Oh, yeah, Pink Horrors. Pink Horrors are alright, I guess. They're a little less powerful than Bloodletters. Bloodletters just win into anything infantry-sized, and even if they're getting attacked by large targets, they've still got good AP values. If your Bloodletter gets attacked by a cavalry unit, just throw a Fleshhound up and get underneath that fight, and your opponent can't do anything about it. Actually, we'll get rid of one of the Fleshhounds. Max out the Furies. Got 1,000 gold left. What do you want here? Maybe we'll cut that. Get this. Get one Skull Cannon. I mean, this is honestly not too dissimilar from what Piston had. You just need to have some mass early. Because if you don't bring units that can countercharge chariots, what your opponent's going to do is they're just going to clock that immediately, and they're going to throw the Scourge Runners through your Marauders and kill them instantly. And that's going to suck. You don't want that to happen. You bring those guys in reserve. I would say Blood Beast could work here. I think, though, you do want the Minotaurs, even though they're a little slower. Their AP is really, or their bonus versus large and AP is really important for killing Cold One Knights. You can live with just 2 of them, and then you can get your 1 Chaos Warhound. And you're just trying to value trade against the Dark Elves. You're trying to cut off positions for their forces and force fights on them. Maybe even do 1 more Throwing Axe and 1 less Fury. I know I said you want max Fury, but I think you can probably get away with 3. There's probably never going to be a situation where you have all 4 out on the field anyways. But this is still a matchup I'm trying to figure out. I just think this would be a little bit more likely to succeed. The Skull Cannon you use to shoot down Dread Spears and Bleak Swords, because that's where it's very effective. For, you know, minimal engagement. You can also use it to poke Scourge Runner chariots a little bit. It's not bad damage. It keeps them honest, and Dark Elves don't have a way to heal their chariots, so if you can take models off of Scourge Runners, that's pretty nice. Something along those lines, I would go for. Kislev versus High Elves in round 3. What's up, what's up? Same thing with Walk, Dark... Yeah, Dark Elves are very good against the Chaos factions because of their kite capabilities. They just stay away from everybody. It's basically a don't touch me situation. The floor is lava for the Dark Elves, and melee is the floor. They don't want to be in melee fights often. There's some factions that they can scrap against in melee combat, but they usually are going to win by outshooting their opponent. What's up, Jaden? Yeah, get back in here, man. We missed you. We'll see you around soon, hopefully. And no, I haven't gotten to Kislev versus... Did I watch Kislev High Elves? I don't actually remember. I don't think so. If you're talking about this game, we'll get there. And, you know, we'll see how it goes. It's a fun matchup for sure. Kislev into any of the elf factions tends to be a pretty good time. They're fairly even across the board. What have we got? We did watch that game already. I don't think we watched that one. Okay. Mr. Thick versus Frozen Core. What is this? A scroll sighting? Okay. No spells. Wow. Okay. Just the abilities. The Rod of Corruption and the Liber Bubonicus. I mean, it's not like Plague Magic is even good to begin with. I've actually been thinking about it a little bit with the, Skaven. I've actually been thinking that Skrolk, with just the abilities, kind of like what Frozen Core has here, and then also bringing the Ruins Caster, the Warlock Engineer, isn't a bad idea, because the two of them together is fairly cheap. Really wouldn't be that bad of a time. Skrolk's a pretty good combatant, and then your Warlock Engineer caster can have Flensing Ruin, and anybody trying to dive the two just gets hit by Flensing and Liber Bubonicus, and your Leadership Core is a little untouchable at that point. And Skaven can just throw so many bodies out on the field as well, it can be hard to access their lords and heroes. We've got a little bit more balanced Skaven army here.
Have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
It's certainly not the widest one I've seen. I've seen somebody bring an actual 40 stack into one of these tournaments, and they actually dominated. They brought the same build every game and just trashed everybody. It was definitely something to behold. But a little bit smaller lines for the Skaven. It's fine. It's a little risky to not bring numbers as the Skaven, because that's really where... that's one of their biggest strengths, right? If you go too heavy into weapon teams, oftentimes your opponent's going to find ways in on them no matter what, and they'll just die, and it's very hard for Skaven to protect their weapon teams with their melee troops, because they're usually pretty horrible in combat. Storm Vermin are, you know, reasonably good melee combatants. Problem with Storm Vermin, with the Sword and Board, they lack AP, they cost 900 gold, they don't have a silver shield, and their leadership is, like, solid, but for a 900 gold unit, 70 is actually kind of bad. You gotta be pretty careful with them. The Storm Vermin with the Halberds are usually the better bet. Very risky stuff coming in here from Frozen Core. Don't overextend with Monstrous Infantry. Monstrous Infantry do not need to be thrown forward like this. Monstrous Infantry actually want to stay behind the main line the entire game, if they can. What Monstrous Infantry are for is mass to countercharge enemy cavalry, as well as single entities, and is a sweeper unit, right? So what happens is, you know, your weapon teams are the ones doing the damage. The Hellstriders come up and around and try to get on top of the Globadiers, and the Rat Ogres are what you use to countercharge the Hellstriders to try and save your weapon teams. Using Rat Ogres out here on the flank, definitely not going to work out for you more often than not. If you get the free charge off on your opponent who's not paying attention, though, that is going to be a pretty nice situation. You see the Wolf Rats actually get in here. And Wolf Rats, with the support of the Rat Ogres, should be able to win this fight. But more Hellstriders coming up. Going to be trying to hold that tide back. I would not engage, though. I mean, this fight is lost, and by a pretty wide margin. Knowing when and where to cut losses will actually win you a lot of games, because, you know, sometimes you do just make mistakes. Don't compound on mistakes. Like, you've lost 675 gold here, except that. Throwing this Hellstrider in here, all you're doing is losing another 675 gold. If you just rotated these guys around, you'd have a Hellstrider to defend the flank. You've almost got enough to summon another out, which you probably will be doing if the Warrior of Chaos meta is anything to go by. Instead of only having, like, a trickle of Hellstriders at any one time, you've got, like, 2. You'd like to have the 3 that you were planning on having by this point, but, you know, you fumbled the bag a little bit, but it's going to be okay. Get a good charge off, though. Maybe these Hellstriders will be able to win this fight. Although they start taking a ton of damage as I'm complementing their charge. Keeping an eye on that. It's looking a little scary. Lord Skrulk over here, dropping the Rod of Corruption. Not hitting a lot. Rod of Corruption is pretty important to use on multiple units, because it's an AoE, right? The better place to use it probably would be over here on the number 1, where there's multiple units, or just being more patient, waiting for the Forsaken and the Aspiring Champions to line up next to one another before you pop it. And you don't have anything to... You can't leave Skrulk in the open field like this. He's kind of slow. He's squishy, and Archeon is probably the second or the third best duelist in the entire game. Him beating the crap out of Skrulk should not be a surprise to anybody. Skrulk is able to defend himself, but really what you want to do with Skrulk is to just run around and use the Contaminate effect to sway infantry fights in your favor. Trying to fight single entities and characters like Archeon is an exercise in futility. Every time. Do not do it. That's why I think the Warlock Engineer would be good, because all you have is the Liber Bubonicus and the Rod of Corruption, and don't get me wrong, these are very powerful items. The problem is that they're limited uses for 1. 2, they do have a 120-second cooldown. That's actually a long time in Domination mode. Like, you'd have another Liber Bubonicus on standby right about now if you used yours by the time the front line was colliding, which does look like happened, judging by Archeon being kind of damaged and there only being 1 use left. Just be a little bit more patient as the Skaven. Skaven are not a faction that can play from behind. I mean, they're too low leadership. You can't afford to lose their characters either. I mean, this is going to be horrible leadership for the Skaven for the rest of this game if Skrulk dies here. Archeon looking to measure up here. Just knocks Skrulk on the ground, just kind of rubbing his face into the dirt. Give him a swirly, I guess. I don't even know what he's doing. Purple Nurple. Rides by and kills him, and then he's just going to peel out while the Natty Bubo's sharpshooters try and do damage to him. Having a little bit of trouble. Skaven do resecure the number 3, which is nice, but they're down pretty badly in terms of value now. Oh, and the Rotting Riders coming up. Storm Vermin... Oh, man, see, the Storm Vermin being all the way out here, like, there's nothing that... They're not accomplishing anything here. Infantry need to be used very sparingly in Domination mode, because they're just so bad if they get isolated. Like, they're vulnerable to terror routes, a lot of them. They cost an arm and a leg. They just get avoided oftentimes by people. The thing that infantry are here to do, there's 2 things that infantry do really, really well. It's secure points, block access to them, and buffer off missile units. Like, here's a good example. Like, this Marauder Horseman here. The Marauder Horseman does not want to shoot clan rats. It is not cost-effective for a Marauder Horseman to do that. What they want to shoot is stuff like Rat Ogres, Doom Flayers, weapon teams if they can get a good line of sight on them. So just using your Clan Rats to keep the frontline push just far enough forward so these short-range missile cav can't actually fire on anything important is a winning situation for you. That's enough. That's all infantry have to do. People have this misapprehension that infantry can carry a game for you by killing stuff. And they certainly can if your opponent is forced to attack your infantry. You don't chase things with infantry. You don't throw them out into the middle of the open field. You don't like give them a charge order onto cavalry. What you do is you just push them up. Fits and starts, ladies and gentlemen. You take some ground. Your opponent moves back a little bit because they don't want to fight them. Push forward a little bit more. They pull back a little bit more. And you just slowly take ground on your opponent. And by the time they realize what's going on, you've taken like half the battlefield up, right? Like you've pushed them up to their side of the field effectively. And they can get up to the field a little bit quicker at that stage, but you're still just not allowing them any room to get in on your formation. You're building up more response units behind, lots of mobility. And when the main fight does start, because you've taken so much ground, and you've been doing it slowly and hopefully being very careful to hang on to points in the process, your opponent, even if they win, if it's not truly decisive, which very rarely ends up being the case, then you can still have enough forces to be able to hold on to the points for a victory ticket lead, right? That's how you want to use infantry. You don't want to be gallivanting across half the world to try and engage something out on a flank. Doesn't work. Like, don't be doing this. Like, these Clan Rats are doing nothing over here. And all you're doing is leaving the Rotting Riders and these Horsemen a path up onto your Poison Wind Globes and the Natty Buboes. You can see these Rat Ogres just get absolutely flattened by the Rotting Riders, and the Clan Rats, they just get walked around. Because there's not enough of them, right? Like, if you had another 2 Clan Rats here, that's a huge path that the cavalry have to take around the infantry, or try to very riskily bulldoze over them. And the last thing the Rotting Riders want is to try and bulldoze through a Clan Rat unit and then get stuck in them. Because as good as these guys are, if they're getting poked by a bunch of crappy little Clan Rat spears, and then countercharged by Rat Ogres, they will lose, you know. Many times throughout history, some asshole with, you know, like, $10,000 worth of armor is trying to bully a bunch of peasants, and the peasants just gang up on him and drag his ass off a horse and stab him through his eye slits. Think of it that way. You want to be as conniving as possible taking down expensive units like this. Never give them one-on-ones. Always try to surround them with multiple units or shoot them to death. And don't let them get up in your back line. Pretty please. That's all I ask. Poison Wind Globes, compromised by Hounds. This is actually a circumstance where Chaos Warhounds will maybe win a fight. God, it would be so funny if they lost. I think they're actually going to lose this fight against the Globadiers. Are you freaking kidding me, dude? Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't break. These Warhounds. Sketchy stuff, dude. Anyways. Hellstriders, just winning. Hellstriders are a win more unit. They just dominate everything. They don't really want to be fighting Clan Rats, but this Clan Rat's low enough that, you know, they can afford to sit and fight against them for a bit. The leadership is terrible for the Skaven. You can see Archeon just routing a bunch of stuff off the field back here. Mr. Thick has been doing a really good job of just pressuring the Skaven down. The Skaven are an incredibly difficult faction for new players to learn because their leadership sucks, dude. It's so terrible. You cannot afford to misposition your units as the Skaven because good players will win in the opening moments against you, and like I said, Skaven, don't play from behind well at all. They need their missiles to get them ahead. They need to keep their opponent back and away from their formation as long as possible while they hold points and get tickets. And preferably just win before the melee troops even have to take any serious engagements. It's very possible for the Skaven. That's how they win most of their matches. This was gonna be an uphill climb, because this is a pretty tough matchup for the Skaven. Whereas if Chaos just have, you know, I mean, Hellstriders alone counter one of their best units in Rat Ogres. Not to mention all the terror that they have access to, and frickin' Archeon with Burning Head, killing their entire front line of Clan Rats sometimes. But it is a winnable matchup. You know, no matchup is truly unwinnable in domination mode. Slaanesh makes it look like there are, but that's just one faction out of all the others. None of the other factions in the game have win rates close to what Slaanesh has in some of their most favored matchups. So don't let that skew your opinion on the mode as a whole. That's a beautiful Burning Head. Ouch. Two very dead... Yeah, I would be calling it after that one. Everybody's had games like this. I've definitely made big mistakes and gotten myself beaten in the early moments of games. But I'm harping on all of these mistakes so that you keep them in mind and you don't make them again, because nobody wants to get beaten like this. It sucks. It's not fun to lose spectacularly. The real fun in domination mode comes from evenly matched folks getting into games against one another, and it's just a brawl from wire to wire. Win or lose, if the game was really close, then I'm having a good time. And I imagine most people would be in that kind of a scenario. So I just want to give you all the pointers that you need so that you're not mispositioning your units, getting hard punished and losing really heavily, and then wondering what you did wrong, because it's very possible to learn this game by yourself, but it can be a big uphill climb in terms of game knowledge. Generally speaking, it's good to watch some folks to get an idea of what you're going to be trying with your main faction, and then to, like, utilize... Oh, damn it. Give me a sec, guys. I'm on the main avenue of my town, so... We get the wee-woo wagons on occasion. They're very loud. And today has been especially active, it seems. Okay, they're gone. Anyways, oh god damn it, where was I? Threw me off completely. Whatever. We'll move on. Oh, it's good to watch people who are experienced with your main faction, and to incorporate a base of knowledge and some fundamentals that you can fall back on, and then to branch out and experiment. The only big thing from an army... Honestly, this is a pretty decently built Skaven army. One thing that I would consider for the Skaven here is just make sure you have a caster, right? Like, if you want to bring Skrulk, fine. I actually don't think he's a bad lord to bring, truth be told. You can play very conservatively with him. And use your Warlock Engineer to, like, throw down a Flensing Ruin or Warp Lightnings, stuff like that. The reason I say the Warlock Engineer is because the other Skaven spell lores are pretty terrible, honestly. Unfortunately. Plague Magic is just not good. Plague is, like, the only good spell here. It's actually pretty powerful if you get it positioned correctly. Maybe you can do that with Skrulk. So, Rod of Corruption, Liber Bubonicus, and you bring Plague. And you use this to try and delete all the armored infantry, because it does a ton of damage, and it's actually pretty cheap. The only drawback with Plague is that the Vortex doesn't, like, lock and disrupt units in its radius. You can just walk out of it. But the the giant rat that gets summoned as the effect to show that the spell is going off, it's fairly obvious at times, but it's a little opaque, and it can blend in with backgrounds because it's this weird greenish color, so sometimes it can go under the radar and get you a ton of work just from that. The most competitive Skaven Lord option is Icket, and he has been for a long time, and probably will be for a long time coming. The Lore of Ruin is just absolutely insane. Every single one of these spells is good. Even the ones that never get used, like Scorch and Crack's Call. Because Scorch does a lot of damage. It's Scab Scraith. If anybody is familiar with Scab Scraith for the White Kings on the vampire counts, Gunneroites technically also have it. This is one of the best ways to clear out cheap chaff infantry. And the Skaven can actually benefit from killing other chaff units because their clan rats are kind of bad, obviously, in melee combat. If your opponent goes really wide against your own battle line and they equal your numbers, you can run into some problems as a result. Scorch can do a pretty good job of clearing that out, but usually you're just using Flensing Ruin, because this does tons of damage to everything, and it is very powerful. There's almost never a reason to not use Flensing Ruin, unless you're just tired of using it. But you've got other good options. Warp Lightning is very good, really great bombardment, one of the strongest in the game in my opinion. Howling Warp Gale is a really good snare for flying units, which is good in matchups where you think your opponent's going flyers. Death Frenzy is a little terrible, unfortunately. I mean, maybe not terrible. That's a really reductive way of putting it. It's a little lackluster when it's being compared to all the other spells that are available. Buff spells are already pretty situational. You got a good cast range and duration for 6 Winds of Magic, and you get ITP and all this good stuff here, like extra weapon strength, but not a lot of Skaven units can really use that, right? Like, what are you going to use that on a clan rat? It's not going to do anything for you. And if you're using it on, like, Rat Ogres, that's fine, but Rat Ogres do have Frenzy, which gives them ITP temporarily. So that's a little redundant. But the weapon strength and the melee attack they can make use of, so you just gotta be a little bit, it's a little bit more situational than the other spells. Still has some scenarios where it's useful. Scorch I already talked about. Crack's Call is actually kind of crazy. 70 damage, 50% AP when it's overcast. This deletes units completely. Like, I'm going to compare it to one of the other really powerful wind spells. Like, everybody who has played against Khorne, or played as Khorne, knows how good Sleipnir is. Sleipnir is 60 damage, 50% AP. Crack's Call, which you can cast as long as you have Winds of Magic, is 10 more damage. Same amount of armor piercing. It's pretty filthy. It does a lot of work, dude. Like I said, the only reason you don't see it is because everybody just uses Flensing Ruin and calls it a day. But one day that spell will get debuffed, or nerfed, I guess. And I think people will have to branch out at that point. And I hope that CA does something to buff up the Eshin lore as well as the Plague Magic. Because I want I want everything in the game to be good. I don't want to see the same stuff over and over and over and over again. I think most people want to see a good variety in their matches. And it would help if CA held up their end of the bargain and actually got some of the less picked stuff into a good spot. Oh, baby. Okay. We got Beastman versus Cathay here. I'm actually curious to see how this goes. Dragon Breath is not going to be very good against Bestigors. It's amazing, as I said, against unarmored stuff, which is Ungor Raiders and the Ungor Herd here. Besties have enough armor that they ignore most of the damage from it, though. And the Butchers of Kalkengard are a monstrous infantry unit, and they don't really care about getting hit by wind spells. They'll just shake it off and keep ticking.
They are fight as one body, one soul.
Absolutely. I mean, that's a pretty good description of the Beastmen, I would say. Malagor's up in the sky. Flock of Doom going to be really nice. Flock of Doom isn't amazing against infantry, but boy oh boy is it good against cavalry and Onyx Crowmen. And guess what Cathay's best units are, is exactly those two things. So he'll have a lot of opportunities to grind value, and even if all he's doing is casting it on blobs of infantry, if he's hitting like 3 or 4 units of infantry, you can still get pretty good value out of Flock of Doom that way. Just gotta be a little careful. Bestigor's moving up. Gatemaster looking to cap the number 3 early. Doing his darndest right now. Takes a couple of Bestigors out with one of his crossbow shots. Ouchies, boyo. Oh my god. I would just unsummon this Ungor herd, honestly. It's a 325 gold, or 375 gold unit. They honestly aren't very good. I do not like Ungor herd. I think this is probably the only Beastman unit that I think is actually bad. They don't have any uptrade potential. They're just a really mediocre melee infantry unit. I much prefer the Ungor Spear Herd. Even the unshielded variant is better than the Ungor Herd. Like, cheap 325 gold spears can get you some incredible value in the right kinds of fights. Ungor Raiders eat a really nasty Dragon Breath. And Scott is kind of doing what we saw in the last game, where Rek just stayed back and was patient. And just let his opponent come to him, and just hard punish them as a result. And that's a beautiful use of Mark of Yen. Missile resistance, armor, and missile block chance being reduced. Missile block chance not that important, but believe it or not, losing the armor, even though these guys are being shot at by a armor-piercing unit, actually is pretty nice. Because the Grace of Kuai Yin do have some base missile damage. Any extra damage per shot on the Bestigors is going to just get exponential gains in the process of killing them. This is way too many blob. This is not how you use your infantry. This is a big mistake. Don't ever layer 3 elite infantry units on top of one another. Generally speaking, don't attack Cathay this aggressively. Especially not when they've got a Zhangu War Drum. Wait, where the hell is... Oh, here it is. It's a little out of position. But this thing just gives so many buffs to the front line to make them actually fairly resilient that even the AP Bestigors are going to have some trouble. Oh, no. And the Nangao grenades got off their flash bomb? No frickin' way, dude. Or Heaven's Flash. That's brutal. The hell are they? Oh, they're over here. Getting run over by the Sons of Goros right now. The Sons of Goros are a great unit, but they're, again, a little overextended. This is just too much aggression. This is too much aggression, like, perfectly exemplified, in my opinion. You got the Nangao grenades bombing the absolute hell out of you. Your Ungor Raiders are opening fire finally, but not going to find a whole lot of success. Pushes a Kalkan Guard trying to make their way in. The Grace of Kuai Yin are going to absolutely delete these guys if they actually make contact with them. If they get around the shields, then the fire damage that the Grace have is going to be really disgusting. Oh yeah, there you go. They get into melee combat now. They're bulldozing through the front line, trying to shut down the Iron Hell Gunners and the Jade Warrior crossbows, but taking ruinous casualties and damage in the process. This is a pretty thorough dismantling. Rek's actually out here making Cathay look like a good faction. I think the issue, though, is that his opponents, more than anything, have maybe been playing a little bit too much into him. You gotta pull Cathay apart, you know? If you just play the game they want, then Cathay is going to win, because they shoot better than a lot of other factions. They're fairly resilient with their infantry. Like, they might take a bunch of damage on them, but they've got solid enough leadership with Harmony and all these other added effects from like Zhanggu War Drums and their lords, that they'll be fine. They can just withstand the early engagements from their opponent and counter push, and then they play from a lead that they never give up. If you have Cathay constantly forcing the issue, trying to take objectives, that's where you get a much better edge against them. And Wreck is about to drop bombs here. Beautiful micro. Really nice stuff. I think this is just, Scott is just not familiar with how to play into the, into Grand Cathay. I don't mind Bestigors in the opener. Like, they're a good unit, don't get me wrong. Besties can easily uptrade, despite costing 1,000 plus gold. What you need here, though, more importantly than Bestigors, is chariots. Like, Razorgore chariots against gunline factions are disgusting. Razorgores are filthy. I love the pig chariots. They do so much damage. They just absolutely bulldoze over ranged units, and they brutalize tightly packed formations with their charge bonus. A Razorgore chariot getting a flush charge down the entire line of an infantry unit can actually, unironically, very feasibly, take half their HP in one go. It's pretty heinous. And Cathay has trouble defending themselves from chariots, actually. Because all of their missile units are infantry-sized, right? Outside of the Sky Junk, of course, which is like a flying large target. And that's a pretty dominant win. But anyways, Razorgore chariots can just get up into the backline, run over everything. And Cathay either has to shoot them dead or just tar pit them in Jade Lancers or Peasant Horsemen. And Razorgore chariots have a ton of armor. I think 100 armor, in fact. Let's actually go to the board real quick. Yeah, 100 armor on these things. They're faster than the 70 speed because they get a boost from Primal Fury. And they've got tons of AP. They got a crazy charge bonus. Lots of mass. Good HP. And you tell me, where on the Cathay roster do you see armor piercing in melee, other than the Righteous Lances? This is like their one answer to Razorgore chariots. Unless they go with Plague of Rust, and they try to charge them down with the Lancers with good timing. It's a lot to ask. I've seen people be able to do it, but it's still pretty tough. They've got Grand Cannons that can shoot them, I guess, but it's usually going to work out really nicely for the Beastmen if they have a couple of Razorgore chariots in their build. Especially for Grand Cathay, man. At the very least, even if they go with a full mobility build with tons of horsemen and Onyx Crowmen, you can still kill Onyx Crowmen when they land with chariots. Just run over the little crows because they're infantry-sized. And another thing you can do against those mobility builds is they still bring stuff like Crane Gunners, right? Guess what Crane Gunners are? Infantry-sized. Guess what chariots do really well? They kill infantry. They will massacre a Crane Gunner with a good charge. Crane Gunners don't have a lot of mass, and the way they get impacted into by chariots means that their units just continue to get, like, shoved up against one another. And they take pretty ridiculous amounts of contact damage from the chariot charge. Another thing, I really don't know if the Butchers of Kalkengard are the right kind of unit for Grand Cathay. There's just a little too much poke. And you gotta remember that, yeah, these guys have regeneration, but it's a really slow heal. Butchers of Kalkengard are pretty good into, like, Chaos factions that have heavy infantry that you want to run over and maybe get timely terror routes on. Cathay having a Zhanggu War Drum just completely obviates your opportunities for that because of the ITP that the infantry get. There's 1,600 gold. Leave them at home. I actually think that this is a matchup where the Jabberslythe can be pretty strong. It's only 100 gold more. It's got 9,000 HP, pretty good leadership, very quick, has some missile resistance. Like, yeah, it causes terror, but the more important thing is that its mass is 5,500, and it munches on infantry with the contact damage. These things have great collision attacks. They will absolutely steamroll over infantry, and if you've got Razorgore chariots and a Jabberslythe, as well as just a horde of, like, spears and Goreherd and Zangors, like, rushing your opponent down, what the actual hell are they supposed to do against you at that point? They're not going to be able to stop you. You will 100% bulldoze through them. So you can just do this. That's all. That's all you need. And you can... We'll get some of the shielded Ungors since we can afford them. Bring a couple Ungor Raiders in reserve. If your opponent has, like, a huge line of Iron Hail Gunners, you outrange them with the Ungors, and you can kill them then. And keeping these guys in reserve keeps them safe from early Dragon Breaths and stuff. And here's the thing. Dragon Breath is an amazing spell. It does shit tons of damage. There is one way around it. And that's to keep your units spread apart enough that they're only hitting one unit at a time. And they can't kill everything, you know? They can only hit one unit, one spot, at a time. If you've got enough infantry, you can just completely work around it. And especially if you've got the chariots and the Jabberslythe making big problems in the back line, because that's going to pull your opponent's attention to trying to wrangle up defenses for shutting these things down. You don't have to have the Jabberslythe, though. You can still go with some Best Goreherd if you want. Like I said, they're not a bad unit. You can even bring an Ungor Raider in the opening. There's a lot of things you can do with the Beastmen. They are exceptionally strong. Not because they are broken or anything, but just because their entire roster is cost-effective. And I kid you not, literally everything on the Beastmen roster outside of Hounds, Giants, regular Cygors, and Ungor Herd are units that can uptrade, and uptrade pretty aggressively for you. They're just super refined. It's a pretty straightforward... It's a pretty straightforward philosophy for the Beastmen. It's just always going to work pretty nicely for them. Because they do one thing and they just do it exceptionally well. Which is just pure aggro. Oh, okay. Thank you. Pont messaged me on Discord, by the way, guys. He must have caught this and I didn't. Do not use Chaos Warhounds to charge chariots. Let me show you real quick why. Hounds, super flimsy. 6,000 HP isn't bad for a unit like this, but they got low leadership. They're infantry-sized. What were we playing? What was the game? Oh, yeah, it was Dark Elves. Where are the Dark Elves? Here they are. Don't charge chariots with hounds, because your opponent will countercharge the hounds with the chariots and just completely run them over. You will lose a lot of value that way. Hounds are to chase things off exclusively. Never ever use hounds to try and take charge fights. They lose every charge. They lose to cavalry of any type. They lose to chariots. They lose to infantry. Only use them to get flanks off or to chase off routing units. They're good. One hound just to be a unit that chases off routing units can actually net you a lot of value. Because they're 400 gold, they're cheap as hell. Very quick to get out on the field. All you do is you summon one out. Imagine you are fighting your opponent, and they've got a Cold One Knight. Cold One Knight's normally very durable. You get a Terror Rout on a Cold One Knight, and then their leadership breaks, and they've got like half their HP left. at half HP, a Cold One Knight is still very functional and very dangerous. You get around that by getting a Chaos Warhound out. You chase the Cold One Knights for a little bit with something else just to keep them running, and then the Hound takes over the pursuit, and then you can use your more expensive unit elsewhere. That's where their value lies. Let's watch Kurgle here. Khorne versus Nurgle is very Khorne favored nowadays. There was a time before Omens, and a little bit, even a little bit before that, this matchup got very Khorne favored when Karanak came out, and it's gotten even more so since then. It used to be that you would just use Karanak to, like, shut down all magic for Nurgle, since their lords are all fairly slow. And Karanak's silence is just so good against Nurgle. But nowadays you don't even need it, because you got the Hellforged Bellowers and Wrathmongers and Skull Taker. Skull Taker is really crazy into Nurgle because he can actually fight Kugath pretty capably. It's kind of hilarious to watch. But Kugath's melee defense is actually less than Skull Taker's total melee attack on his Blood Throne. Skull Taker on the Blood Throne has 61 melee attack when Revel Slaughter and Totem of Endless Bloodletting are active. And since he has Unyielding Assault, he never loses that melee attack. He's always got it, which makes him very good, even when he's exhausted, at killing and fighting even against single entities, which you wouldn't expect him to be able to do. Khorne Horsemen running down some Nurglings, which isn't a bad use of their time. Getting a little stuck up in here, but luckily there's nothing from Nurgle to really punish this right now. You do see some Chaos Warhounds coming in. Alright, I'd actually really love to be able to show it off here. Come on, let's see it. Archangel's oh my god, if this doesn't... Oh my... Okay, let's just see what happens. I'm not going to get ahead of myself. Valkia laning on Kugath, do not do this. This is not what Valkia is good at. People are under this misapprehension with Valkia that she's meant to take engagements like this. And she can, but she shouldn't. Like, Kugath has frickin' 14,000 HP, dude. She is not doing enough damage to get him low in the early game. What Valkia should be doing right now, actually, is just hovering around above the Hellforged Bellowers, and whatever unit your opponent summons out to try and take down the Hellforged Bellowers, Valkia countercharges and keeps it away. You bring Valkia against Nurgle because you want a decent answer to the Angels of Decay. The Angels of Decay are really annoying. They're a great unit. I mentioned them earlier in the stream. They just delete single entities. And Valkia is very good at chipping models off of those guys. With one Fury, she can easily manhandle them. It's pretty awesome. Skull Cannon actually takes the charge onto the Warhounds. You see how much HP they lost in just moments of combat. Now they rout immediately, because their leadership sucks. I mean, they got 38. And there's a lot of leadership penalties that stack up in melee combat. The Hellforged Bellowers also shoots and imbues the damage by artillery debuff, which can be really punishing. And yeah, Valkia just fighting in the back line. She's going to get good value fighting back here, but the problem is she's not going to win that decisively. Nurgle's just going to heal up all the damage that she did, and it's going to be useless. And Khorne cannot afford to lose leadership. Khorne's army is literally reliant on Frenzy for everything in terms of damage. It gives you a huge increase to your melee attack of 10. Just a flat 10 is a massive buff. And you get more weapon strength, you get more charge bonus, you get ITP. And if you lose your Lord just from being overly aggressive with them, then you're losing like one of the biggest advantages that you have. Because you've got a -16 leadership penalty, and Frenzy wears off when leadership goes below 50%. Which is a lot sooner than you think when you've got multiple leadership malices stacking on you. Valkia just needs to fly back here and just hide for a little while. She doesn't want to just hover around here. It's not really a safe place for her. Hellforge Bellowers is in the back line, shooting and being obnoxious. Now imagine if Valkia were full health for this situation here. She doesn't want to fight Kugath and the Exalted Hero, but she can fight the Exalted Hero just fine. This guy is really not that much better than her. In fact, I mean, in a raw fight, she's still substantially better at stats-wise. Being beat up, though, she's, you know, taking this fight a little riskily. If she had Demon Shield, she could pop that right now, avoid any damage for 13 seconds, get some nice attacks in here. You can see how consistently she hits against these horsebound characters. It's like her dream target. Use her to protect your other important units. Don't use her like you see in the trailer. Where, like, in Valkia's trailer, she's getting the absolute crap kicked out of her by, like, 100 dudes. If you use her as a proper duelist character and as a frontline support unit, she's actually pretty nice. Another thing you can do with her, there's not really any great targets for her. Barons of the Bog are a little too risky. They can actually beat her up pretty badly. But if the Nurgle player had something like a Chaos Knight out on the field, Valkia is very good at killing heavy cavalry. Most of the matchups I use her in are against, like, High Elves or Dark Elves, and Wood Elves not so much. Skull Taker's a little better there. Who else is... Oh, Empire is a pretty good matchup for her. Matchups where there's lots of shooting that can kill Skull Taker, and there's lots of heavy cavalry that Valkia can fight and get lots of value against. That's pretty cool. And where she can fight some enemy lords and be able to use that Demon Shield to good effect. Khorne is getting a ton of value now. See, this is why I say it's so Khorne favored, because, like, Valkia took a really risky early engagement, but Khorne, the rest of the army just got up in Nurgle's face and is just absolutely annihilating their army currently. The Nurgle melee defense is just not good enough against Khorne's melee attack totals. It's a really vicious down trade in general. I mean, now you got Minotaurs coming in here. Piston doing a really good job this game of utilizing his big heavy hitters. And this Hellforge Bellowers has been especially disruptive, already paying for itself. This is how you use this thing. Stick it on fire at will and use it to just, like, drive into melee fights, and it just blasts whatever is in its path. And then it recharges ammunition all the while, since it's got the Skull Feast. Regens a little bit of health, and then it goes finds another target. I love it. That's the way you do it. Horsemen should probably be back on the blue lines that I just put down, but they're getting good damage on Kugath regardless. Kugath is very vulnerable to missile fire. I mean, he is just a gigantic target. And the fire damage from the Khorne throwing axes does lower any healing that he might be getting. You can see that incoming healing modifier down to 50%. Very good situation for Khorne. They're actually going to kill him here. This is a very rare occurrence, man. Kugath is really hard to kill. And Piston came in here and just absolutely bullied Nurgle around. I mean, oh my goodness. Very good micro on the Hellforge Bellowers is a big part of that. Piston has been driving this thing around like it's the frickin' it's like Formula 1, man. It's been drifting in and out of formations. It's been dropping huge shots, just grinding value. Hellforge Bellowers is one of my favorite units. It's actually fairly well balanced now. It's a nightmare for factions that maybe don't have great answers for it. But the 160 range is a little prohibitive, in my opinion. I think it's like the perfect sweet spot for making a unit that is, in a lot of ways, overpowered, but giving it a pretty huge drawback by lowering its range to the point that, against a lot of factions, it has to drive into the fire range for a lot of missiles, right? So with good micro, it can absolutely dominate. If your micro is mediocre on it, it can still be fairly strong. It's just like a great skill expression tool. And I'm all for more of that. You know? Like, I want multiplayer where when people make good decisions and position their units well and know how they work, they get rewarded for that. I don't know. I mean, there's not a whole lot left not a whole lot more to say other than that. It's just my personal philosophy for how I think multiplayer games should be designed. Period. It should always be built in favor of people getting the opportunity to show off their skills. And looking really good in the process. Total Warhammer is pretty good at that, though. I would say that, like, I would go so far as to say that probably, like, 70% of the units in the game are built to actually allow that kind of expression. I think there's only one faction that is not very considerate of skill expression, and that's Slaanesh. Not because Slaanesh is not a very high micro faction, but that they are so obnoxiously powerful that it doesn't really take much to make them look absolutely insane. I think they're so overtuned that they're anti-skill expression. Because they just take away so much, initiative from the opposing player that honestly just doesn't really feel all that fair to be playing as them. At least in domination mode. In land battles, Slaanesh loses pretty hard because in land battles and conquest, you just blob and Slaanesh can't do anything about it. Because they're pretty reliant on their devastating flanker. Domination mode is the best mode for them because you can't just sit in one fat blob and just pretend that Slaanesh is right outside the door trying to scratch their way in, you know? You have to leave some gaps on the battlefield, which is where Slaanesh can just get up into your backline for free and just kill everything. Ushabti coming in. We've got Chosen of the Gods. Screaming Skull Catapults coming up. A lot of Skeleton Warriors here. Some more Skelly Warriors over here. Another Screaming Skull Catapult. Some Spears. Grand Hierophant Kotep on Horsey. Sandstorm. Darude Sandstorm. Neru's and Jaff's going to be the spells. With Lich Staff and the Restless Dead. Really nice stuff. Tomb Scorpions being brought in, which is very interesting. Not a super common unit. They take a little bit of damage from the cannons, and they are going to pull back. They're actually pretty okay, though, in my experience. They just are outshone by, again, Cetra has, like, taken over the niche for any of the former anti-infantry units that the Tomb Kings really liked using, and Tomb Scorpions are probably the prime example of a unit just completely losing their niche to something that's just way better than them. Not necessarily that they're a bad unit, but they just aren't able to really be brought without being overly redundant. But against the Dowie, who are, you know, an all-infantry faction, terror-causing 1,000 gold constructs with 90 armor is actually pretty nice. I'm very curious to see how they do here. And I really like the inclusion of the catapults. I think Screaming Skull Catapults are an amazing unit. They're exceptionally strong against tightly packed infantry. And they do debuff leadership a little bit more than normal artillery does, because they have take cover. You can see as the shot lands in here, you get the -10 and a -8, so that's a lot of leadership to be losing. And that could make it a little bit more likely that the Tomb Scorpions get some terror routes off. You can see the shots landing in on the miners. Their leadership is tanked really low right now. They could rout, in fact. They did use a bunch of blasting charges on the Tomb Scorpions as well, which is really nice for the Tomb Kings. So now the Skeleton Warriors get to walk up into combat and wet noodle against Dwarf Warriors for the next 20 years. Dwarf Warriors are awful at killing stuff. I mean, they have 22 melee attack. I mean, my god. They can't do anything. They'll probably get through a Skeleton War. I say 20 years. I'm obviously being a little facetious and hyperbolic, but it probably would unironically take them about 5 minutes to kill a Skeleton Warrior. That's a little too much line holding, in my opinion. Tomb Scorpion finds the Rangers in the woods, which is really nice. It's very well protected by the trees here against any missile play from the Dwarves now. Really amazing Nerus there. That is the perfect time and target. You've got a buffed up Ushabti with Jaffs. You get a 40% physical resist imbuement, and that's protecting you from all of the Dowie range damage. And the Gyrocopters actually get pushed back by some of the missiles. Massive damage coming in on those. I think that was the Chosen of the Gods firing the missiles right up into their faces, man. And look at the Tomb Kings push. They are all over the Dwarves right now. Some Dowie Warriors holding out over here. These Skeleton Warriors going down. Occupying the Dwarf Warriors, of course. They're also getting shot at by some of the other Dowie units. Cannon was shooting at them. Cannon really needs to kill the Chosen of the Gods. This is a big mistake. Cannons need to be microed. Okay. Like, I know Spida knows this, but you just gotta check sometimes. Press the spacebar, guys. You want to see where your units are shooting? Guess what? This Quarreler shooting over here. This Iron Drake shooting over here. Press it and you'll know where your units are shooting. And if there's no arrow, that means they don't have an attack order and their fire at will is taking over. And that's what's causing it to shoot at the Skeleton Warrior. It really needs to be shooting at the Chosen of the Gods. Chosen of the Gods are actually turned perfectly for the cannon to get huge damage on them. Because they're showing their in enfilade. Which means that the entire flank is exposed. So cannonballs will clear through multiple Ushabti here with just one good round of firing. Cannons should always look for enfilading shots because shooting into units that are looking straight at them, they're only going to kill like 3, 4, maybe 5 models at a time. If they're shooting down the length of a formation, they'll get like 10, 20 kills with just one cannonball. They can easily half the HP of units that are looking the wrong way at the wrong time. Tomb Scorpions, this one's got 600 value, and this one only 310, but they're disrupting a lot of Dowie units. You can see a bunch of Slayers running after this thing. Bugman's Rangers also stuck up back here. Ranger Great Weapons trying to throw in against this. This is almost 2,000 value for the Dowie, attacking 1,000 gold unit. And it is giving them some time to make some impact elsewhere on the field. Although, now that I'm talking about this, it's actually looking like the Dowie are keeping enough of their missile line alive to maybe get some pushes in the late game here. Hold the phone, guys. This was looking really good for the Tomb Kings for a minute there. Ushabti Greatbows coming up, Blessed Legion coming out, Kefir Guard holding the line, clearing out a lot of Dowie currently. Kefir Guard are a really strong unit. Anti-infantry, reasonably heavy armor, they regenerate as well. They'll be able to get through most of the Dowie Warriors and Miners. The one thing that you don't want to happen, though, is Miners with blasting charges hitting the Kefir Guard, as well as Iron Drake Trollhammer torpedoes. Those will do enough damage that they'll be able to push them off the field pretty easily. The Dowie look like they've actually really rallied here. They've been summoning out units very patiently, pushing up the right stuff at the right time. They're reconstituting their missile line. It got pretty beat up. I mean, you see how tattered a lot of these units are, but they've got a little bit of Bugman's Ranger units out here. They've got some more great weapons over here, Quarrelers, some Slayers to protect them all. The Trollhammer torpedoes lost half their models, but, you know, 14 models on the Iron Drake Trollhammer is going to be more than enough to do some big damage. Oh my god, and look at them. They find Grand Hierophant Kotep over here. He is very much in the danger zone. I actually wonder if maybe bringing Cetra on foot is pretty good in this matchup. Because Cetra on foot is pretty tanky. He's got quite a bit of HP. He's very well statted, in addition. He could probably fight a lot of the Dowie characters, not have too horrible of a time, and he's got the same spells that Kotep does. The Lich Staff is just not really useful against the Dwarves. It increases cooldowns. The Dowie, unless they bring a Runesmith, are not really using anything that's going to have an effect on. I wasn't thinking about it at the beginning of the battle, but I'm just realizing it now, and, you know, Runesmiths right now are just not popular. Like, you don't even see Thorek, and Thorek is, like, actually a respectable combat character on top of everything, so if he's not being used, then I think you're better off with just anybody else for the Tomb Kings. Either that, or you can just bring him and cut this and make sure that you are a little bit safer with Kotep. You don't want to throw him forward to where he's just going to get killed. And he got punished pretty badly here. Kefirgard died. That's really brutal loss for the Tomb Kings. These guys are very, very necessary for a late-game chaff clear against the Dwarves. And not having them is definitely going to keep the Tomb Kings on the back foot here in the mid-game, I think. Honestly, they're not even doing that well in the tickets. Like, just Dowie do with their cap weight. And the Tomb King's cap weight sucks, man. Oh, it's brutal. Chosen of the Gods with respectable value, but the Ushabti Greatbow over here is shut down, not doing anything. Can't do anything, in fact. What do you need here? The catapults, for the most part, have been great. I don't know what's going on with this one over here. Oh, my God. This is actually kind of painful. You might not think this is a big deal. This catapult's been shooting this tree all game, and also, they're in the forest, technically. When units are in forests, they fire out fairly accurately, but firing into forests and out of them does increase a unit's spread on their shots. And Screaming Skull catapults are already hellishly inaccurate. It's probably been firing at a bunch of stuff and just whiffing. Because this other one did just fine. 1100 value is the kind of uptrade you're looking for when you're bringing something like this. We've got so many skeleton warriors. Skeleton warriors are not going to cut it. Look at the friendly fire from the catapult. Actually just nailed those poor spearmen. Oh no, you got to be really careful of stuff like this, man. They do debuff your own leadership, and Tomb Kings have flimsy leadership on their skeletons, so you don't want to crumble your own stuff out. So the initial push for the Tomb Kings was pretty nice. The Tomb Scorpions didn't quite pay for themselves. Big problem is they have no chariots, except for one skeleton archer chariot in reserve. In fact, you know what I would really like to see? Tomb Scorpions, okay, you want to play around with them? They can work. I have seen them pay for themselves. They're not bad against the Dowie. I actually see them being pretty useful. Bring one and bring it in reserve. And instead of doing the Tomb Scorpions, bring yourself 2 Skeleton Horse Archer Chariots. And the Horse Archer Chariots, I say you should bring, because... Where are they at? They cost 1,000 gold. It's only 150 more than a Skeleton Chariot. It's literally the exact same unit, but with missile attacks. And the missile hits really hard. These Skeleton Archer Chariots are actually really good at taking models off of stuff like Slayers. And Dowie have a really hard time against Chariots, because these things just bulldoze through Dowie warriors up into the back line, and with good micro, you just have them driving all over the Dowie's missile units, knocking them over, sending them flying, bunching them up in really awkward positions, making their life absolute hell. I cannot recommend enough that you have chariots into the dwarves. And you know what? Like, Cetra on foot, he's an anti-large character. He's got 5,000 HP, though. He's way more durable than Kotep ever will be, and he gets the same spells. Same lore passive. I wouldn't really bring any of this stuff. Blessed Blade of Petra, maybe. In theory, excuse me. In theory, you want to bring him on the Sphinx. Sphinx is a pretty big target. Against the dwarves with that much shooting they can bring, I think Foot Cetra is fine. He'll be able to scrap pretty well. All the other lords I would discourage you against bringing. Kotep is the closest one to being good. Just cut the Lich Staff, though, for this matchup. You don't need it. It's not going to do anything for you. You could maybe bring him on the Casket of Souls. Is that a good idea, though? Nah. Casket of Souls, it's long range, but then you're out of range of being able to use your spells. If you get too close, the Tau will just shoot you, and they've got cannons, so never mind. No concept there. I don't hate the Skeleton Warriors. A couple Nehakar Warriors would be nice. Melee Shopti, Chosen of the Gods. Triple Catapult, that'd be hilarious, but probably not. 855 gold. 2 Skeleton Horsemen early. Skeleton Horsemen can go up and cap you a point. I mean, they got better cap weight than your infantry after all. And they have Vanguard deployment. Use them aggressively and you probably won't be disappointed. I think a couple Carrion can be good, and you probably just want to spam Melee Shopti. They're your best bet for clearing out all the Dwarf Warriors, as well as killing stuff in the backline. And a Cimmerian War Sphinx. Although we're doing Tomb Scorpions. You know what? Bring 2 Tomb Scorpions. Why not? Go crazy, guys. Nehakar Warriors, the Kefirgard. Blessed Legion, and then 2 more Skeleton Horsemen. I think this is a pretty good Tomb King's army for the Dowie. Lots of killing power. You got a decent amount of chaff and infantry. Just got lots of mobility and disruptive elements that can kind of keep the Dowie honest, I think. Although I would say this is probably not the best matchup for the Tomb Kings. Dowie are really good into a lot of shooting factions. I definitely think that the Tomb Kings are a little vulnerable to being out-traded at range by the Dwarves, in a way that they'll just get absolutely dumpstered, man. And you know what? Hold on. I'm gonna check something real quick, guys. Just for my own edification. Oh, Tomb Kings have a pretty good win rate against Dowie right now. They're 5-3 against them. Okay, fair enough. Sure. Yeah, Tomb King's worst matchups are all of the factions with, like, Burning Head or aggressive infantry that can clear all their chaff and do good damage to their cavalry and monsters. Not super surprising. Oh, okay, this is, Lazuka versus Frozen Core. We've got Skrulk again with the items. Some Clan Rats, Storm Vermin. Don't bring Storm Vermin with Sword and Shields versus Bretonnia. What are you doing? You don't need the Swords and Shields. What you need is the Storm Vermin Halberds, because you need something to hold on to your points and defend your flanks that the Knights just simply cannot bulldoze over. You want to narrow the battlefield a little bit. You want to try and use the Storm Vermin to protect the flanks, Because it's actually pretty easy to isolate cavalry if they take, like, charges right up the pipe of your formation. If they're trying to charge through, like, multiple lines of, like, clan rats and Skaven slave slings and poison wind globadiers, they're going to have a really horrible time because they'll get surrounded at that point and taken apart. We'll see how this goes. I'm a little worried for Frozen Court. No magic again is a big no-no. You've got pretty good... Again, the Lore of Ruin is really good, and really good against Bretonnia, because it has Howling Warp Gale. So Alberic would just get locked down, then you can shoot him to pieces in no time flat with, like, Natty Bubos, or Teeth Breakers, or something like that. Skrulk is also not an invisible character. Don't leave him on the back edge of the map. This is not a super safe place for him. I mean, one, he's got to get within 100 meters, or 35 meters for Rod of Corruption. He's got a longer way to run now, which is just totally unnecessary, and, you know, if your opponent was really gutsy, they could just take Alberic. Here's the thing about this map. Okay, so you've got this big old thing. This big old table rock, right? Nice plateau. It's got this big old doohickey. You can even go inside it, see what's up. Nothing. Just some boring textures. But anyways, you can actually fly over this with flying characters. They'll just go to, like, max elevation, and they'll descend from the heavens, and that you could totally land on Skrulk right now and probably beat him to pieces. Because of how squishy he is. Alberic actually deciding to attack wolf rats in the forest. Oh, he has Strider, so it doesn't even matter. Actually didn't know that about Alberic until just now. That's an everyday learning experience right there. There's so many little things that go into making a unit. Sometimes you don't notice some of the more obvious stuff, you know, it's like right there under your nose, but it's really nice because large characters usually lose a ton of melee attack in forests. Not so for Alberic here. It actually gets a really nice catch. This is a 550 gold unit, the Wolf Rats, and they just ran off the battlefield in the opening seconds. That's about as bad of a loss as it gets for something like that. Gotta be careful with your hounds, man. I mean, the hounds are just so squishy. The leadership sucks, dude. I don't know. My personal philosophy is to never bring hounds of any type because of how likely they are to just run away from stuff. The wolf rats for the Skaven are okay because the standard version has armor-piercing damage and magic attacks. There's a few instances where they can get tons of value for you. But usually they're just going to be kind of disappointing. Field Trebuchet is just poking at the Storm Vermin. It's just very slow damage. I mean, these things fire every 18 seconds. Oh, every 20 seconds even. So pretty slow firing. Actually quicker than a cannon, though, at the very least. You see them actually getting one solid connection here. This is going to go over their heads. Yeah, just barely. Oh, man. Trebuchets are a unit that actually benefit from chevrons. Very few units you want to put chevrons on if you have extra funds, but artillery is one of the few exceptions. Because the accuracy boost from just a couple of chevrons makes a big difference for their value trade potential. It helps you out pretty tremendously. Skaven are just holding the number 2 objective, and Bretonnia is finally pressing up here. And Green Knight with some men-at-arms actually getting a terror route on the Clan Rats here. Night Runners poking away, getting some okay value. Need some help, though. Definitely need some help over there. In the Skaven, I don't know what they're doing over here. You cannot be this inactive with the majority of your forces. You might be thinking, oh, well, I mean, but then what? How do you explain Bretonnia? Well, Bretonnia has a bunch of trashy infantry. They have awful cap weight. They actually need all of these guys here so the Skaven don't just counter push and take this point away immediately. Believe it or not, Clan Rats actually have full cap weight as a unit. They get the full 5 as opposed to 2. Skaven slaves are the only expendable unit that the Skaven have, which is kind of hilarious if you think about it. I think that the leaders of the Skaven would have a few things to say about it. But anyways, I digress. The big issue is the Poison Wind Globes over here, right? All you need to defend against the Bretonnian forces pushing up onto this point, you need Storm Vermin here and here. You need a Clan Rat here, where the red line is. And then, 1 Poison Wind Globe. And you can just rotate everything and just watch the back point and reinforce it as needed. Because you're just leaving your forces to get overwhelmed here. You don't have anything over here holding this point now. And Bretonia's going to take this. And Bretonia's way faster than you also. They've already got a value lead. And they're bullying Skrulk pretty bad right now, along with these Rat Ogres. You got to be a little bit more self-preserving than this, in my opinion. Skrulk pops Rod of Corruption. Rod of Corruption does not do damage to single entities. Rod of Corruption kills infantry and especially cavalry. The best thing you could do with Rod of Corruption right now is to just run over here, get on top of both these Spearmen at Arms, pop Rod of Corruption, and just melt them both. It would be pretty solid value. Not like the most amazing, flashy play in the world, but respectable. Liber Bubonicus is not being used either. Liber Bubonicus is for single targets. It's basically Spirit Leech. Just a bound Spirit Leech effect. Using it on the Green Knight would be pretty worthwhile. Even on Alberic or something. Wouldn't be bad. Skaven are playing way too passively. They're going to be moving their forces up a little bit. They're taking a bunch of fire from the Trebuchet. They're pushing a bunch of Rat Ogres up into the woods. It's not terrible. Look at that. That's really good from Lazuka. Sees the Rat Ogres in the woods as they get revealed, and swaps the Sword and Board infantry away from the flank here. So the Rat Ogres, when they try to charge in, are going to have to go around the Spearmen unless they want to downtrade horribly. And that's going to give Lazuka time to bring out, yeah, there you go. You get the Companions of Quenelle trumpeting out onto the field with some Knights of the Realm. They'll easily be able to take down Rat Ogres. I wouldn't really push into the forest here, though. Like, you got a lead, but it's not that much. Staying back, keeping your objectives, and continuing to reinforce the middle is really all you need to do to win this here. Don't overpress right now. You actually have Alberic trying to kill Skrulk. Skrulk being very duplicitous. This is how you bait with a Lord. You run back to your spawn zone a little bit. You think your opponent thinks, oh, there's nothing to defend him. We can easily kill this guy. And then Ixchis Triads come out of the woodwork, get all over him. Seems like they actually did some pretty good damage. They got 267 value. Oh, and Skrulk used Liber Bubonicus on our boy here, which is really nice. Natty Bubos opening up on the Spearmen, getting some good work done. I would actually not be shooting the Spearmen. Kill this Grail Relic real quick, or shoot the Damsel. The Damsel is actually on foot, so she'd have a really hard time getting out of range. Why is it not showing the firing range for the Natty Bubos right now? Hello? Well, they've got 275, which, if I'm not mistaken, is out to about here. She would not be able to reposition in time before getting shot to pieces by that. Rat Ogres all the way back here. Gotta get this stuff in a fight, man. Can't leave it just standing around. This is a very common new player mistake I see with factions that have like 20 plus units on the field. It's a lot to keep track of, guys. Like, when you're talking about how many units are out on the field at any one point in Total Warhammer, there really aren't that many RTSs that go above like 10 units being on your side, being controlled at any one time. You're already juggling a lot with just 10 units. When you're juggling 25 units on the field at once, there's a lot that can slip through the gaps, right? You want to try and make that as unlikely as possible. Keeping your formations a little bit more compact is usually the best way to do it. And here's the thing about the Skaven. The Skaven actually don't want to take wide-flung fights, again, because of their bad leadership. The Skaven, basically, the way they want to play is be one big smelly onion. What I mean, Turin gives this analogy all the time, and it's just, like, absolutely perfectly evocative and true of their playstyle. You want your staggered formations, just like every other faction, but you want to layer even more stuff behind it because of how many bodies you can bring. And what you do, your Poison Wind Globes, like right now they're firing, yeah, that's great, they're getting damage on the men-at-arms, cool. The problem is the Skaven are breaking here in the front, these clan rats are about to go. Your opponent might charge you with the Mani Diomen. Imagine if you had the Rat Ogres back here. Imagine if you had these Storm Vermin back here. Imagine if all these clan rats were up in better position. Your opponent would never be able to touch your Globadiers at that point. All you have to do to save them is bring forward a Rat Ogre, pull back the Poison Wind Globes. Your opponent's Mani Diomen either have to retreat or they stay and fight against the Rat Ogres. You can maneuver the Poison Wind Globes around to another side of the battle formation and start killing other enemy infantry. Rotation is something that I just don't see enough people talking about as being a very hyper-important element to the Total War battle system, right? I mean, formations are everything, dude. Losing these Poison Wind Globes to this Knight of the Realm charge could have been totally avoidable. Like, yeah, Rat Ogres, one-on-one against the Knight of the Realm, are gonna lose. But you got 3 Rat Ogres here. If you had them, even over here in the forest, you could be bringing them out right now to charge down the Knights of the Realm. Or, even better, you could have one take the charge here and the other rotate around and get a flank and pin them into place. And then they're dead. Absolutely no way to save them at that point. Lazuka is just taking advantage of the fact that the Skaven are playing a little bit too split up right now. Ixchia's Triads are pushed up onto the point. They are flipping it over to the Skaven again. But Bretonnia has a huge mobility core here, and they have Pegasus Knights on the way in. And it looks like the Sharpshooters did get the Damsel almost. They did have to pull back. Oh, man, and Albrecht beat the crap out of them. I wasn't paying great attention to it, but definitely looks like they took the worst of that fight. Oh, no. Disaster here. Ixchia's Triads getting jumped on. Brutal damage going down. This is the Doppelgang unit, I believe. Yeah, it is. Oh, wait, no, this is... Oh, sneaky, sneaky. Okay. I've got to commend Frozen Core for actually using the Doppelgang ability really well this game. Unfortunately, I don't think the Ixchia's Triads alone are going to be able to save this position. They're just too lonely. And the Mani Diomen archers are not great in melee combat, but they will be able to break some crappy old Skaven who are just barely hanging on for dear life there. It's honestly not that out of hand for the Skaven. I mean, yeah, they're down 2,000 value, but it's not too horrible. Losing these Rat Ogres was pretty disastrous. Knights of the Realm just took them apart bit by bit. But we did get a pushback on those Knights of the Realm. I presume that was the unit that was pushed all the way up in here. It looks like, yeah, maybe some of the one of the Rat Ogres might have rotated over to do something. They had 289 value, so I think they did engage against the Knights. And probably the Poison Wind Globes and the Skaven Slave Slings here helped keep them off of the main Skaven objective. You did lose the number 2 again, though. Bretonnia's still hanging on to it. Skrulk is going down now. He's actually hanging in pretty nicely. Look at our stinky old boy here. It's actually doing some pretty good damage to the big scary Hippogriff. You know what's... Oh my god, Ikit against the Green Knight. Okay. I mean, with the magic damage, he could actually do some pretty significant work against the Green Knight. It's just a shame that he's getting a double team now. 2v1s between single entities, doesn't matter the power scaling, almost always are going to resolve in favor of the advantage in numbers. Because one single entity will be occupying the attention of the unit itself, and the other will be getting attacks on the rear, where melee defense is not coming into play, and probably pretty easily going to take them down. Good dive with the poison on the poison wind globes here with the mounted yeoman, keeping them occupied so they can't kill the front line for the Bretonnians. Bretonnia does need to get a little more active. Lazuka has been a little slow with some of the knight attacks. Right now, the companions of Quinnell could get around and get some. We could get rear charges on all three of these clan rats and break them pretty quickly. That would be a pretty huge win. Mounted yeomen should chase off Stinky. These mounted yeomen need to get up here and just get the Green Knight and Albrecht moving in. We do get movement now with the Knights of the Realm and the companions moving up. I think they might be going for the number 2 objective to help out here. We did get the mounted yeomen charging into the rear on this point. Barely holding on to it, though. Bretonnia Capweight, I mean, like I'm saying, dude, they needed all that infantry back here because you see just how horrible it is and how quickly the Skaven can start to take this away from them. I do like the positioning from Frozen Core now. It's looking a little bit better. It's like more centered to be aggressively taking ground, while also maintaining defensive cohesion. Earlier, they were just all staring off into space over here. Like, why would you give up the forest? Don't give it up if your opponent's not in here. Like, take some ground in here and make it so that they have to advance on you over open ground where your missiles can do more damage to you, you know? Clan Rats moving up. Terror Routes coming in, though. Albrecht landing in here and really scaring the crap out of the Skaven now. Big damage going off on the companions, but not before they kill a rat ogre, and they've got 1100 value, which isn't abysmal. They cost 1450. They're fairly pricey. Oftentimes they're not really worth it. There's a very small number of matchups with the companions are like a truly good unit, but they've definitely held their own in this particular game. Look at these Pegasus Knights coming down. This is another matchup where Pegasus Knights are probably pretty strong. And maybe a little more cost-effective than the Royal variant. Because they don't need the magic damage to kill Rat Ogres or anything. They can also attack Doomflayers. And they can dive bomb Skaven positions pretty nicely and still be relatively okay with 80 armor. So, I do like the choice of them here for this matchup. Oh, Council Guard up on the number 2. Bretonnia does have a ticket lead, but they really probably just want to bulldoze up to the number 3 here and take that away from the Skaven. There's no reason to fight on the number 2 right now. Like, the Skaven are continuing to reinforce here. I got a big wave of reinforcements coming in. Lazuga has 3,000 supplies. Bro, please summon some stuff in. Wow, 1 minute an arm? That's serious business. I'm telling you. Maybe he just doesn't have anything in reserve. I mean, he's been very good about preserving his forces, but sometimes they can bite you in the ass. Sometimes you just need to get units back in the reserve pool so you can summon them out healthier, you know? Oh, I just swear, I feel like they could... they do have a Knight of the Realm off in the middle of nowhere. Killing some clan rats, not really worth their time. Get them out of there, get them onto the point, because you need the caps. Just want to hold those so that the Skaven just don't have time to outgrind you. Because the Skaven, with factions that don't have good cap weight, like Bretonnia and the Tomb Kings, who else has bad cap weight? I'm not going to think about it too much. Anyways, factions that have bad cap weight on their infantry units really do need to be aggressive about taking points, and they need to make sure that they're stuffing their opponent away from the points. You don't want to fight your enemy on the objective. Like, it was a little bit of a mistake for Bretonnia to let the clan rats even get up on the number 1, because Clan Rats outcap the Bretonnian men-at-arms pretty badly, too. I mean, by a wide margin. Spearmen stuffing off of the points is just as effective as actually having good cap weight on the points. And Lazuka has been a little lackluster there. I think it's caused some problems with holding on to the points that could have been avoided. The Skaven just being able to pour out superior numbers and take these objectives has been pretty huge. We need to see more summons. 4,000 gold. This is beyond float at this point. This is just a massive unforced error. I mean, you're probably gonna win this game, but it's just good practice to make sure that you're summoning stuff out all the time, and making sure that you're paying attention to your opponent's summons. Like, watch for what they summon in, bring out an answer, even if you've already got a win under your belt and you're fairly confident that you're going to be able to hold it, because you never know what's going to happen, dude. Look at the Skaven push at the end here. They've got the cap weight to take the number 1 now. Bretonnia never actually capped the number 3 now, I'm thinking about it. And they don't really have anything to defend. A lot of their units are running away. And now you're summoning all this stuff in, and it's going to be too late by the time they get up there. Companions of Quinel are going to have to pull a lot of the trough here. You know? They can't be your only workhorse. Spread the load around, guys. Mounted Yeoman rally, thankfully. And it's just one Storm Vermin up here and a couple tattered Clan Rats. Skaven are making mistakes now, too. They just need to be, they need to kill these Knights. They need to get these Clan Rats up here. They've got a bunch of units killing some shattered stuff over here. Pull them all the way and get them up on this point. It might be a little too late to do that. They are flipping the cap weight very slowly on the number 1. This is going to be a razor-close game, dude. I love the scroll play here. 1,900 value on our boy. Our smelly boy did it. He actually paid for himself. See, this is why I'm thinking that Skrulk with just like a stupidly cheap Warlock Engineer would actually be a really strong combo. Because Skrulk can defend the other caster and use his items to punish any blobs and single entities that your opponent is not being careful enough with.
There is only defeat.
That's actually going to be a win for the Skaven. I feel for you, Lazuka. I don't know what's going on with the supply situation there at the end. I don't know if you didn't have anything to summon in. The fact that you brought all this stuff in one big push, kind of panicking, I think, makes me think that you did have stuff in reserve that you could have summoned out. You just got to be a little bit more aware of what kind of supplies you've got available to you. This was a winnable game. Very, very winnable. And I think you just kind of fumbled it away at the end, unfortunately. And tapping out there was kind of the only way out with dignity. Because the Skaven flipping this, Bretonnia's cap weight coming in is just not going to be enough because it's all garbage. There's some Foot Squires, they're the only unit with full cap weight. I don't think Bretonnia would have been able to flip it, because the Skaven can just throw more bodies up and be able to stuff endlessly. And Bretonnia just can't do that, because they can't steal objectives away the same way. But, well played by both sides. Super messy. But always a fun one. I don't know what the hell's going on here. Give me a sec, guys. We've got shenanigans bots coming in here. Get out of here. Putting them in a 24-hour timeout as well. Okay, so let's get into our next game. What time is it, dude? I've been going for a while now, haven't I? Holy. About 4 hours. Okay, I got like another, about another hour and 45 minutes. See how many more we can get through. We'll be doing another stream tomorrow. We got some more replays I gotta finish up. Some of these are for a video I'm going to be working on, talking about Beastmen, You know, like beginner mistakes and how to avoid them. You know, what you should look for in a good Beastman build. Things like that. I think it'll be a pretty nice time. I just need to find an opportunity to work on it more than anything. Alright, some more Geyser Bluff action. Actually, a rare sighting of Luther Harkon. He's pretty cool. I mean, don't get me wrong. Vampire Coast, they may be best as a wide faction, but Luther Harkon is a really powerful lord and can definitely, with good micro, carry a game for you. And I actually think against factions like the Greenskins, where they're pretty vulnerable when it comes to their lords and heroes being kind of squishy at times. No, this is the kind of matchup where Luther is the perfect lord to be bringing in. Because if you snipe out your enemy's lord on low leadership factions, you've got a terror-causing unit built into one of your most powerful characters, absolutely you can just take over the game with him. So we'll see if he's actually able to do it. I mean, he's got great stats. 80 armor, 80 leadership, 90 speed, poison, good melee attack and melee defense. Not, like, incredible by any means, but solid. And you do get the benefit of a bonus versus large of 25. So 70 melee attack against any large targets. And that's going to be great against the Goblin Great Shaman. Does have Vindictive Glare, and don't even try it. Bobby was loving the Arachnarok Spider Lord, and I've been solidly impressed with the Shrine. The mount for this guy. It's actually been showing me up a little bit. I've been proven wrong quite a bit seeing it in action. Morgrub's Mangy Marauders as well as Snagla hammering Luther. He gets hit by the Sting of Snagla. Oh no! Oh, the Spiderweb attack already went down. He is snared. Why was it not showing? Must have been on the the cast time must have been going before it actually went off and is locking him in place. He's taking a lot of damage right now. This is pretty brutal.
Keep it from the foe.
Now that's a Snagla cast that you can, you know, pin some pride on, man. Morgrub's already paid for themselves. I mean, there's 600 gold unit. They got 605 value. Whoops. Get started back. Lucreon needs to pull back our big boy. Being a little bit more careful with him is definitely a must right now. He has gotten hammered pretty badly. He does have regen. There's no need to drop any heals on him. And the Deepscaster Lord, or the Deepscaster hero here, riding around on the crab, squatting. It looks very uncomfortable, man. You gotta have lower back pain like a mother after this. I mean, look at that unnatural position. You're like twisted and turned and I don't even know. You're bouncing and you're bumping around. No thank you. He'll regen up. He'll be okay. It's unfortunate that he lost about 2,000 HP in the early game, but you can totally recover from that. Just because I have Durably. Felbats actually land on the Hammer of Gork and get pummeled in response. Perfect summon of the Durkit Squigs coming. The Durkit Squig Hoppers coming out here with the Moon Howlers from the other side. Very dead Felbat. And a very alive Hammer of Gork for just poking down the Black Spot. The Black Spot are a decent ROR unit. The reload time reduction from their stats from the ranks they get, it's pretty awesome. Definitely helps their damage potential. They're not really good in melee combat though. I mean, they've got terrible stats like all zombie units, and they're pretty reliant on the bonus versus large for, you know, any kind of damage output in melee. They're not going to find a lot of opportunities like that against the Greenskins. Greenskins are doing a really good job of forcing the Vampire Coast forward. Vampire Coast do not ever want to approach their opponent. Their units are just so slow, they will just get absolutely annihilated by concentrated bow fire before anything important happens. This Rotting Promethean summon was also used way too early and way too far back. Again, you just don't want to use them away from engagements. use your summons to actually end up on top of something by the time they're out on the field. That way they can actually do damage. When they trot into combat from a million miles away, the limited time that they have to actually get any value means that the WOM you spent on them is just not worth it at all. So 12 wins a magic spell. You'd be much happier using more Tide Calls instead of this Rotting Promethean summon that's already crumbled out and didn't even do anything, really. Nice Bomber Volley, Rusty Arrows, broken immediately. The Tide of Skuld getting up in here. And the Orc Boys are routing right now. This is a much better Promethean summon. Summon it behind a unit so that the unit can't retreat, even when they're trying to. Actually getting some pretty decent value just from attacking them. You're also up on the Orc Air Boys now, beating them up. Doing pretty decently. But the problem that's going on here, right? For the Vampire Coast, they're down in value. A lot of it is tied up on Luther Harkin, sure, but the frontline fighting is not going all that well. They're not compromising the Archer line at all, hardly. Rusty Airs will rally eventually. The Tide of Skuld is really deep in here, probably going to die very shortly. And Felbat's constantly diving on the Hammer of Gork. I think this is the second, maybe even the third one being sent back here. It's just not a very good trade. I think Luther was also back here a minute ago. 2 Felbats for the Hammer of Gork. It's like the same price as the Hammer of Gork, and it's already value traded alright. You're basically going down in value to kill the artillery. I am actually... Okay, I'm sorry for pausing the game again, guys. This is just another point that needs to be made. That is a huge error that lots of new people make, one that I made for a long time. Artillery does not have to be attacked. You can ignore artillery completely. There are ways to get around it. Artillery costs money, obviously. They give no cap weight, and you have to defend them. You could have your Felbats on the field. You could park them right behind this pillar, and your opponent is not going to be able to move the defending units away. Because the second you do, or the second he does, you just float the Felbats over, hover over the top of the artillery piece. They'll probably pull them back, and if they don't, you can just dive on them for a second, get right back up in the air, and run away again. You'll lock down the crew for a minute. Oftentimes when you dive on top of artillery crews, the crew actually unmans the piece anyways. So something tricky you can do is land with the your aerial unit, get the crew off of the artillery piece, run away. Your opponent has to recrew it. In that time, you know, you can have rotated around, done a little bit of damage somewhere else, or occupied some of these bowmen. By the time your opponent's sending stuff forward to try and clear the bowman up, jump back up in the air, fly back over, and try and do it all again. Pretty good use of your time. A lot of the units on the ground are dead and gone, and what's going to happen here is that the Vampire Coast are going to hold back the Greenskins for a little bit longer here. Probably for another, like, minute or two. But the Greenskins are just going to get back up on these points with their cap weight and their numbers. In the mid-game, and they're going to just re-secure a triple cap to take this one home. They're pulling back the Goblin Great Shaman. He's pretty beat up. Carronade and Luther have been bullying him a little bit. What kind of value do we got from Luther? 1,300 ain't bad. I mean, it could be a lot better, but it's respectable. We got the animated Hulks being attacked by the Orc Boarboy Biggins with sneaky stabbing coming down on him. Getting around the debuff from Charmed, and getting him a nice amount of melee attack for being able to clear out these Hulks, as well as the Night Terrors. Force Goblin Archers doing pretty nicely. This is a pretty good matchup for Force Goblin Spider Riders, or at least the Archer variant. They're reasonably long range. 100 meters is farther than something like a throwing axe or a javelin, you know, for the Chaos factions. And against the Vampire Coast, Vampire Coast really rely on bomber mobs to clear up the front line. And they only have 55 meter range. You can actually use your skirmishers to poke these guys down pretty nicely before you take any mainline fights. And it helps you out tremendously, because that's really where, like I said, a lot of damage is tied up for the Vampire Coast in terms of dealing with frontline units. If you can avoid bomber mob damage, then you're putting yourself in a winning position. It gives you a nice leg up. Squig Summon coming out to get after the Night Terrors, who have been very disruptive here. I mean, they've probably actually gotten it to... Wow. Never mind. Only 400 value on them. Where is all the value for the Vampire Coast, man? It just feels like none of their units are doing anything, but something's got to be doing it. Depth Guard over here, they're working on it. Animated Hulks didn't get much the first time around. Scurvy Dogs didn't do anything. I guess it's just the Carronade and Luther, man. I mean, he's got 1,400. It's got close to 1,000. Wow, what the hell did it just hit? 1,200? Oh! Oh no! The Goblin Great Shaman rallied in range of the Carronade, and it got a great shot off on him. He's got to get out of here. He's going to break if he gets hit one more time. Luckily for him, the Night Terrors go down. Oh, huge! Oh my god, he's going to run off the field. And that might be enough to start breaking leadership on some of these greenskin units. Oh, there's not a lot of terror on the field for the Vampire Coast right now. Goblin Wolf Rider is going to take out this Carronade. Got 1,400 value, which is pretty damn good. What I would have done... So, here's the thing. With Goblin Great Shaman, like, he's a good character. Don't get me wrong. Pretty cost-effective, all things considered. But you just got to be careful of factions that have good shooting. He was, like, fighting up on the point for a lot of this game. He didn't really need to be doing that. He could have been playing from behind this forest. Like, if you just sit right here, you can still fire Vindictive Glare wherever you want to onto the point, pretty much. You can rotate out a little bit and cast if you need. And just staying up in here and away from the prying eyes of this Carronade would have been pretty nice for you, because the Carronade doesn't really have anything else to shoot at. Nothing valuable, at least. And if it starts shooting at something else, then you come out with the Arachnarok Shrine and start doing some good work, just by pummeling your opponent. Another thing is it's got Strider, so you take no terrain penalties. You can actually be in the forest. You can maybe even sit behind this pillar here and like rotate in and out of combat. Anything to avoid sitting under sustained fire from a cannon, because Carronades actually hit like... they hit like a freight train, quite honestly, because of black powder. When they're above 80% ammunition, they get a 20% boost, or 30% boost, I'm so sorry, to their weapon strength on the missile, which is really crazy, because these things already do about 400 damage from each shot. You're talking about 30% more. They do about 530 damage with each shot for the first, like, 4 volleys, which is really vicious. Definitely do not want to be letting your lord get hammered by something like that. Bobby still has a value lead. It's feeling a little bit, deceptive right now, though. He's got time. He's got plenty of time. They did take the number 2 objective for a little while. They've given themselves some opportunities to work with. These Depth Guard are pretty beat up. Some zombie pirate deckhand mobs back here. Same with some bombers and more crappy old zombies. Lucreon just doesn't really have supplies to bring out any heavy hitters right now, and Luther is healing capped at this point. 1,600 value is pretty solid. But not spectacular. He is pretty expensive. He's definitely going to need to find some terror routes if the Vampire Coast are going to win this. Because this massive wall of Orc Boys is going to push all of their points and take the objectives away from them. And probably occupy all of the infantry that they're bringing up. Sirens have done well. They actually were pretty effective. Almost paid for themselves. Definitely got a couple terror routes, I'm sure. Greenskins being as low leadership as they are, I'd be shocked if they didn't. Orc Boys getting up on the point. The Squig Hoppers coming in from the flank. Oh, baby. There you go. Aura maxing in the middle of a battle. Really nice charge. You can see how quickly they've crumbled down the Depth Guard as well as the Zombie Pirate Deckhand mobs here. Goblin Wolf Riders under fire from the Black Spot who are pushed back up, looking for opportunity to value trade. Greenskins do need a triple cap. Rusty Errors rallied. I don't know how long they've been rallied. I think they've been rallied for a while now that I'm thinking about it. See, even I'm pretty experienced at this game. Even I miss stuff like this. This is why pressing the spacebar is so important. Because sometimes you just miss banners, because they get, obstructed by trees. Like, you're hovering around here and you're, like, clicking on all these things and other stuffs, and you're just like, what the hell is going on? If you press spacebar, you can kind of slow the game down. You can see where your opponent's targeting stuff, firing arcs. You get all the banners above your units. I'm pretty sure you can also toggle this on permanently. I know Tim the Wilder, Own Goal, I think, on YouTube has a video about how to activate it. If you're ever interested, you should go and look at it. See if that's something that you want to have turned on all the time. I don't, because I really like the cinematic feel of this game. I like being a little closer to the action to kind of see everything that's going on. Lots of the really high-level folks use the debug camera, and that just kind of sucks all the fun away from me, personally. I would really like it if there were a little bit more of an agreement not to be using it all the time. But that's, just like a minor personal gripe of mine. Morgrub's Mangy Marauders, 600 gold unit. I think this is their second summon. They got 2,300 frickin' value. I mean, that's beautiful. Beautiful little unit, man. They've been an absolute menace to Luther. They obviously were shooting down a lot of other units. I think they did a lot of the damage to the Depth Guard that was hanging out on the number 2. Durkit Squigs have also been fairly effective. Looking for a rear charge onto the Sirens. Greenskins do have this point. The number 1 is very close to flipping. Lucreon did a pretty damn good job of rushing the Greenskins and kept them back on their heels quite capably for a while there. But, credit to Bobby for patient play and not panicking and overstretching himself and just building up enough units to just be able to firmly take this point. There's no way Vampire Coast gets it back. And the triple cap will rack up pretty quickly. I would be shocked to see the Vampire Coast find a way to get a point. Because they've lost everything over here on the number 2. Bobby's going to be, like, motoring over and rotating some of these units out. I'd leave the Orc Boys and the Squig Herd. But the Goblin Wolf Riders and the Tief Robbers can definitely come over here. And then maybe summon an Orc Boy out and just get them trotting up over here for any potential, like, crazy, like, Scurvy Dog push that might come up onto the number 2. Bombs and Luther do get a tear route on these Orc Boys, but the Black Spot, dead and gone. There's a lot of Orc infantry here. Some Forest Goblin Spider Riders who are also contributing some cap weight. Are these guys on the point? Oh, the Bomber Mobs? Technically, I mean, they're barely up on this. They're giving full cap weight. All you need are a few models up on the objective to give the full cap weight of the unit. It can be a little silly in my opinion. That's like something for the future, for like the next Total War game. Is maybe have the objectives and the way the cap weight works be a little bit more, like logical. Like units actually have to have all their entities on the point to give cap weight, or they only give cap weight based on the weight of the unit that's actually on the objective. So that sometimes, if you have a unit that's like half on, half off, it's at least giving half of the cap weight, right? Something to consider. Although, I guess it makes plenty of sense that they give full cap weight if they're toe-touching it, right? As functionally, it doesn't really matter if I'm thinking about it objectively. Luther was alright. I mean, 1,800 value is respectable, but for how much he costs, I think you could have done just as much with Salostra or something. Celastra has got like 150 armor on the Leviathan. She's got magic tied up with her as well, so you don't have to spend extra money on a caster. If you really want a healer, you can always bring a vampire healer in your back pocket with just Invo to keep her alive. You need cannons or gunners. Oh, Shade Wraith gunners to force the enemy into you. Thank you for Brosi. That makes sense. The Carronade did come out eventually. But it was already by the time Lucreon was already fully committed onto the back point of his opponent. But the Shade Wraith Gunners are very much a good tool for the Greenskins matchup. For two reasons. Where the hell are they? My god. Why can I never find factions when I'm looking for them? I'm also looking at the wrong faction because I'm a dodo head. Here they are. 1050 gold. 245 meter range, and they have a discourage effect. Minus 16 leadership is crazy business. And I believe they also imbue a damage by artillery debuff, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong on that, but that's big business, man. For a faction like the Orcs, who have low leadership units pretty much across the board, you're imbuing that reduced leadership onto all of their stuff. When you have so much fear and terror available to you, you can probably have the orc units running back and forth in and out of combat constantly as a result. And you Celastra, how much is Luther on the Terror guys? 2,700. He didn't even pay for himself. Ouch. Celastra costs 3,000. She's pretty expensive. Maybe you can go for a cheaper lord even. I'm not, like, 100% sure what you would want to bring. You would preferably want something with some terror on the field for you. Oh, another thing. Shade Wraith Gunner's very good at killing Black Orcs as well as Boar Boy Cavalry. His Orc Boar Boys actually are pretty heavily armored. 85 armor. Even the sword variant, or I guess the cleaver and shield variant, has 65 armor. So the AP on the Shade Wraith Gunners can be really nice. Where are we up in here? Counts versus Kislev. Let's freaking go. We didn't watch this one already, did we? I think it's just that Feral Hogs and Suga have played at some point against one another. My brain is crossing wires. Equating this last tournament with one that I've seen with very similar units for Kislev, but we'll see how it goes here. The Master Necromancer. Oh, the big spell kit, but that's not too bad. He's already cheap enough. Like, having some flexibility on him in terms of what magic you have available is actually a pretty good idea for him. Because he doesn't provide any utility in combat. That's what the White Kings are for. White King's an amazing unit. Great line holder. They just pummel lightly armored infantry. And if they stick together, they can even beat more powerful characters pretty capably. See how they do here. Kislev is going to have a whale of a time if they're able to engage and disengage at will. Hawks of Miska, very good spell, obviously. Does big damage to lightly armored stuff, as well as discourages leadership, so minus 16 leadership, pretty crazy. Lasts 21 seconds as well. Hawks of Miska is pretty gnarly, man. Streltsy coming up, first summon in, Mordheim Beowulfs, not far behind, and Dash's Hearthblades moving up to the number 2 here. Very small Kislev army, but Kislev actually plays very tall on a regular basis. They've got lots of heals with their like Gestaltons and their Patriarchs. You know, you've got Solyaks, Tor's Battle Hymn, Dages, Winter's Sunlight, Urson's Roar. All of these can be fairly effective if you're timing up their use with just general, like, decent regularity. You want to make sure that your units are as sauced to the gills as possible when they take big fights against stuff like the Black Knights here. Having the Mordheim Beowulfs here, too, for any anti-armor is nice. And Gestalton rotering over, looking to help out his boys. I don't know if he's used Solyaks yet. Don't really need to yet. Probably hang on to it. It's mostly just zombies that are stuck on your units. What is this god-awful noise, dude? Oh my god, I think it's Master of the Dead. I'm gonna pause it for a sec. There have been some really weird audio bugs with some of the passives in the game lately. Like Norska's rage mechanic has them constantly like proccing the noise for like spells being cast. It's pretty annoying, man. And that would be something I'd like to see changed, because the only solution I've found is to mute effects, and then that just sounds weird, because then the battlefield is just eerily quiet, and I don't love it. It doesn't make for a very good viewing experience. We're gonna just hover back here for a moment. Blood Knights getting up into combat, they will do big damage to the Griffin Legion, and especially the Beowulfs, but they're a little alone right now. Not really a great fight if they're just scrapping against multiple Kislevite cavalry units, as well as characters. We do get another zombie summon. A lot of the Griffin Legion are quite trapped up now. And they're pretty spread out, too, so they're gonna have a hard time, like, pulling away and disengaging. Scabscraith just did more damage to their own stuff than it did to the Kislevites. Definitely not worth it. We're gonna just stay away from there for a minute. I gotta regather my sanity here. It is absolutely destroying my emotional state here. Streltsy gearing up to shoot some zombies. Alright, 800 gold unit into 100. Beautiful stuff. Feral needs to make sure that all of the zombies and spears and corpse carts are on this point right now. What Suga should really do is just scoot these Streltsy up to the edge, because one of these guys would have actually been able to help hang on to this objective pretty well. Konigstein Stalkers are here. They have full cap weight. They're like the only skeleton unit that the vampire counts have that, you know, they can utilize like that. Hawks of Miska goes down. It looks like it did a decent amount of damage. 255 value. But Cryptors and Blood Knights and Black Knights alike, all up over the Griffin Legion right now. And they're holding the line, but that's not what they're for, right? It's not really where they shine. I like Gestalton here. He's definitely a character with the ability to give flaming attacks to everything around him. Who can help out a lot in this matchup, because, you know, a lot of regenerating units for the vampire counts. See it here. I believe it's passive. You don't... Oh, you do need to be in melee. Never mind. I was going to say you can hover around the Streltsy, give it to them while they shoot the corpse carts down pretty quickly. Snow Leopard getting in here and going after him. Getting a decent number of attacks in. But good reaction from Feral with the Skeleton Spears moving over, getting in the path of this Snow Leopard. They'll kill it really fast. Snow Leopards are very squishy. They have no armor. Pretty low melee defense. Oh, the consistent pokes from these guys is going to be a big issue. Oh, man, the Armored Kossars, dude. They're up in position to do damage. I just don't see them being able to save the #1 objective here. Kislev is desperately holding on to the #2. The Dash's Hearthblades have 348 kills and only 500 value. Undead moment in a nutshell right there. And the Mordheim Beowulfs look like they'll be going down in a moment. They are technically stopping any and all heals here. It's actually kind of nice. I don't know if any invocations to heck have been coming out. I hope not. For Farrell's sake. The noise stopped. What the hell? Oh, there we go. Starting up again. I think it's because of all of the abilities that Suga has. I think he's proccing abilities so much that's just constantly making the activation noise. But anyways, look, Blood Knights are just a hard carry unit. They just got 3,500 value without breaking a sweat, basically. They've still got a decent amount of HP too, man. A couple of invos and they'll be back up to full, basically. You get 6,000 value if they played this out. I don't see Suga sticking around that long, though. This looks about as grim as it gets, man. I mean, Kislev is just screwed right now. The Dire Pack is chasing off their caster, who I assure you has not used all of the magic. Hawks of Miska being left on the table, not being able to peel all of the zombies and chaff off of the guns is pretty painful. Like, Hawks of Miska right here would be huge, because Hawks of Miska does not affect friendly troops, doesn't do any damage or debuff their leadership. So you can use it to pummel chaff infantry that are locking down your more valuable stuff. Snow Leopard gets pushed off by spears. Absolutely brutal loss. I just don't know about this. This is probably a matchup where I think the Griffin Legion might be a little out of their depth. I think what you do as Kislev to win against the Vampire Counts is to bring Frostworms. Like, I've seen people bring double Frostworm against the Vampire Counts, and it never looks bad. It just looks unstoppable, honestly. It's pretty vicious. I mean, the Frostworms do pretty good damage to Crypt Horrors as well as Blood Knights. They can hold their own against Blood Knights because they have good armor values, even. They can pummel White Kings a little bit. They get heals from Patriarchs. Stay pretty healthy if you just are consistent about the healing. Mortis Engine coming in. I mean, there's a big push coming in from Kislev up onto the number 1. There is a huge wave of chaff coming out to defend the number 3. Let's see how Kislev does now they've got a huge infantry force on the field. I still think it's going to be a huge uphill climb for them, but they're not done yet. We're going to fast forward. It's a very awkward middle stage of the game here. Patriarch going down. How much value do these freaking Blood Knights have? 5,000 value in one summon. Unbelievable. That is ridiculous, dude. It's a 1,700 gold unit.
You have killed an enemy lord.
Unsummon these guys. Like, sure, they've got a little bit of room on their heal cap. How much magic do you have left, though? I would unsummon them and get them back in the pool to bring back out. Yeah, just keep your caster back. Just get up in here and just go ham, I guess. This might be a little tough. I mean, there's a little bit of stuff back here for the counts right now. Honestly, they might have been better. They might have had a better opportunity if they just pulled back and let Kislev get a little deeper in with their missile units. Because then you can, like, isolate the Watchmen in the night and loop around with Crypt Ghouls. Crypt Ghouls are not meant to take head-on fights like that. They get absolutely canned 9 times out of 10 doing that.
One of your units has been destroyed.
You use their stealth to flank. Get up in position where they can get on top of missiles without taking a bunch of fire on the way in. So they're just going to crumble out over here as a result. This Crypt Ghoul will be fine. Blood Knights looking to move in. Looks like they did get an invo. They are a little healthier. They got some models back, which is pretty nice. They're on the Armored Cossars now. The Dire Pack looking to move forward and get some damage in. You know, Kislev's actually not that good on the leadership front. It's the Buyer Blood that makes them seem so untouchable when it comes to leadership, but 65 leadership for 700 gold infantry units actually kind of low, all things considered. You would like to see them have a little bit more HP, but it is what it is. Really nice Hawks of Miska over here. Blood Knights, 5,500 value. Stuffing back Watchmen in the Night. You need to make sure that you get these guys off the point so that the Armored Cossars don't get in here and start taking it away. Spears moving up, looking to interfere a little bit. Cryptars and the Mortis Engine going for the Streltsy. And wow, this Crypt Ghoul has done a really good job against the Streltsy over here. I'm shocked. Honest to goodness, I really didn't think the Crypt Ghouls were going to be able to pull that off. That's crazy. Okay, fair enough. Well done by them. These Crypt Ghouls actually ended up doing worse, just because of the armor difference, I guess. Streltsy are fairly heavily armored, though. Something else must have been going on back here. Maybe they got,
has been destroyed.
I don't know what they got. I don't know. Maybe they got some heals and something. Just a little shocking to see. Cryptors going to be able to pummel the Cossars and should be able to hold on to the number 2. You don't really need all the points anymore. You just need to hang on to one objective now. It might be a little early to try and hold on to one. Could be a little tough. Suga's done a really good job of getting back in this game. I'm a little surprised, honestly. Not because Suga's like a bad player or anything, but just because the situation looks so grim. But the Hawks of Miska have done a pretty good job of clearing out a lot of the chaff. And the gun line was fairly effective. Like, the Armored Cossars have been trading pretty well, for the most part. How are these guys doing over here? 452 value. Not amazing. These guys got 700, which is about how much they cost. I think maybe if Kislev goes for... Honestly, like I said, goes for the Frostworms, I think they could probably win this fairly comfortably. They just have much better time maneuvering around the battlefield with those single entities than they would a Cavalry Corps, right? Frostworms have 3,500 mass, I'm pretty sure. They can easily pull in and out of blobs of chaff for the undead. And being able to do that would keep them pretty safe from cavalry, because trying to charge cavalry through your own friendly units is kind of a disaster. It just doesn't work very well. Your units don't get a very good charge off. They just kind of slap into stuff and roll around and can't really get anything done. Request some of your Lisbon games. Yeah, just because we're limited on time, I'll start trying to show off some of the people who I haven't really gotten to nearly as much. Here you go. Pretty good place to start. Lizards versus Grand Cathay. This is a lot of skinks into a faction that can bring some pretty nasty armored infantry. Like, I know I said Jade Lancer, or Jade Lancers again, dude. Jade Warriors, I know I said they're a pretty bad unit. They do beat skink cohorts pretty hard. It's not really even close. Skink cohorts just bounce off of the Jade Warriors. Chameleon Stalkers, pretty cool. Some Skirmishers for sure, really nice. And a couple of Spear Riders in the opening. Going to be very impactful here. Because there's a lot of single entities. You've got the Horse character, you've got the Jade and Jet Lion. The Fire Rain Rocket is coming up with 4 chevrons, man. Lots of accuracy. A little bit of extra reload skill. I think it normally fires... How often? I think the Fire Rain rockets fire every 17 seconds, or maybe 16. Or actually it is 18, because they're also getting the Harmony. And yeah, you can see the Harmony amplifier wears off, and they actually drop down a little bit on the reload skill. They'll still be able to fire pretty accurately and get a lot of damage done. If they're able to shoot all game, of course. That's going to be a little difficult, you know. The Lizards have some fairly sneaky units that they could use to get on that artillery piece. Like, those Chameleon Stalkers can get around the whole battlefield to get up in there and take this out. This is actually a big mistake from Hugs. You need this Jade Warrior here. Peasant Long Spears need to be here. It's not enough to defend that bomber unit. Same thing on this side. See, okay. There's nothing wrong with this Cathay army, but the positioning is all kinds of messed up right now. One melee unit is not enough to protect one gun unit. Your opponent is just going to compromise them with 2 of his own. And that's going to be a losing fight all the way around for Cathay. What Cathay needed to do here, they need to just, honestly, not even push the middle objective. They need more infantry on the number 1. They need their halberd. They need their spears here, halberds here, bombs here, like on the corner. The Iron Hills can be positioned right here. This Peasant Long Spear should be right there. These Jade Warriors, they can go right here. That's like a pretty good position to cut off access to your back lines. The Onyx Crowmen can just kind of fill in and try and stuff up any other aggressive units. The single entities also need to be more involved here, because Fabrosi is doing a really good job of just pushing through gaps in the line and getting right up on the fire rain rocket. Do want to engage here and engage here. And the skink cohorts can actually push up with the javelins and either throw in against the Onyx Crowmen or try to use the javelins to hit the fire rain rocket crew. It's a pretty good surround. The Cold Spear Riders get up into the back line on top of the Nangao grenades, shutting them down. Cold Spear Riders taking out Peasant Horsemen here. Hugs is making the time-honored mistake of trying to use his melee infantry with 28 speed to try and chase down a Spear Rider. Just position him here. The halberds are up on the point completely alone. Oh my goodness. Fabrosi is just all over this Cathay army. The Cathay army, like I said, it's not like poorly composed. This can work, you just have to be way more patient and more focused on value trading, because you brought artillery, right? The whole point of arty is to force your opponent in and give yourself a huge home field advantage, and you just aren't really doing that. Like, your opponent has better numbers on the field and is just swarming you out right now. Cold Spear Riders should be active right about now. Definitely want these guys to be charging in and finishing off this fire rain rocket. Oh, it's down to 1 piece. I didn't realize that. You don't need to kill it then. It's just got 1. It's basically crappier sky junk now. It's not anything to worry about at this stage. It's basically dead and unfunctional. The Lizards, they can just play their 2 points. They don't even have to take the home objective. I mean, they did. They could probably hold on to it for the rest of the game if they really wanted to. This is just a perfect example of Cathay is just kind of mediocre. Against aggressive factions and with even semi-bad positioning, you just get absolutely dunked on. And it's just so painful to watch sometimes, man. There's just such a narrow margin of opportunity for Cathay to win. They're not allowed to mess up, basically. Seeing skirmishers getting hit by bandits at Silver Road. Jade Warriors fighting the skink cohorts. When they don't have Harmony, Jade Warriors take ages to kill skinks, so even if they win comfortably, it's just not going to be a winning edge, because they're never going to get up on this objective if they keep getting attacked by skinks, because all you have to do, basically, now, is just throw skink cohorts in against melee infantry and use your mobility to, like, kill the Cathay shooting, and they'll never take the objectives back. I mean, I wish it were a little more complicated than that. I don't want to sound so dour about it. That really is just the objective truth about Cathay. It's a really nice flock of doom, hitting the Jade Lancers and Bandits here. Really big damage, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, almost 500 value on the little guy. These skink priests, this dude costs about 500 gold with Flock and Wildheart. They're very cost efficient, and they can triple their value with just nice flocks of doom like that over the course of a game. It's really pretty hard to fumble them. And they're pretty quick, too. They can fly under the radar, and with 46 foot speed, they can actually hoof it out of bad positions a lot of the time. Bandits get caught by the Cold One Spear Riders. Some Cold One Spear Riders here being pushed back. 700 value ain't bad. The Red-Crested Skink Chief in a little bit of danger here. Although he did actually get a nice swing in on the Jade Lion. Dang, dude. What a badass. Let's go, buddy. He's trying to escape, but... oh my god. That was a combo. Dude needs a minute after that one. He's got a sprained ankle or something. Yeah, picking himself back up. He's trying to get back into it, but it's going to be a little rough for him. Golden Spear Riders here also getting pushed off by Jade Lancers, and Onyx Crowman is pretty nice. See, this is where I would like to see Fabrosi just pull back. Like, you're giving up a decent amount of value to keep your opponent stuffed up. You got a huge ticket lead. Just pull back all of your units and consolidate on 2 points. Develop out more infantry and some more mobility, and you should be fine. Because your opponent invested in a cannon, that's going to take a long time to accrue value. If you're constantly pushing up into your opponent's backline, that is one way that they could get back into this game. Is you overplay your hand and oversell it, and then they punish you by just totally steamrolling you back to the other side of the map. It's not as likely for Lizards as some other factions. Like, Khorne is the faction that happens to the most, where Khorne just stuffs you for like 80% of the game, and then you somehow survive. And then you just take all 3 points, and then they concede, even though you only have like 100 tickets. I can't tell you how many times I've actually seen that happen. It's pretty hilarious. Jade Lion actually has good value. The Jet Lion doing absolutely frickin' nothing. Useless unit, man. I don't even know what you're supposed to do with it. See, the thing is that this unit actually has, like, decent melee attack and melee defense. Fairly defensive. Look at the Chameleon Stalkers. What the hell was that? This Precursor Missiles just took a chunk out of the frickin' Jade Lion. Nice. That's big business for them. I mean, your opponent is seeing these guys. I'm a little surprised you don't see a reaction, but sometimes them just passing in the night like that can be a little hard to spot. I'd just try and send the Chameleon Stalkers into that fight onto the cannon just to shut it down. It is actually getting some pretty decent value. It's just pounding away at the Feral Cold Ones here. It's actually getting close so we can hear the boom. Oh my god. It's terrifying, dude. That's what cannons sound IRL. I was at like one of the national parks here in the States for one of the Civil War battlefields, and they had like a demonstration. They fired like a 4-cannon battery. It was obscenely loud. I mean, eardrum shattering, dude. I mean, God. Definitely not something that you want to be getting shot at by. The noise alone would be pretty terrifying. Not to mention the fact that like these cannonballs landing in and mangling everyone around you would be pretty morale breaking. So Feral Cold One's gonna retreat here.
I knew it.
Cathay tapping out. I mean, they never even got their home objective back, man. Oh, that sucks. I mean, Hugs played that really well, all things considered. The initial fumble was very unfortunate. It happens, though. It just sucks that Cathay is such a mid-faction that they can't even counter-push to recap their home objective when they have a value lead. Like, they got a value lead eventually. They should have been able to push back, but just the way that they're structured right now, just does not lend very well to being able to recap points. And that's that's just a shame. They're one of the coolest factions aesthetically, in my opinion. I love Grand Cathay. I would just like for domination mode to be a little bit less punishing of an environment for them. Decent value on a lot of the lizard units. Nothing too crazy. Just solid across the board. The Red Crested Skink Chief probably paid for himself with 700 value, believe it or not. He's stupidly cheap with just the Warrior's Crest, I think it is. The buff that he gives to his melee defense and melee attack. Skink Priest got 800, which is pretty solid. For a Flock of Doomcaster that costs as little as he does, beautiful. It was a fun week trying that Castalton build. It's good. Don't get me, like, for real, Suga, that's a good build for some matchups. You should definitely use that into some of the factions that are a little more lightly armored and aren't unbreakable, if that makes sense. Like, Undead are pseudo-unbreakable. Not, like, truly, but it is pretty annoying trying to get through them. The melee attack being 160 is kind of hilarious. Cavalry have, like, diminishing returns against chaff, though. The thing about attacking chaff units with your cavalry is that you've only got 60 models doing damage. Having 160 melee attack on them sounds great. In a lot of ways it is. It's a little bit overkill on a bunch of zombies, though, and the other thing is that they're not all in contact. They can only hit so many units at once. Only so many of them can actually be in melee contact because the way the formations work. They try to pile into combat as best they can. Most of them will get into melee contact, but you'll probably have like 10 or 12 models not doing anything. That's effectively like a 10% reduction in the amount of damage you're doing, so just keep that in mind. You know, you want to be very careful about your spacing on cavalry charges, because you want as little overlap as possible, so you get maximum value out of them. Yeah, Dowie cannons sound really pathetic in comparison to the Grand Cathay cannons. The Grand Cathay cannons sound like the world's core is literally being ripped apart. It's vaguely terrifying, and the Dowie cannons sound like an aggressive sneeze at best. Two Croak games. Which one do we want to watch first? Hey, I mean, why not? Let's just get into both of them. You know what? We'll run it. I'm very curious to see if the Lord Croak in reserve is going to pay off. Against the Dark Elves, I think it's probably a huge mistake bringing him. He is going to get filled with arrows, and even shot up by Scourgerunner chariots. Not to mention Malekith here. Malekith is definitely on the dragon. With how small this Dark Elf army is, there's no way he isn't on the giant beast, man. Gorok. I hate Saurus. Gorok said, "Bok bok, welcome to the jungle, bitch." He's ready to rumble. He knows a good time when he sees it. He's gonna have a horrible time against Malekith. Gorok against a lot of characters is just fine with 60 melee defense, but against a dragon who can pick and choose when to engage with a charge bonus of 50, he's gonna get dunked on here, I'm afraid. We'll see, though. Maybe Spotify is going to be able to pull it out. Now, one way that you could potentially get around Big Boy Malekith here and make sure that Gorok doesn't die, Star Chamber Guardians and Gorok just hold on the number 3 point all game. And they never leave the point. They literally just don't move. They don't interact with anything else. They force the enemy into them or die trying. That's like the only thing I imagine would be vaguely workable here. Scourge Runner Chariots shooting up the Feral Cold Ones. Best thing that you can do here is the Lizards. Get the Feral Cold Ones back. They do rampage, guys. You've got to be very careful of it. It's really punishing. This is a 500 gold unit. You might not think that's a big deal losing something like this in the early game, but here's what happens, right? You've lost a unit with 700 mass on each model. Guess what the Scourge Runner Chariots are going to be looking to do now? They're going to look for opportunities to run down your sources. Now, a lot of them, in fact, all of them, are shielded, which is great. But the thing is, shields are going to eventually lose their bracing when they're fighting Dread Spears and the Black Orc Corsairs. That's where the Scourge Runners get side charges down the length of the formation. And that's where the Feral Cold Ones would be pretty good for stopping those kinds of charges and even maybe trapping the Scourge Runner Chariots inside the spears. And that would be a huge win for you. The Feral Cold Ones, they do rally a little bit, but they're basically non-functional at this point. They're still rampaging for another 10 seconds as well. They'll be going down in moments here. Cold One Chariots chilling in the wings. I've been pleasantly surprised by Cold One Chariots after the buffs. They got more mass, and I think they got more weapon strength and charge bonus. I don't know if they got more melee attack, but it's possible. I don't think their missile got touched either, though. I'm pretty sure on that one, in fact. They could do some pretty big damage to the Star Chamber Guardians if they're able to engage cleanly and pull away before the halberds get too much damage off. Nice breath attack. Malekith definitely making pretty good use out of that one. I mean, taking about a fourth of the HP off of such a tanky unit is pretty powerful stuff, dude. And the Scourge Runner Chariots just getting to poke away on the flank here. Cold One Chariots also helping out. Their missiles hit pretty hard as well. Not nearly as hard as the Scourge Runners, but they still do pretty respectable damage. Because it is like a whatchamacallit, a Dark Shard. They got the Dark Shard bows that they fire. Ouch. Red-Crested Skink Chief just gets one shot by the Chariot charges. That's painful. Sisters of Slaughter could get up in here into the Sword Spears, or you just go through this other Red-Crested Skink. Why not? It's right here. There's just a Solar Engine defending them. Not enough mass to save these guys, unfortunately. Malekith dropping a really nice Soul Stealer here, while also landing into combat, getting some pretty nice damage, preserving his HP pretty well. This is a good opportunity to get back up in the air and look for another breath attack. It should be off cooldown really shortly here. It's a pretty short one, it's 60 seconds. Definitely want to be using it as aggressively as possible to break down all of this infantry. Sword Spears are not the best at killing other infantry units, but they're fairly effective, honestly. Just the big weapon strength means that they can kill stuff like Dread Spears pretty capably. Look at the Sisters of Slaughter over here, dude. They're fighting the Star Chamber Guardians and actually manhandling them right now. Thanks to their good stats. 58 melee defense, 46 melee attack. Actually fairly easily overwhelming the Star Chamber Guardians, despite these dudes having magic attacks to get around the Fizz Res. The stats are making up for the loss of the physical resistance. Pretty brutal. Little bit of a value lead for the Dark Elves, nothing too crazy. These Cold One Chariots are stuck up in the back line. They really need to get out of here. Spear Riders coming after them. Malekith is a little trapped up on the Croxagores, actually. Oh, man. You got to get in low sometimes and see why your units are not pulling out off of the ground. Especially for dragons. It's usually because there's some units in front of them. You can see the Croxagores are actually like kind of obstructed by the wings. It's kind of hard to spot them. Click on your boy, hit space, realize that you got to path out the other side, and just motor that way. Because you'll get Malekith off the ground a lot easier. The last thing you want is these Cold One Spear Riders to catch him. Because that would be one way that the Lizards really start to take this game over, is if they kill Malekith. Because Malekith is like, you know, a third of the army value for the initial summons, man. Oh no, and he gets caught, and he gets hit by the solar engine, blinded and stunned a little bit. Dropping the Soul Stealer, maybe going to be able to save himself. It's going to be rough, though. Coldwind Spear Riders are pretty quick, and you can see them hounding onto the flanks of the dragon. It's like wild African painted dogs. You know, wild dogs, like, if you've ever seen them hunting in, like, a nature documentary. The way wild dogs hunt is they, like, nip at the back legs of their prey, and they literally just rip their tendons out. Until they're totally defenseless. I wouldn't be too surprised that if the Coldwind Spear Riders are going for a similar style of taking down a big dragon like this. Lizard Spear Riders into the Dark Elf Spear Riders, but there are some red-crested skinks coming in who should be able to help that fight out a little bit. The Lizardmen Spear Riders are going to be going down, but they'll leave the Coldwind Knights pretty non-functional here, I think. Malekith does have 4,000 HP, and he gets a beautiful breath attack on the Spearman here. Him surviving is huge. He should be able to get one or two more, probably two more Soul Stealers off. Just drop them on this blob around Gorok, and then use Malekith to just stay relatively safe, get rear charges, and try and get terror routes on the rest of the Lizardman front line, and they should have a fairly easy win from here. Nice land here. Big damage coming down. Source Spears are hanging in, and they do get the Shield of Eons, so they get armor and expert charge defense. That's okay, I guess. It's not really worth it. Again, I just prefer a more pared down Gorok. Him having all the items is a little too expensive for what he does, in my opinion. He can be very effective. We've seen one game where he got almost 3,000. He almost got 3,500 value in it, but just denying engagements to him is a pretty effective way of handling him because he is pretty slow. Only 34 speed. He's really there to anchor points, as I mentioned. He's not really been doing that. He's been running around the open field, like, trying to force engagements, which is not really worked out for him. Sisters of Slaughter fight to the bitter end, dude. There's 3 of them here. They're trying to get away. They're having a pretty hard time. They got 1,100 value. They cost 1,000. They're not the most cost-effective infantry unit in the game, but they have a pretty interesting niche that Pont has been showing off every time he's been bringing them as basically a stat check against other elite units, because their melee defense is pretty insane. There's not a lot that can really threaten them in the melee attack department infantry-wise. Like, the only unit that I can think of off the top of my head that would bully a Sister of Slaughter is the Bloodwake Berserkers. Because those guys have, like, 79 melee attack with their Frenzy up. They are a little unmanageable for even the Sisters to handle. But for killing Chaff and for killing Saurus and Star Chamber Guardians, they have definitely done the job. They've been very solid at it. Dread Spear's looking to take down some Feral Cold Ones, getting some good value in the process. It's always nice when your Chaff infantry trade up. And Dread Spears are one of the better Chaff Spear units. They cost 450 gold, if I'm not mistaken. Which is a little pricier than something like an Empire Spearman, for sure. But they got much better leadership. Like an extra 6 on top of it all, and a little bit better combat stats. So they're usually a little bit more durable. And they have a silver shield, and not a bronze one. So more resilient to missile fire as well. Coldwind Spear Riders getting pushed back. Pont really starting to run away with this game. Malekith looks like he got another Soul Stealer off, and is looking very healthy. Wow, a Feral Manticore summon coming out, helping get the terror route down on these Saurus Spears, as well as the Feral Cold Ones, who are peeling out of here. Oh, and Red Crested Skinks also terror routing. Brutal. Triple terror route there. Those lizard units are pretty beat up, but still, being able to push stuff away without taking any return damage, even from tattered units, can be kind of huge. There are a lot of battlefield scenarios in Total Warhammer where, like, beat-up units, depending on what they are, can have, like, 20% of their health left and still get substantial values. Usually units that have really good charge bonus with good AP, so the Feral Cold Ones are somewhat of an example. Their other stats are a little low. They're really only good on the charge, but they could get back in here. Never mind. They decide they're not going for it. Friends routing faster and stronger enemies. They said, nah, I'm good. We're going for early retirement here. Croxagor's getting worn out. Red-crested skinks running for the hills. One Scourge Runner Chariot sticking around pretty nicely. About 950 value on it. Gorok getting tar pitted. As good of a thing as you can do to counter him, I guess, as anything else. You just keep him occupied. You know, he'll be happy as a clam fighting against all these Dark Riders, but he's not really helping all that much, right? Like, a more mobile lord for the Lizardmen would probably be, you know, better overall. And I'm still waiting for a caster. Wait, did we see a caster? I think we did see the Skink Priest. I'm trying to remember. I can't off the top of my head. We'll get out and we'll see from the reinforcement pool and everything. Oh no, Gora. Oh, that's right. It was Croak in the back pocket. Yeah, there's no opportunity to summon Croak out. Absolutely none. There's not even that many infantry for him to nuke. Croak is kind of a gambit lord. You bring him thinking that your opponent's going to bring just like loads of infantry to try and check you on that front, and then you just blow them all up. It's pretty funny when it works, but I wouldn't really say Croak is very competitive outside of maybe the Vampire Coast and Vampire Counts matchups. Against Tomb Kings, maybe he can clear out a bunch of skeleton spears, but you don't really struggle that much with them as the Lizards. Lizards just bring Saurus against Tomb Kings and win. Cold One Knights running down some Saurus spears. We do get spear riders from the Lizardmen responding. But look at the Dark Shard fire. Just fast forwarding a little bit through it. Really good value on these guys. Same with the Dark Rider repeater crossbows. 1100 value on them. Very solid stuff. And just more bodies. More bodies in Torpit. Gorok here. He's popped all of the buffs. Oh my god, look how sauced he is, dude. It's cool seeing your characters this juiced to the gills, but it's a little bit overkill for fighting a Dread Spear. He doesn't really need all that business. He's got, he's still got 100 armor. That's more than enough for mitigating most of the damage a Dread Spear can do anyways. Getting up to 160 doesn't help him out that much. There's diminishing returns above 100 armor at a certain point. Getting up to 130 armor, generally speaking, is where you're getting like full damage mitigation from pretty much all non-AP weapon strength. If you're getting up to like 160, that's just hedging against exhaustion more than anything. And Gorok doesn't really tire out because of Rocket Itza. You just pop that on cooldown and he's just always ready to go, dude. I mean, he's been fresh this entire game, probably. Malekith lands in here and actually does not land a shot. Very unfortunate for him. Gorok, dude, gonna turn around and start beating the crap out of him also. Stand your ground active. Oh, the Mace of Ulamok is up. Dude, you have to disengage from Gorok when it's active. You can see how much melee attack he's got with it. 93, and he's imbuing Daze, so you're lowering your opponent's melee defense. He gets some pretty good guaranteed rolls. 1600 value on our boy there. You'll love to see it. He's been great. Lizards can't get their home objective back, and that's going to be a dub for the Dark Elves. Really, really good stuff from both players here. The big issue was that the Lizardmen never got their magic out on the field. Croak is a cool idea. Dark Elves are probably one of the riskiest matchups you can try and bring him in, though. There's just so much that can kill him here. I don't see him ever working. Like I said, some of the undead matchups are I think he can shine in. I have a pretty good game that I casted for the channel a while back where it was Croak and the Star Chamber Guardians together against the Vampire Counts. And I had Krokgar as my lord, and Krokgar died 2 separate times. I still won that game because the Star Chamber Guardians and Croak literally killed probably 80% of the undead army. I think Croak had like 500 kills, and the Star Chamber Guardians had about 600. It was pretty obscene. You can definitely make units like that shine. You know, you just need to be careful with the positioning on them. A lot of these really elite units do actually need a fair amount of support so they don't get surrounded. Because not a lot of elite units have immune to flanking. Immune to flanking is a very powerful passive modifier, which makes it so that your unit has melee defense even if they're getting attacked by units behind them. It's exceptionally rare. There's Bastiladons who have it. I believe that, yeah, Rotting Leviathans have it, as well as the Wrathmongers. I think that might be it. Might be a couple units that I'm leaving out, but nothing, like, too strong. Star Chamber Guardians not having it gives them a bit of a... it leaves them in a very vulnerable state. You know, like, they can hold back tides of chaff infantry, but you saw it here. Sisters of Slaughter were able to take them to task with better stats, and then if they're surrounded, they would have taken equally devastating damage. Like, they could have been left alone for the most part. You kill all the Saurus first, and then come after them and finish them off. Gorok standing with them would also make them unbreakable, which would be really nice, and having some way to heal these guys is usually pretty awesome, because they're just rock solid if they get to stand in and just bash away at stuff. Alright, give me 1 second, guys. I gotta check on something real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm finally back. Sorry about that, guys. Let's get 2 more replays under our belt, and then we'll call it. We've actually got one that somebody was mentioning a little bit earlier. We got Kislev versus High Elves. There's a pretty fun matchup. It's got some back and forth in it that I think a lot of people don't really give the High Elves credit for. They're not an amazing faction by any means, but I think against Kislev, this is one particular matchup where their mobility, as well as some of their skirmish units, can really shine and dominate the airwaves. Tankette is bringing in a lot of armored Kossars. You got Boris, Ursus here. Pretty fun lord. He'll definitely be able to scrap against Tyrion. Wow, and a fire mage? Really?
Ursun woke me to keep this world safe. I intend to do so.
Alright, cool. That's a great story, Boris. Anyways, Boris is going to be rocking up here. Great duelist. He's not got the Shard Blade. I do not like Fury of Ursun because it rampages him. It doesn't even last all that long. Colossal Strike is really good. Armor of Ursun is okay. I really would prefer to see a Shard Blade. Shard Blade is really powerful. It's a pretty big AoE that does Spirit Leech damage to single entities in its radius. Does a little bit of damage, like cavalry and infantry, of course. Not that much, though. It's pretty useful. Little Grom is going to be lining up shots against the skirmish cab, and listen to the beautiful sounds it makes. Oh my goodness. 10 Illyrian Reavers have been sent to the Elven Afterlife here. It's absolutely pinballed. Or it's more like a bowling ball, man. They're just poor little dudes. I mean, what can they do against something like this? Little Grom is amazing. One of my favorite single entity artillery pieces. Sounds great, looks great, hits like a frickin' truck, is accurate as hell too. Definitely going to help these armored Kossars. They're getting poked down a little bit by the Illyrian Reaver archers, but they have silver shields and 80 armor, so they're looking reasonably okay. Pounding shots in there. And Tyrion and the Pure Main Company taking the number 2 objective. Very sneaky positioning here. Although the Pure Main Company about to get opened up on by the Akshina ambushers. The Wolfhearts, no less. They're a very powerful unit. They've got pretty strong AP values for their crossbows. They're pretty goofy looking. I mean, they've got these crossbows with sniper scopes on them. I don't know what's going on with that. It's kind of funny when you look at it objectively. I don't know why they have them. They get a great pack trap here. 2 little Groms. Second little Grom has come out onto the field, ladies and gentlemen. The Fireborn are going to die in record time here, I'm afraid. I don't even know where that shot was. It's shooting at this one horse that's running away, I think. It's just cruel, man. You'd think Kislev would have some more respect for animals, right? Griffin Legion coming up. They might even need to fight the Fireborn at this point, man. They're getting absolutely ripped apart. And the Boydnov's Brawlers come out onto the field, and they're deleting the Illyrian Reaver Archers who are trying to move around behind. Wow. The Kislev firepower. Definitely overwhelming the poor High Elves here. I don't know what they're going to do at this point. Fireborn gets sandwiched. Did they even get... They got 200 value? I mean, at least they didn't get nothing. The Illyrian Reaver Archers have been doing a little better. But even here, they're, you know, just not able to really get enough deeps out to take the Kislevite infantry down. Griffin Legion over here, doing some pretty respectable damage to the Pure Main Company. Boris Ursus is really low, but he's also done some pretty good damage to Tyrion, and another beautiful shot from the little Groms. How much value do they have? Oh my god, 800 here. This one's got 380, or 338. Griffin Legion are going to break through. They're going to be able to pull through away from the infantry now, I'm pretty sure. See a few of them are tangled up in the back lines here. But they should just chase off the Illyrian Reavers. Then they can rally back in. Probably help clean up any enemies that are up on the number 2 here. Boydanov's Brawlers getting bullied by the Storm Riders a little bit, as well as some Burning Heads. It's really nice damage from the Fire Mage, but I would say I don't think that this is the best choice of spell kit for Kislev. I would think this is probably a matchup where the High Elves would benefit from having 2 mages, because the mages have the Starwood Staff, which gives them a ton of WOM. They can bring 2 of these guys for fairly cheap, and you can just bring Searing Doom and Plague of Rust, as well as, I would say, probably a Melkoth's caster with the Lure of Shadows, you know, to ride around and pop Melkoths on all the Griffin Legion and Winged Lancers and stuff. Bringing Fire Magic, you really bring Fire Magic against factions that don't have access to heavy armor, especially for High Elves, because High Elves are pretty lightly armored themselves. Lots of factions are going to try and swarm over the elite High Elf stuff with just cheaper units and drag them down that way. So Burning Head is kind of like mitigation for being overwhelmed, because your goal is to try and like roast out your opponent's front line before the numbers get too much for your units. Fire Mage is going to be running away, popping Cascading Fire Cloak in the process, and peeling out. Little Groms looking to line up some more shots here. Spearman chilling, looking for an opportunity to try and pull this game back for the High Elves, but they're just going to get side shot by Little Grom. It's a little congested in here. Little Grom is not finding great LOS onto those Spearmen. Might be time to reposition. Killing some of their own guys right now. Just pushing up over here and maybe handling the archers or firing at the Illyrian Reaver archers again would be worth it. Armored Kossars occupying the Storm Riders, who have gotten 1,000 value, which is really nice for them. Boydanov's rallying, pretty beat up, but still semi-functional with 40 models. Very low HP, but majority of their, not a majority, but, you know, a decent minority of their models left alive, so that they can chip away from range in the late game here if they really want to. Yep, good shot onto the Illyrian Reaver archers. Ice Guard do get hit by Burning Head. Goes right down the path of them. Luckily, they've got spell resistance. 50 armor is actually okay. It mitigates a decent amount of damage from Burning Head. Just coupling that with the spell resist is usually enough to keep them alive when wind spells hit them. Boris Ursus here. How is he still... Oh, he had Buyer Blood active. Okay, he's probably going to die here. He's got 17 HP. Oh, does he get hit by an arrow? Oh, he gets shot off the bear. Oh, it's a tragedy. No. Boris Ursus going down. He did okay. He was respectable. Death by Ricochet is having a lot of trouble here. Just can't clear enough of the Kislev units quickly, right? There's no way of dealing with these Griffin Legion. They've just been a menace all game, dude. There have been a couple of units of them. Pretty sure that one of them's already been pushed off. Warbear Rider's going to be getting after the Arcane Phoenix, which is having some trouble here, doing the Wibble Wobble of Doom. Not able to land on top of Little Grom. Luckily, it's able to jump back up in the sky, but Little Grom actually nails it with a point-blank shot while it's getting back up over the top here. And the Boydanov's Brawlers also throw down some decent damage. Burning Head on some Kossars. This is where Burning Head is really useful. Still, just not high impact enough, I would say. Only 700 value on the Fire Mage. And here's the other thing, right? Kossars have 140 range. Standard archers for the High Elves have 180. They can chew up Kossars before they get into range, right? Like 2 archers from the High Elves focus firing onto 1 Kossar should be able to basically take the Kossar down to half health before they're even in range to fire, and they'll get absolutely manhandled because they only have 15 armor. I think Burning Head might be a little bit of a waste here. Because the other infantry that you're going to run into are armored Kossars, and you're not going to kill them with Burning Head. It's going to be a very slow, arduous, ultimately frustrating process if you try to do it. The Arcane Phoenix is just getting absolutely annihilated at range. It just cannot find an engagement, and it is actually getting suppressed and frostbitten, so it's only got 32 speed. Beautiful stacks on the slows. This is one of the things that I love about the Boydanov's Brawlers, is the fact that they provide a pretty rare form of speed debuff, which stacks really nicely with Kislev having access to tons of other slows available to them. Either lore passives, or spells, or frostbite, or I think they... Actually, I don't think they have anything with chilling aura, unfortunately. Unless Boris Ursus has it. He certainly does not. That's okay, though. Can't be perfect, right? Tyrion is running now. Boris is coming back out. He didn't do amazing, but he didn't need to. Warbear Riders with 2,200 value here. Really nice performance from the the Monstrous Cavalry here for Kislev. Probably going to get dragged down by the remains of this Ranger unit, but that's more than enough for the up trade to really mattered. Griffin Legion are just still grinding out a little bit of additional value here. And the little Groms have been a menace this whole game. 1,700 value on one, 16, almost 17 on the other. Boris Ursus moving over to help finish up the Arcane Phoenix there. They're almost out of ammo, but you can always unsummon Little Grom. And just get the rebate. And it looks like they're trying to shoot these white lines of trace over here. They get the attack order in. One of them is going to be opening up, I think. Actually not. Why not? I guess because the Griffin Legion are over here and they're like worried about hitting their own units. It's not going to matter that much for Kislev, and they pretty much got this one in the bag. They survived some pretty, like, serious backline pressure from the High Elves. Oh my god, and the Fireborn come out again and again. They just get wrecked by the Little Groms, dude. Oh my god, one shot got that Little Grom about 400 value. And it took 14 models off these guys. Another 8 go down in one fell swoop. Come on, this one needs to open up. I don't know why it's obstructed. Sometimes Little Groms can be kind of weird. Sometimes you need to give them a move order and then order them to shoot, and they'll fire like there wasn't a problem to begin with. You know, they're just out here gaslighting you. Don't trust the propaganda. Fireborn actually break before they even get into combat? Are you kidding me, dude? Cowardly. Boo. Boo Fireborn. That's definitely game. I mean, Ricochet really needed the Fireborn to come out and kill both Little Groms and then some. And the fact that they did less than that basically just fed another 1,800 value to Kislev. It's just horrible, dude. You see, Kislev's not getting any more damage value here. Even though they're doing a lot of damage to the Fireborn, this is why you don't trust the values up top here. They are so deceptive. They never, ever, ever track value well on the second or third summon of a unit. I don't know what it is, but it's been a problem for a while now. 1,900, 2,300. This is without the Druzhina to give them more ammo, mind you. Imagine if they were able to just get a restock or two during the game. And they just kept pounding away at their foes here. Conceivably, they could, you know, just stay out the entire game if they had that available to them. More Illyrian Reaver archers going, or just regular melee Illyrian Reavers going down here. Cossars with spears holding. Boris Ursus moving over to help out. Do need a little bit of help on the number 2 here. One little Grom is taking quite a bit of damage. Beautiful pack trap from the Wolfhearts, who, with their little fancy crossbows, just point blank the Fireborn, taking them down to size. They're probably going to rout here in a moment. They've taken so much damage. There's no way that they're going to be able to sit in here for more than a few seconds, but maybe they can. It's looking like they might be able to. But Little Grom is going to be able to probably shoot this Illyrian Reaver archer off the back of the Akshinas here. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it's so juicy. Just plows through about 10 of the Illyrian Reavers there. A little bit of pressure on the back point from the High Elves, though. What is going on with the Kislev reinforcements? Why does it feel like they never have anything out on the field? I'm so baffled. What you can do here is get Little Grom up on the points here, and you can use the Akshinas to move over. You don't want to lose this point. High Elves have the value lead, or the ticket lead here. Wow, is Death by Ricochet really going to win this one? Tankat has so much money. Griffin Legion, go! Griffin Legion now! Onto the number 3, take that. I'm afeared. I think Kislev might lose this one on the backs of lack of cap weight on the field in the late game. The High Elves actually won by stuffing people back? What? Impossible. No freaking way, dude. I mean, Little Grom has literally been farming them for ages now. And these things have good cap weight. They got 4 cap weight, not 3. I don't know why. Don't ask me. Because, like, all other single entities have 3. I think it's because they're technically a war machine. And I think those have 4 cap weight on average, which is a little bit better, you know, than your standard SE. Which can make a big difference in these late game situations where you really need something to defend this number 2. Like, an Illyrian Reaver Cav could come up to the number 2 here and try and take it. If both Little Groms are just sitting here, even if they're out of ammo, it's not really going to be something that the High Elves are going to be able to take away from you at that point. The other issue is these Spearmen back here. Like, you just can't finish these guys off. You're value trading when you need to cap the points. This is devastating, dude. Oh, Kislev had this one in the bag almost. I'm not sure what you need to refine for this build.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
I would not bring Boris personally. He can scrap with Tyrion. He's not, like, terrible by any means, but he's definitely a little bit lackluster at times. This was definitely a match where I think he could have been left on the sideline a little bit. Because he did die in the middle of the game there, and that was pretty devastating for Kislev. And they are a very small army. Like, they went really elite. We never saw magic either. I did not clock that until just now. I mean, granted, they didn't really need a lot of magic. I think it would have been somewhat helpful, though. I like the missiles. I'd get rid of 2 of these armored Kossars. And I'd just bring some Kossars with the bows, I think, or something like that. Although, no, because the Burning Heads would have just destroyed them. Dang, this is tricky. I mean, this is what I'm talking about, man. Like, value means nothing sometimes. And the High Elves, they can scrap. Even in a really rough game, where it seems like they're down by an insurmountable amount of value, their high leadership and good, like, solid cap weight and mobility can keep them in games that look impossible. This is honestly a very impressive win by Ricochet. Tankat, that's rough. I'm so sorry that happened. I think the Frost Maiden would have been a better call-in than the Warbear Riders in the mid-game. You didn't really need the Warbear Riders out. They got good value, but I think the Frostmaiden could have done it for a lot cheaper. Then you could have maybe focused on unsummoning some of your beat-up units and getting them back out ASAP. It's hard to say, man. Small armies like this, that's generally the biggest issue that they run into. They can value trade great, but when it comes time to secure the objectives, they overextend or they just can't quite manage it, and that's how you end up losing. Let's see, it's not ass. Like, the build was good. Like, the value trading was what you were looking for. This is what I'm saying about the summon. The only thing, when you summoned out the Warbear Riders for the first time, like, the Arcane Phoenix was attacking Little Groms, yes. Little Grom is pretty resilient. I mean, you gotta remember that these things have 5,000 HP. You can kite away with them a little bit, even though they're slow as hell with 35 speed. Just pulling back and giving time for other answers to come out is always an option. They weren't really needed when the Warbear Riders are on the field either. You could have brought in the Tempest Maiden and just dropped some sick hailstorms or blizzards on top of the High Elf Spearmen to clear them out. Blizzard is an amazing spell. Overcast it will kill pretty much anything in the game. It's really good if your opponent blobs up, and there were a couple of times that Spearmen were pretty blobbed up on your stuff, so you can always do that. You don't need Blizzard against the High Elves, though. And for the Frost Maidens, you don't need all this stuff. You really don't. I mean, Freezing Winds is okay. But really, you just want to pick a lane. Like, what do you need to do? High Elves, I'm going really elite. I might run into cap weight problems. What's my answer to getting rid of infantry in the late game? Hawks of Miska. Especially Spearmen. Does good damage to low armor units. It discourages leadership, which you can then follow up on by using Griffin Legion to like run them down, because these guys do have Glorious Charge, which does imbue a leadership penalty that's pretty punishing. It also doesn't affect your friendly troops. They just get away scot-free. They don't even care. So definitely something to look into next time. I actually liked the double Little Grom. I've used it against High Elves before and beaten some pretty scary builds that way. Because the High Elves just don't have any answers for this thing. They try to engage it in melee combat. You bring out your missiles. You just use like the Wolf Hearts and the Boydnovs to like punish any big dragons trying to land on them. And if your opponent's brought like a pretty wide line with lots of like bow cavalry and stuff like that, Little Grom is still fairly effective against it because of how accurate it is and how much damage it does. It's pretty multifunctional. Alright guys, this is our last game for tonight. I've been going for a long time here. I'm getting pretty tired. Let's try and make it a good one. We'll see what Kitty is able to do to Snickerdoodle here. Dowie versus Empire is pretty cursed for the Imps. They have a pretty rough time against the Dowie, generally speaking. Dowie just have so much armor and they're so good at shooting. They can oftentimes just run over the Empire. I mean, it doesn't look like them getting run over, more like a slow, crushing tsunami of slow-moving Short Kings, but that's neither here nor there.
Slay the Oathbreakers!
Functionally, it's a stomp for the Dowie, more often than not, but Empire do have some tools that can succeed in this matchup. I don't think Demigryph Knights are an answer. And I don't really think Boris is a good call here. Boris is better for factions that have low leadership to begin with, because Blood Roar and Crush the Weak do a really good job of causing terror outs. The Dowie are high enough leadership, it's not really going to be a possibility.
We have a victory point. Keep it from the foe.
Like, the Miners and the Rangers are the most likely units that you're going to route, and even them, they still have fairly resilient leadership, so I would just avoid Boris. The Lord that I've found to be effective against the Dowie is the Master Engineer on the Steam Tank. The Steam Tank is meaty as hell. It does a shit ton of damage to infantry. It's got a cannon and the grenade launcher and the steam gun, so it does a ton of work at range as well. I mean, you can heal it with a life caster, which is kind of gimmicky, but, you know, you do what you can. If it's in the game, it's legal, right? Until somebody bans it, at least. So, I really like that guy, personally, because he just ignores most Dowie missiles, because the steam tank has a directional shield, which gives it 70% resistance to small arms fire from the front. So it's a really good line breaker. What you do with them is you just charge right up the pipe on the Dowie. You bum rush into the Rangers. You just run them over. Start driving all over the Dowie formation, in and out of the units. You can do like full circumnavigations of the globe on the Dowie with the steam tank commander. And then you just like develop out your infantry to like occupy Dowie units. Well, you get your cavalry around back to help clean up. Demigryphs just take a head-on charge. I didn't really talk about it, but that was about as bad of a decision as you can make here. And this is why I don't think demis are very good against the dwarves. They're honestly just too squishy to AP shooting and artillery. And Dowie love their artillery. Dowie cannons are pretty incredible. They're arguably the best cannon in the game. The crew is very resilient. They hit pretty hard. They're super accurate. And there's a lot of lords that can synergize with the cannon crews. Like, Malachi is excellent at buffing up cannons. He gives them huge bonuses to their accuracy and reload skill, as well as weapon strength, if I'm not mistaken. Iron Drakes get one good volley off, but they're going to get shut down before they get the second. They are very slow firing. Every 20 seconds is a long time to wait for the next volley, man. You really need to have them in a position where they're overlapping their lines of fire. Otherwise, this kind of ends up happening where they just get steamrolled before they're able to get off more than one volley. Kitty is probably going to summon a Slayer out here. I would be absolutely stunned if he's not spam clicking it right now. No, don't pass up on the opportunity. Okay, there we go. Okay, the Slayers come out. And the Knights of the Black Rose probably going to go down here. A lot of them are, like, really trapped up in that deployment zone now. See the Slayers, like, all over them. They'll probably lose close to half their HP here, and they're a very expensive unit. They're 1,250 gold. Losing them right now would not be good. Demigryph Knights get a little bit of value, and these Knights of the Black Rose help run over the Grim Delvers. Down here being a little haphazard with the positioning on some of these units. There's really no reason to have lost the cannon or the Grim Delvers or taken this much damage on the Iron Drakes. Part of the reason that they're taking that much damage is they're not securing their flanks at all. Like, I know you don't want to sit back too much, but you're already playing the value trade game by not pushing the number 2 early. Defend your cannons. Get a nice little a nice little circular formation on them. And just slowly push your opponent down with the crushing weight of numbers that Dowie can use. One sec, guys. I returned for the final time, guys. We got the slow-mo going. What the hell has been going on while it's in slow-mo? Oh! Okay, Knights of the Black Rose bulldozing through the Rangers here. Looks like the Empire's flipped the value back a little bit. They're kind of bullying the Dowie on the points here, I guess. It's kind of funky. I didn't mean to put it in slow-mo. I actually thought I'd paused it. I had to go run and deal with something real quick. We'll figure out what's happening real shortly here. The Knights of the Black Rose have gotten some decent value, but they're not paying for themselves. Yeah, they're just a little behind on the value trading. A fresh one is coming up now. This one's fairly healthy still. The other over here, it's on death's bed. I don't think they're going to be able to rally and do anything. Hawk and Long Rifles poking away. They're definitely racking it up right now. They're going to be a little ineffective against Dwarf Warriors because Hawk and Long Rifles, they don't have Shield Breaker. The Hergig Jaeger Corps does, but the standard variant doesn't, so the shots are actually fairly ineffective against silver shielded units. Believe it or not, I actually think that this is a circumstance with the... Oh, well, the Hawklands have a good target now. Now they're shooting the gyrocopters. They're taking them to task, dude. Big damage going down on these things. They're going to be wheeling out of here. Probably going to be dropping a couple models, I would imagine. No, they get away without losing any. That's really fortunate for them. Oh, right as I say it. Goes down. And the Slayers looking pretty grumpy as they're trotting around looking for something to do. Slayers are okay. Slayers in domination mode kind of just get ignored oftentimes. Like, why fight an anti-large unit with 40 speed? Like, just walk away from them. Most units are very capable of doing that. The Iron Drakes get absolutely hammered by the Hawklands here. And despite some really rough early trades, it does actually seem like Snickerdoodle is back in this game. Although this is a big problem here. Okay, right as I say it, we unblob the Knights of the Black Rose, and they get right up into the Bugman's Rangers here. Oh man, these guys are both going down. No, don't... Okay, one Knight is actually peeling off to go after the Ranger Great Weapons and the Quarrelers. Okay, that's fine. I was just worried about disengaging both of them, but one is sticking around just to grind down the Bugmans. This Ranger Great Weapon, 1,500 value almost? That is crazy. Wow. Pretty impressive. And Gyrocopters get blasted out of the air by the Hawklands here. Dwarf Warriors are getting after him now, though, which is a pretty good call from Kitty. Definitely needs to get these things shut down. They've been a real pain so far. 1,300 value apiece. Is pretty brutal. Empire is losing momentum, trying to push this back objective for the Dowie. And they do have the Knights of the Black Rose and the Swordsman up in the back line here, taking down Quarrelers. Fighting against Longbeard Great Weapons, though. Longbeards with Great Weapons are actually fairly decent. Their big issue is just getting into combat, but they're pretty effective in it. They've got pretty good stats. Decent melee attack. Solid melee defense and good weapon strength is, you know, definitely the sauce for being an effective melee combatant. And they're grinding out some pretty good work here, killing a lot of Knights of the Black Rose and Swordsmen. We had a beautiful flash bomb, and the Thunder is continuing to pound away and punish these foes. And Boris, as much as he has been trying to do, honestly, has just not been able to make it happen, dude. He's honestly been a weak point in terms of the value trading. Only 600 on him, and he costs about 2,000. He's pretty kitted out, too. He might be 2,400 cost, even. Now he's just getting shot to pieces by Thunders. This is always a big risk with your single entities against the dwarves, because you get shot on the way in. If your opponent summons out a Slayer who can do big damage to something like a like one of these Hippogriff, or not, what the hell are these called? God damn it, I've completely forgot. I think it's a Hippogriff. If your opponent summons out, like, a Slayer to buffer them off, not only are you taking damage on the way in, but you just get absolutely run over and farmed for value on the way out as well. I mean, 1,000 on these Thunderers already. It's a 700 gold unit, man. They are incredibly dangerous. I think Thunderers, low-key, might be the best Dowie unit because of their cost and damage output and reasonably quick fire rate. I mean, I say reasonably quick. 13 seconds is a long time to wait, but at the very least, it's coming in and getting some pretty good value when it does make contact with your opponent. Hochland's still alive, still shooting and scooting here. The Dowie Warriors are fighting great swords. Good heals from the Jade Wizard. Actually been pretty effective. Free Company Militia running down these Slayers over here. And the Knights of the Black Rose looking to just disengage cleanly. Very nice for the Empire as well. It is razor close, though, for both sides here. Empire have a slight ticket lead. We do hold 2 of the objectives. More gyros coming out. Alright, dude. Kitty, don't make the same mistake again. Get the gyros onto the other side of the field here. It's not really a great place for them to sit, though. Boris can kill gyrocopters, sure. He's a little too slow to catch them, though. He can get baited in pretty badly if you're not paying attention really closely to him, either. Look at this Dwarf Lord. He's going full bore for the number 3 objective here. What the hell is he doing? Don't get him stuck in the greatswords, please. Both sides are a little beat up, but honestly are fairly functional for the most part. Oh man, but the Longbeards, the great weapons, get absolutely hammered by the Hochlands. These guys are going to end up with about 2,000 value each, I think. Especially if they shoot down a second gyrocopter. Oh, the gyros are trying to get in. Bombing run? Good bombing run, at least. Yeah, really nice damage, but took a lot of punishment on the way in trying to get that off. And they are the steam gun variant. The brimstone guns typically are a little more effective against Hochlands. The Lord does compromise these guys, and the steam guns are opening up on the other Hochland here, actually getting a decent amount of damage, and maybe they can outtrade the Hochlands now that the gap has been closed. It's going to be really close between these two. I still think the Hochlands win that. But the Dowie Lord has killed quite a few models on the other long rifle here. See, a bunch of these guys are scattered around and very dead right now. The Rangers and the Longbeards still making the long walk to the home objective of the Empire, which is a lot to ask for the Dowie. They're just so slow. It's very difficult for them to close that gap. Giant Slayers come up. Rangers here as well, and I don't know what's going on with these Thunderers, but they have broken and are running, and they're fairly healthy. It's very unfortunate for the Dwarves. They could really use that firepower to hit these Demigryph Knights right now. Bugman's Rangers are alive. They've healed quite a bit. Don't have a lot of models left, but a decent amount of ammo. Maybe for the late game they can get some work done. It's going to be a rough one for the Dwarves. They just don't push very well. I know they're up in value, but it might be a little bit of a fool's value lead, I guess you could call it. I just don't know how true it is, you know? Like, the Longbeards are in here kind of getting massacred by the Greatswords, as well as Boris. The Greatswords are routing now. Oh, it's the Swordsmen that are healthy here. Okay. Still, though, I think Empire, they just need one unit up here to hold this, and they do have another Knight of the Black Rose coming in, and the Demigryph Knights are just running over all of the very scattered Dowie ranged units. There's not really the same concentrated firepower to keep them in check either. Wow, Ranger, great weapons. The throwing axes taking down the Free Company Militia, man. Massive damage. That's really cool. Quite a fight kicking off here. I think the Free Company Militia would actually win if they were healthier. They do have better stats than the Dowie Dowie Rangers. Beautiful shots from the cannon, hitting the Demigryph Knights. Oh, and a smoke bomb, or flash bomb, rather. Hitting the Demigryph Knights, and the Slayers are right here. And these guys also have a slow. They imbue a 30% to units that they get in their attack radius. They get a little bit of damage off, not nearly as devastating as I was thinking. Oh my god, and the Knights of the Black Rose run right into the Giant Slayers here. They get brutalized. Oh my god, the Giant Slayers could clear this Free Company militia. And the Dowie Miners looking to steam up onto the number 2 here. More Knights coming out. Oh no. Oh no. The Empire. Can they do this? If they kill the Dowie Lord, that'd be really nice. I don't know how far it would take them, though, unfortunately. The cannon, lining up some shots. Oh, and the great swords. They're actually in, like, a column formation. This could be pretty devastating. Depending on... Come on, these things need to shoot right now. Do it. Do it. Do it, do it, do it, do it. There we go. We get all 4 shots coming in. A little bit of overlap on them, but they do kill a significant portion of that unit. Yeah, about 200 value out of that one volley. Beautiful stuff. Miners and Giant Slayers up on the point. Giant Slayers, they're going to get run over initially by the Knights here. But they're going to be able to clean up a lot of these guys at the very least. Even if they go down, just because they don't have that much HP. Oh, they might just straight up outgrind the Knights of the Black Rose here. Really brutal damage going down, and the Dowie did flip this point. They've got a little bit of time to cap this back objective. Look at the rally here from the Dowie. They've actually got some tattered units looking to take this point. Kill these Hawklands. Actually use this Lord to go stuff that Swordsman unit. Get the Dowie Warriors going. You can't leave these guys back here right now, Kitty. Oh my god, no. I think Kitty might lose this if the Dowie Warriors stay back here. Oh, but the cap weight from the heroes and the Dragonback Slayers gonna be enough to flip it before the Swordsmen and the Knights get here. Oh no, man. This is where the Empire loses games. They can push way better than the Dwarves. They are running into semi-prepared positions. Dower, don't go to the side point. The side point is a trap. The Empire can actually motor around a little bit quicker and potentially get onto some of these other objectives and take them quicker. They only have to hold something for 7 seconds here. You're getting shot up right now. The Ranger Great Weapons are in a great spot to chip away at these guys. As the Empire is trying to find a way to close this game out with a win, Boris gets nailed by the cannon on the way out. I don't think he's going to rally either. I don't think him running off the field will make a huge difference for the outcome of the game, because it looks like the Dowie are just fully resurgent. They are getting units up onto the number 3. They got pretty solid numbers. Grim Delvers and Iron Drake's going to be buffering stuff off the number 2 with a Miner to provide the cap weight. Thunderer can jump on it if the time comes and they're needed. The Knights of the Black Rose, I think they just got hit by the cannon. 3,000 value cannon, dude. This is the power of artillery. This is why I say Dowie artillery is so good, because they're really strong at defending their cannons. And their cannon crews being so resilient means that they can jump back on these things at a moment's notice, even if they're on death's bed. Just continue to contribute value, man, and that's going to be a win for the Dwarves. Beautiful game to close out the stream. Holy crap, dude. Wire-to-wire action. And the Empire is just barely taken down by the Dwarves here. You can see how much of an uphill climb it is for the Dowie to get points sometimes. I mean, they're a very resilient faction, but if they get pushed back and they lose a bunch of ground, them trying to retake it takes ages, and they were just barely able to squeeze that dub out here. Their Lord surviving was actually kind of huge, and he probably got some pretty decent value. 1,000 is pretty solid for him. 3,200 on the cannon. Did die pretty early on, but the second summon was clutch, dude. I was a little skeptical. I didn't think it was going to contribute a whole lot. But just trotting out into position and just laying waste to wave after wave of knights, demigriffs, great swords, anything and everything was getting taken down by these things. Wonderful stuff. The Thunderers with 2,300 value. I'm telling you, man, more Thunderers is the answer. I think they're way better than Ranger Great Weapons. I mean, they got pretty good value, but Thunderers are a little more durable and longer range, and honestly hit just as hard. I really like them. I think they cost a pretty similar amount, too. I think the Ranger Great Weapons are like 600. Let's actually get a look before we end the stream. I'm going to be ending it a little abruptly. I'm absolutely exhausted. Definitely want to go chill a little bit, yeah. So 600 versus 700. They fire faster, but they're really short range at 80 meters. The Vanguard deploying the Stalk is really nice. I think the Thunderers are better to start off with. They have more of an effect on the front line, so you can push up a little more and take more ground. And the Ranger Great Weapons are a good reserve, because they trot out and they can, you know, go into hiding, sneak up on stuff, get their volleys off, and be devastating that way. And reinforce objectives that you already have a presence on and be a good bolster for the point, so that people can't steal it away from you. It's really about it. I mean, both sides played that pretty damn good. We saw Kitty play a pretty good set of games in this tournament. And Snickerdoodle, like I said, is just one of the best players that I've run into on ladder, and has been really good in tournaments. Has gotten to a few finals, in fact, so very interested to see if they're going to be able to start taking some tourney wins. Alright. Whew. Alright, guys. Thank you, everybody, for tuning into the stream today. I really appreciate it. I'll see y'all on the next one. I'm going to be coming back with another stream tomorrow, so we can finish up these last few replays we've got. We don't have that many. I think it's like 8 or so. Got through the majority. Got Dwarves vs. Skaven. I think we've got, yeah, we've got a few here. About 8 replays, so that should be pretty doable. Or actually maybe about 10 or 12. I think we watched this one already. Or no, we didn't, because Legatus sent me these afterwards. It'll be a good set of games tomorrow. And then we'll maybe have time to do some quick battles or something. Which will be really nice. So, till then, take care, guys. And peace out.